Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rock. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are, and welcome to today's stream. It is Tuesday, the 3rd of February, and I hope you are doing well. Voltator in the house. How you going? Hope you are well. Hobo Joe, hello, hello. Good to see you on Twitchland these days. It's nice to have you over there in the Twitch files, as we used to call it back in the day when we first started streaming. I used to go intermittently between, like, I'd pick YouTube one day, then Twitch the next, and like filter through the week like that. And like when we'd go over to Twitch, we used to call it the Twitch files, and we'd have like a smaller crowd on Twitch. And like, back in the day, we'd do some, I don't know, hardcore research or investigation of something on a Twitch Files day and break down what was happening in the world, or some issue that we were dealing with. Like, we spent months, I feel like it was months, like, because it just takes so long to read, Project 2025 in that fashion over on the Twitch Files back in the day. So shout out to all the Twitch people. If you're watching this on YouTube, say hi, hit the like button, etc., etc. You know how it is with the algo. Today, what's on the menu? We're going to be having a look at more of the Epstein saga. Let's be honest. There's a lot of stuff that's circulating around about this at the moment, and we're going to get a lot more of it as people go through the 3 million pages. 3 million. That's a million. You heard that right. 3 million pages of information that have been released, as well as the 2,000 videos and 180,000 photos. I think we get the big One Nation announcement today. What are you talking about specifically? I would like to know. Is this the announcement as in whether or not people are going to be jumping ship from the Nationals and defecting over to One Nation? Is that what you mean? I would like to know more. But yeah, we'll potentially look at that as it comes live. So let me know if you guys see anything, and we'll look at it live. But yeah, we're going to be going through the Epstein stuff a bit more today. I want to specifically look at an interview that's been released between Steve Bannon and Epstein. It would appear that Steve Bannon and Epstein were very, very well acquainted. Like, it makes sense because Steve Bannon was able to do an interview with Epstein at the height of his being brought to public attention for his, lack of a better description, scandalous behavior. And so Bannon has been exposed to being very intricately tied with Epstein and like some other nefarious stuff that he's been up to. So Bannon, isn't just some amazing political strategist. He's also as intertwined with the elite that he pretends to hate so much, or like rally against as a populist, a right-wing populist. He's very much intertwined with the elite and serves their agenda massively. So we're gonna have a look at that. Whatever Big Beetroot was talking about yesterday. Yeah, fair enough. That's what I thought we were talking about. So where's the rest of my GFK files? I want to know about Demona. Well, like, that was actually interesting. We looked at that last year too. And I wasn't going to spend the time going through all of that. So if you've gone through them dilemmas and you found some amazing discoveries, let us know. I would like to know more. And yeah, we're going to go through, actually, first of all, what we're going to do is go through the woke Grammys. So there's been a number of protests that have happened, kind of, when I say protests, I just mean artists doing their thing in a very acceptable forum for them. Nothing outrageous at all, let's be honest. But like, there's been some anti-ICE sentiments running through the Grammys recently. So just catch up with that quickly so you're across the latest. And look at some of the commentary that's coming out of that. And we're also looking at developments when it comes to Iran. Hey? Guess who's getting involved? The red dragon rearing its head in the region in the Middle East, and it's causing some tension, I would say, for the Americans, because it would look like the Chinese are really trying to help out the Iranians and giving them intel. Now, like one of the things that I guess you would say the US military has on everyone else is their incredible intel and their sophistication of intel that comes from their satellite systems. And China's helping Iran out with the exact same. So, like, this is shaping up this Iran thing, which is why I think we're going to continually be talking about. This is going to be shaping up as potentially the proxy war um, of the 21st century. Ukraine was important, but I think Ukraine was kind of like proxy war with your training wheels on. This is going to be proxy war with no training wheels this time, because China's getting is is meddling in US affairs, it would seem, and helping out Iran with more than just well wishes and angry words from their foreign diplomats. So we'll see where this one goes, but I think it's going to be important for all of us to stay across this. Ravy baby in the house. Howdy all. Hope you're well. Ninja Nurse, hi there. Celebrities making speeches at the Grammys, Oscars makes me feel uneasy. Sometimes they hit the nail on the head. Sometimes it just feels performative. Well, I think it's all just performative, isn't it? But like, yes, sometimes they hit the nail on the head. Now, the only nail that they really hit with this one, because again, artists being performative and like, talking about social issues and patting themselves on the back for being such a trailblazer. Like, come on. But like the nail they've hit in the head in this with this one is Trump's not happy about it. So they've pissed off the orange man. And like, yeah, it's the woke Grammys. It's the woke Grammys. So we'll have a quick look at that. I'm going to spend much time in it, but it's topical. And like, these people have a lot of influence. So maybe they will influence their fan base. Maybe not. Maybe they're reading the proverbial room wrong. We'll find out. Dilemma's ICE operations are turning out to be pretty good. Oh, pretty and good. Oh my God. Did you come up with that or did you steal that from someone else? Rather distasteful, might I add, Dilemmas. Some would say too soon, but like, struck while the iron's hot, they say. It looks like you've definitely gone there with pretty and good and good. Wow. Yeah, you went there, bro. You bloody went there. All right, let's have a quick look at this then. It feels like that expression. We are trying to start a conversation. After you start the conversation, you need action. Celebrities are happy to do the easy part, but they are conveniently absent during the hard part. Yes. They're definitely using their platform, but like, do they do anything of substance after that? I don't know. So let's have a quick look at what all the fuss is about. And I've like gone deep into the kind of, what's the word? Deep into the shallowest parts of the media out there to get an understanding of what's going on with celeb gossip. I don't think I've ever covered celeb stuff on a stream before. Not in this detail. Yeah, Access Hollywood. That's right. The Access scandal. I thought the Grubs were all in the garden. I'm digging up. Turns out they also have online presence. Yes. I wish I had of. I saw it last night in the words of the immortal scholar Nick Fuentes. Too soon? Well, like, he was talking about something that happened 80 years ago. This has already really happened this year, but I see what you're saying. Too soon? I would say potentially too soon, yeah. But like, it was clever. You got pretty and good in there. Sidebar, your man bun look exceptional today. Stop it. Yeah, yesterday was a bit like all over the place. Today's looking exceptional. And like I was copping a bit of heat yesterday as well about it. The funny thing I'm finding on these streams, the delineation between people that sit on the left or the right on the culture wars. You know what the real delineation is? This is pretty funny. The people that sit on the left side of the culture wars get extremely offended really quickly and leave. Like, I've offended people by allowing other people to stay in the stream and they just leave, or they just get offended by right-wing people in the stream. So the lefties get really offended by discourse, and right-wing people get offended by my man bun. The amount of right-wing culture war people that will come in and be like, "Oh, get rid of the man bun. I can't take you seriously." I would never have thought that would be the thing that split people. That's how you tell if someone's left-wing or right-wing in the culture wars. Whether they can't take what other people are saying, then they're left, most probably. They can't take a man bun. Definitely a right-winger. That's how you know. Man bun needs a mention and update each stream, I say. Yeah, because it gets under people's skin. So if you keep doing it, Ravy baby, you're gonna be pissing off people that just can't take a man bun. It's offensive. It's offensive. Not an ideological thing. It's an aesthetic, and it's fucking annoying. All right, let's look at this guy. So there's this guy, Bad Bunny. Don't Google Bad Bunny, by the way, unless you've got some type of filter on. But yeah, Bad Bunny. Making some speeches. I think Billie Eilish said something as well. A few others did, and they all had these little badges on that spoke about how they're against ICE. But is anything going to happen? That's $1 million question. I think we need to start an Instagram page dedicated to mystery movement man bun. Hey, I'm not offended. I was mesmerized by the way it flowed in the wind like a plastic bag in American Beauty. So good. I think God is speaking to me. That's so good. I didn't say all right-wing people, because like not all left-wing culture warriors in here are completely offended by, when right-wing people come in and say outrageous things just for the fun of it. But like I think it's a funny theme that has been occurring in here for a while now. I just wanted to point that out because I've been giggling to myself about it. All right, let's do this. Let's catch up with some celebrity gossip. I have reached a new low.
Before I say thanks to God, I'm gonna say eyes out.
Eyes out. And so this is what
Top
people are
artists
offended
aren't
by.
holding back.
This is what people are offended by. People being like, eyes out. Artists should stay out of politics. Even though that's, pretty much what artists do. They make political statements all the goddamn time, but whatever.
On music's biggest night. Bad Bunny, Billie Eilish, and more winners at the 2026 Grammy Awards spoke out against immigration and customs enforcement amid heated backlash for the agency's ongoing operations in multiple U.S. cities. Bad Bunny earned a standing ovation for making his thoughts clear when accepting Best Música Urbana album honors.
Before I say thanks to God, I'm gonna say eyes out.
Woo!
We're not savage, we're not animals, we're not aliens, we are humans, and we are Americans.
We are not aliens, we are humans, we're not savages. It's a big thing in like American culture, all of this type of stuff. Like the idea of the savage, the idea of the alien. So for European explorers coming over to make themselves a new home in the new world, the discussion about the savage, the noble savage, and who has the more acceptable form of existence. Like this was big things, massive stuff that was happening. It wasn't just this, hey, let's go colonize this area or like lay claim to this land, terra nullius, no one exists there. There was a lot of back and forth between Europeans and the native populations in the Americas, specifically the North America sections on the East Coast. And there was lots of discussion about this idea of the savage versus the noble savage versus the European, and like who actually has the better form of existence. Because, why were they leaving Europe? A lot of these people, because it was fucking miserable. And a lot of the people that were coming across to the new world, they really wanted to start a new world because the old world was pretty fucked. And so like, it's funny. He brings up the dichotomy of savage and like treating people as others and lesser humans. And that's the same evocation that you get from the idea of aliens. Like I found that really weird as an Australian, how loose Americans are with the word alien. Like, I really thought an alien was some type of extraterrestrial being, something from outer space, man. But like, alien is, par for the course in American speak for people that don't belong. It's very American exceptionalist, you must say. Like, if you're not an American, you're basically an alien. You're from some other place in the unknown. Like, are you even really human? Who the hell knows? Hey? You definitely don't have any rights, that's for sure. Goddamn aliens. They piss me off. Maybe he didn't ask for bourbon on the rocks, but the bartender did it anyway. And it's funny how when artists use their platform to say something that they don't like, the argument is artists should stay out of politics. However, in the same timeline, we are seeing them parade Nicki Minaj around as if she is the musical messiah. Very interesting, because Nicki Minaj didn't rock up to the Grammys, apparently. It was noted, and like Trevor Nova made some jokes about her absence. So she obviously didn't feel welcome. Now, that I don't agree with either. If you have an entire room full of woke Grammy recipients and like they, ostracize someone because they have a different political persuasion to them, that's outrageous and that shouldn't be happening. But like, she could have just chosen not to be there because she didn't want to cop the heat as well. So like, she can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen kind of thing. It could be two of those things, obviously. True, but the noble savage isn't really a true representation of what the Native Americans did to each other back then. Yeah, all the Europeans, if they thought they were much better, like I already described, they were escaping misery. And the idea of the noble savage actually came down to this idea that Europeans were really contemplating whether or not their form of existence in Europe was better than the noble savage existence of the Americas. And they were really like, fuck, these people are generally more peaceful than us, way more happy and satisfied, and they basically have everything they want and they need. They look incredibly like chill. Like they're in tune with what's going on. And so the Europeans, when they first got there, they were really facing a crisis, a philosophical crisis about whether or not they should be coming there to impose Europe on North America and reconstruct Europe, but in a new sense, without all the misery that Europe was going through, or whether they should be like maybe just integrating with the native populations. It's not a common storyline, what I'm talking about. It's not something that's talked about often. Very few historians speak like this. But like, the story is, the great European civilizers were coming in to, as you've said, hey, they were not peaceful either, kind of thing, or they weren't very peaceful. It's just like, yeah, but that's not unusual, especially if you look at European history. Comanche were wrecking tribes after they mastered horses. Yes. Well, it's a dehumanizing term. It is. It is. And so is alien. That's what I'm saying. Like, alien is so dehumanizing if you think about it from any context that's not North America. It's so dehumanizing. But like, we just have like, American culture is riddled with this type of stuff. The us versus them stuff. The free man versus the slave. Alien versus non-alien. The savage versus the non. Took the invention of the revolver before the Texas Rangers started winning engagements. Pilgrims tried communism, then they landed, then almost starved. Then the capitalism of Native Americans saved them. What are you talking about? Are you serious? Oh God, I hope you are. So it was Native Americans who introduced capitalism to the Pilgrims. Oh man. Yeah, you are an enigma, dilemmas, honestly. I don't know whether you make fun of me all the time or not. I can't tell.
Billie followed suit with searing remarks of her own after winning Song of the Year for her hit Wildflower alongside brother Phineas.
No one is illegal on stolen land.
Now there's one that like they must have borrowed that one from some Australians, right? Because this one's a classic one in Australian political discourse.
No one is illegal on stolen land. Yeah, it's just really hard to know what to say and what to do right now. And I just...
See, like what they've got on their jackets there. See, she's got a white dot there, white dot, white dot. They were all like, I don't know why these guys aren't, but like all the artists, or a lot of people attending were wearing a thing that said, a badge that said ICE out. So, what a political statement that is from, basically rich and powerful people. Like they could have done more, but whatever.
I feel really hopeful in this room, and I feel like we just need to keep fighting and speaking up and protesting, and our voices really do matter, and the people matter, and I say sorry.
The A-listers weren't alone in voicing their outrage. Other attendees made a statement with ICE out pins on the red carpet and during the show, with Justin and Hailey Bieber, Bon Iver, Joni Mitchell, Carole King, and more all sporting the accessory. Best New Artist Olivia.
They almost starved. Then the natives began bartering with food with the pilgrims, but I guess they got bad blankets in the trade. But like, bartering isn't capitalism. Like humans trade. They've been trading ever since, I guess since the start of human history. Humans have been trading. They haven't always had capitalism. It takes quite an advanced economic situation and advanced technology to produce the conditions for capitalism. So I'm not sure what your point is there, but yeah, I don't know if you're just pulling my leg, man. Seriously. To be fair, the colored lady doesn't need to wear a white dot. It comes to the point where her existence is a resistance in itself. Well, hey, there was a colored person before wearing it.
Joni Mitchell, carpet, and during rage.
Yeah, she's got one on. There you go. Hey, it can happen. Yeah, bartering isn't capitalism. If anything, bartering keeps the means of production in the hands of workers. If you can buy with your labor, you become the means of production. That's a fair call. If you have that, if you're bartering, you've got some control over what you're producing. That's for sure.
With Justin and Hailey Bieber, Bon Iver, Joni Mitchell, Carole King, and more all sporting the accessory. Best New Artist Olivia Dean also touched upon the topic on stage with a personal anecdote.
I want to say I'm up here as a granddaughter of an immigrant. I wouldn't be here. I'm a product of bravery, and I think those people deserve to be celebrated.
Others, including Kehlani, Shabuzi, and Gloria Estefan, made remarks during a pre-telecast ceremony, with Kehlani also not mincing words when speaking with The Hollywood Reporter ahead of the show.
I really wanted to say guys, but I think they needed some couth on the carpet or something. I'm a little couthless, ruthless. But I think everybody, we're too powerful of a group to all be in the room at the same time and not make some kind of statement in our country. So yeah, it's brainless to me.
The comments capped a weekend of protests across the U.S. following outrage over the shooting deaths of U.S. citizens Renee Good and Alex Preddy in recent weeks. The Minneapolis residents were killed by ICE and Border Patrol agents, respectively. The Department of Homeland Security has claimed officers in both fatalities were acting in self-defense.
Hey, they were domestic terrorists. Remember that? They're coming right for us. Yeah, we don't talk about the bravery of immigration enough. My mother came to Australia at 19 and had her first child in the same year. Can you imagine giving birth to a child at 19 without speaking the language of the people who are delivering your baby? Yeah, that would be a pretty intimidating situation, wouldn't it? Very intimidating situation. Actually have some experience with that. Very intimidating. The natives were producing meat for consumption. The pilgrims couldn't, so the pilgrims paid with goods and services to acquire that food. Yes, that is a form of barter, an exchange, trade. Let's just use simple language, trade. But what has that got to do with capitalism, though? My mother-in-law loves her from Yugoslavia. Had her first child at 13. My mother-in-law maybe just from Yugoslavia had her first child at 13. Actually, maybe been 14. But it was bloody young. It is very young. Hey, sounds like something that Trump would get down with. All right, so that's it. That's as far, like, that's why people are getting upset and being like, yeah, the woke Grammys are at it again. It's just like, this is what artists do all the time. They make these political statements. They've been doing it forever, and they're going to continue to do it forever. And like, this is why I actually wanted to touch on this. An excuse. And I'm not sure if Larp Jeff is in the house, but if he is, this is for you, man. I just want to see Sky News. I wanted some context before seeing Sky News talk about how upsetting it is that they would use the Grammys to talk about ICE. It's absolutely outrageous. Actually, before that, though, I want to look at the comment section from that last video. Everyone is somehow related to an immigrant. It's a fair call, especially in a place like America, right? Almost the entire population would be. Very few people left that would have been indigenous, I guess, to the area. Yes, they didn't use gold coins. They traded labor for goods. There is no centralized elite of native hoarding gold coins. I always look forward to discussing Sky News perspective with a critical lens. So look, there's many people that enjoy a good old Sky News segment. So why do they have a secured event? It's easy for someone to say that when they're sitting in a mansion and don't have to confront the conditions caused by waves of immigration. Yeah, this guy, Urbanak, he's not happy. Not happy. 1 minute it's stolen land. The next it's our country. Interesting. Some of these women celebrities in the past have spoken out against violence against women, but don't acknowledge the fact that many American women are being murdered by illegals. Like, this is one controversial comment section from Access Hollywood here. This is what happens when you get down with the celebrity goss. People are savage here. Meanwhile, Billy and the other billionaires in the room live in mansions in areas for rich people with security similar to ICE that block poor commoners from entering their houses, despite that no one is illegal on stolen land. Far out. People are not happy in the comment section. Look, it's a fair call though. You have these millionaire artists, billionaires, potentially some of them, living these lives of luxury, and like they up there canvassing for ICE, but are they in the streets protesting as they have suggested that people should do? It's a fair question. These millionaires living these charmed existences, they have no idea what's happening in the real world on the streets. They might have come from nothing. I'm not saying that they're not. They're born into the elite circles, but they are in the elite circles now. And so, like, yeah, it is a lot of this in the face of the fact that they probably don't integrate with the plebs anymore. Especially as this person has said, what is it? So why do they have a secured event? Yeah, they don't want to mix with the plebs. Man, this is a crazy comment section. What a moment. No one is illegal on stolen land. There's no way I'll watch the Super Bowl this year. Ooh, people don't like this Bad Bunny guy. I didn't realize people cared about the Grammys anymore, let alone woke Grammys. Is there even a difference? It's funny because if you read the subcontext in the comments, they're discussing the same thing as we are. It's not a culture war, it's a class war. Yeah, people was like, who are these stupid millionaires telling us what to think? Hey, fuck these guys. So, Billy, are you going to give up your $14 million mansion on stolen land? Savage commentary. This is crazy. So people are giving it to Billie Eilish here. $14 million mansion. Hey, one day we'll all get a $14 million mansion. Hey, we'll all move in together, and we'll stream from a $14 million mansion somewhere in LA, I guess, or the West Coast somewhere. Last time I heard, Grammy doesn't allow uninvited people. Hey, so what? They're just as bad as the ICE agents, right? Because they won't let people in to their little clique unless they're there officially. They followed the right channels. Let's face it, most of the people saying that are boycotting the Super Bowl are people who don't watch the Super Bowl to begin with, just like those poses every November saying "nup" to the cup. I don't know that. This little thing, that end reference that you got there. Yeah, I wonder if they're gonna watch it anyway. But I think it's because Bad Bunny is he's supposed to be doing the Super Bowl or something like that. He's the halftime entertainment. Very low ratings again, because this is trash. So good. All right, let's get Sky News on this. I can't wait to see some Sky News. I hope it's good. A bunch of rich people giving each other participation awards. How brave.
Now, I didn't want to talk any more about the Grammys, but then Billie Eilish happened. And, well, you need to hear this, if only to marvel at the sheer audacity of modern celebrity reasoning. Now, as you know, Donald Trump is rounding up people living in the US illegally. Democrats are outraged, naturally, because feelings now outrank law, history, and even basic logic. Never mind borders, never mind rules.
Feelings outweigh logic and laws. So good. That's why the Democrats are outraged. So good. Because feelings mean more than the law. Damn. Yo. What's up? It's 4AS in the house. How you going? And up to the cup is people boycotting the Melbourne Cup. Because all of a sudden they care about animal cruelty. Interesting. Very interesting. Notice how Americans always focus inward, like sports, for example. They only care about being the best in America, not the world. Well, what about the baseball? I'll never get over the Americans and their baseball. It's like the World Series. That only happens in the US. Give up your woke Pauline defenders, despite people pulling her pants down in the 90s. It's a classic one, isn't it? Good old Pauline Hanson. Shuts people down for making songs about her in the 90s. Comes back with a #1 hit in the 2020s. And then people ask for it to be pulled down because it's controversial. Well, iTunes just makes the decision to pull it down. Everyone knows Pauline loves free speech for herself and not for others. Hey? What does she say exactly? She said freedom of speech doesn't cover defamation or lies. Now just remember that. Next time one of those politicians start telling us porky pies, we have to call them out and say freedom of expression, freedom of speech doesn't cover that. Bullshit behavior. Check yourself, bro. Nemesis 10, my grandmother was Wendat, Huron, or the Ottawa tribes. I don't agree the land was stolen. We are conquered land and conquered people. If the 13 colonies didn't conquer America, someone else would have. There you go. I don't agree land was stolen. We are conquered. We are on conquered land, or we are conquered land. We are conquered and conquered people. If the 13 colonies didn't conquer America, somebody else would have. That Bad Guy song by Billie Eilish uses the Aussie crosswalk sound in it. Just in case anyone was wondering. Thanks. Thank you very much. Thanks for the factoid there. Ninja Nurse, is this going to be a daily thing? Eh? I don't know which is scarier, to be honest. Eh? This? It's kind of like Ronald McDonald vibes going on there. I don't know which one is scarier. Why would you say something so controversial yet brave?
Rules, never mind consequences. Feelings first. Everything else is optional. Have a listen to Billie Eilish's piercing logic when addressing illegal immigration last night.
No one is illegal on stolen land.
Well, that is
Can't
peak
wait for his analysis. Are you ready? Are you ready? Peak woke. Something about feelings. What are we getting? What are we putting our money on? Let's have a look.
Well, that is peak celebrity logic right there.
Peak celebrity.
If nobody's illegal, then nothing's a law. And if nothing's a law, then you no longer have a country. You just have a shopping.
Right, that's it. If no one's illegal, then nothing's a law. So if we just say no one is illegal, then all of the entire judicial system breaks down and stops working. Not one subset of the judicial system. No, the entire judicial system breaks down and arguably the nation ceases to exist. Thank God he sped up the gravity of the situation here. I was wondering where we were going. I was wondering, and here we are. It feels like watching the Hunger Games and seeing people from the Capitol. Yes, it is. It's like that, isn't it? A swimsuit calendar with Shapiro's sister and Billy could just be the thing to unite the left and the right. Everyone loves boobs. Fair enough. I love conservatives and their superficial contradictions. This pearl clutching. Yeah, if you don't say that these people are illegal, then the entire world is going to end. Nations will cease to exist. We will be living in chaos and anarchy. So good.
Nothing's a law. And if nothing's a law, then you no longer have a country. You just have a shopping mall with no security. As we've pointed out many times, those who insist that the United States, or indeed Australia, has been built on stolen land, never offer to give back their homes, which, by their own logic, exist on stolen land.
Now, this is a funny one. This is a funny one because I was wondering about this type of discussion because I'm just like one of the things that was repeated in the Invasion Day protest that I went to was land back, land back, land back, land back. And so like I was continually asking Indigenous people when I could about that particular issue. And like the most, I guess you would say coherent or articulate response, one of the more articulate responses that I got from a couple of people, young people as well, which I thought was surprising, was like, well, like land back isn't about like, you know, taking your home. It's like these rich celebrities, hey, calling for living on, like being on stolen land. They're not going to give away their mansions anytime soon, are they? They're going to give away their $14 million Billie Eilish mansion. And like these guys were like, look, it's about first recognizing that like native title exists. Now, there's been a lot of work, I think, in the country, in Australia, I can only speak about it, don't know about the American legal system, about recognizing native title. And like, you know, dispelling this idea of terra nullius. And so like it's first of all, you must base the society now on a recognition that this is Aboriginal land. And so like one of the people that I spoke to was like, it's not about like, I'm not coming to take your house, but there needs to be a serious discussion about recognizing the sovereignty of the land is built upon Indigenous ancestry. As opposed to like, I'm not sure how much you know about Australian property law, but the entirety of property law in Australia is held by the Crown. So like, even if you think you own your house, you don't. Your house is technically on a 99-year lease with the Crown. So the Crown owns Australia. Australians don't even own Australia. And so like, you know, if we were going to reconstitute, if we were going to have some type of republic or something like that, like it's not a problem, I would say, than just trading out the word the Crown for like, I don't know, something like native title or something like that. So I know what he's saying. He's like, oh, if you're really so worried about this stolen land, then give your fucking mansion back, you douchebag celebrity. But like, you know, is it really about, it's like when people talk about the seizing the means of production or abolishing private property. Everyone's like, those commies, they're coming for my toothbrush. I won't be able to own anything. And you're like, oh, no. Private property is actually things that add to the economy. I don't think commies want to come and take your house away, but whatever. You can live in that land of terror and fear if you want to. Go for it. They talk about stolen land, but at the same time, they excavated it and erect these lavish buildings and monuments to their own greed. For yes, I must admit, the law is pretty fragile. If saying no one is illegal, it all falls apart. Yeah, the entire system just falls apart now. See, if that's it. If we don't recognize that people are illegal, the entire legal system is finished. It's all over, man. It's game over, man. I actually liked one of the young speakers' interview with you. You raised some good points about the celebration and drawing connections with Anzac Day. Yeah, that young bloke, I think his name was Jordan. He was a nice guy. It's classic comeback, similar to if you hate capitalism so much, why do you have an iPhone? Yeah, so breathing in that beautiful capitalist air. Didn't King Charles technically hand Canada back with his speech when the monarch admits the ground wasn't ceded? I don't know about that part of Canadian history. You might have to tell us some more, Delivers. The more we investigate this stuff, the more I realize that it's important not to have the right answer, but to ask the right questions. Ooh, that's a good one.
Here's the thing that
I agree. The thing that kind of pisses me off is how they just disrespected and built over our sacred sites and burial grounds. But what's done is done long before my time. That's an interesting point as well, right? Is that I think a lot of people feel like they need to repent for the sins of kind of their ancestry, I guess you would say, their formers. And so, like, people don't want to have a bar of that. They don't want to have to feel guilty for something that somebody else did. Like, it wasn't me who went around and did all these atrocious things. I was just born in this point of history. And, it's, it's a fair call. In a liberal society, we actually delineate our understanding of equality in the legal sense by you actually not being accountable. Like, if your, I don't know, brother does a crime or your parents are criminals or something like that, you're not judged as a criminal because of what your family members do or anything like that. So it's a fair point, what you're saying there, Nemesis 10, but like in terms of, I would say, the recognition that these people were talking about for land bank, I must admit they, like I said, these people were particularly articulate in their framing of the point about land back. It's about recognition, and like in the Australian sense, I can't talk about the American sense, but like fucking yeah, who cares about the crown? Fuck the crown. Like, why do we need to have a legal system that's structured like a property system that is structured on the idea of the crown has ownership over everything, or the state? We could trade that out for recognition of a previous common a collectivized land ownership. Get down with that. Bit collectivism. To not only have the right answer but ask the right questions. The inflammatory comments at the Invasion Day rally was the other side of the culture war. I meant what I said. Australia/Invasion Day is the original culture war in Oz. 4AS. Spitting it. Telling it how it is.
angers me most.
All right, sorry, back to the Sky News people. Come on. Let's give this guy a chance to platform.
Stolen land never offer to give back their homes, which by their own logic exist on stolen land.
Yeah.
But here's the thing that angers me most. These multimillionaires who sit there cheering for the destruction of the West, what do they do after the show? Well, after the show, they all retreat behind the gates and high fences of their secure estates. In other words, they stir up revolution, knowing full well they'll be perfectly fine behind their moats. It's the rest of us, unpaid extras in the elite's moral drama.
The rest of us? Are you? Your little mouthpiece for the elites? Calm down, bro.
It's the rest of us, unpaid extras in the elite's moral drama, who have to deal with the mayhem resulting from their arrogant, illogical and hypocritical posturing. I tell you what, their ignorance is astounding. Great performers, though.
So good. Fuck, they perform well, though, don't they? Don't want to listen to their stuff. So good. King Charles went to Canada recently and did a speech saying that he was on unceded land in Canada. Whoa. Hey? Nemesis 10. Historically, every great world empire was built on the backs of slaves and paved in the blood of native peoples. It's just the nature of empire. I'd rather be an unpaid extra than a well-paid bot like him. Yeah, I know, right? Hey, look at us. They stir up these feelings of revolution and they fuck off into their gated communities. with their security guards. Leave us to clean up the mess. You don't clean up the mess, Sky News mouthpiece. You stoke the exact same flames that you're accusing these people of doing. Oh god, the comment section. These people don't walk the same streets we do. Dun, dun. Billie Eilish purchased a ranch-style home in Glendale, California, approximately $2.3 million in 2019. She should be charged with receiving stolen property and sentenced to time in prison. Eh? Yeah. There it is. Stop buying their shit. It's easy. They are nothing without your money. Stop giving it to people that hate you. Another celebrity stuck in their own world. They're afraid to leave it. See, I expected this from the Sky News comment section, but not the other one that we're looking at, the Access Hollywood one. God damn. Hypocrisy of the highest level. Not gonna lie. C'est facile. Ah, God, I can't translate that. I can't believe French people in this comment section, though. So anyone can take her house. It's on stolen land. No. So good. It will be stolen if you take her house. That's for sure. There's no land on planet Earth that hasn't been stolen many times over. Oh, that's the Nemesis 10 defense right there. It's just like, that's just human history. Get over it. That's the one there. They can say anything while living in their millions of dollars worth of palaces with fully gated, that are fully gated. Wow. Who would have thought the Sky News section so upset with the woke Grammys? Hey, who would have thought it? All right, we're going to switch gears now. That was just a little bit of fun to start off the day. And we're going to have a look at this one. So I'm not sure if Indoctrinathan is in the house. But Indoctrinathan suggested that we actually have a look at this. I want to go into the Epstein stuff now. Whilst he is a hypocrite, he's not wrong though. I want to go into some of the Epstein stuff now. So strap yourselves in. We're going to go down the Epstein hole. But this is something that, Indoctrinathan said, hey, look, there's some interesting points in here, I guess. And it's from Penguins. I don't know if you're across this guy. Huge. I don't know if you can call him a YouTuber exactly. Social media person, influencer. He's from Twitch, I'm pretty sure. He's a massive gamer. And like has esports teams and all this sort of stuff. But like he just gets on daily and just talks about things that everybody else is talking about. Trending stuff, I should say. And I think, Moist Critical, that's the guy, yes. Indoctrinathan said we should watch this because he raises some interesting points about the Epstein files. So let's have a look what he has to say about it. So if you're not aware, we went through yesterday, like there's been another round of the Epstein files that has been released. And this time they released 3 million pages of documentation about the Epstein from the so-called Epstein files. There was 2,000 videos that were put out, and there were it's 180,000 photos that were dumped as well. And it's gross. Like I don't know how else to describe it. Some of the stuff that we were reading yesterday is just shocking. Like they're talking about outright, murder, child R, a child murder too, I guess, with some of these people. They're talking like beating people and wild orgies and people requesting that they get onto Epstein Island, like people begging to be part of parties, like Elon Musk, emails from Elon Musk to Epstein begging him to be part of the debaucherous things that go down on Epstein Island. We looked at like Bill Gates's association with Epstein and like emails where he's, begging Epstein for antibiotics for an STD that he got from someone that Epstein hooked him up with. We covered a lot of territory yesterday, but some of the files, it's come out with some damning stuff. We even touched on Kevin Rudd. K Rudd's been mentioned in the files. Yeah, Hostel, the comparison to Hostel, Baal worshippers. Yeah, it's some pretty um crazy stuff. Like demonic, I guess you would say, the way that they ritualize some of their behavior. It's everything that you've seen in like those horror movies and more. But like it's real. And so like there's been a lot of those types of saucy allegations that have come out, and it just really exposes you. Like the big thesis that I have with all of this, and I hope it's like settling down in your mind wherever you sit in the culture wars, but like more importantly where you sit in terms of your class relation. Are you up or down? And like for all of us working people out there, all of us plebs and commoners, I hope you're starting to see and understand what this expose is an incredible demonstration of our class differences. Like these people live in a completely different world to us. They have monetary power, which gives them social power, and they have control over immense property that gives them the basis for their social power. And with that, they jet set around the world, do whatever they want, and just manage their existences so they stay at the top, and all the decisions that are made ultimately suit them. And when they're not conniving in that way, controlling the world's population, they're preying on them and using them in their parties. Their wild, drug-fueled, sex-fueled parties where they literally churn through real human beings at an alarming rate. And like not just like using them disposably, but like they're fully expendable too. Like I said, they don't have a regard for the lives of people that are in our class, like just average people, commoners. They will dispose of them, and they are completely expendable in their eyes. Like one of the allegations that we read yesterday, it's like incredible stuff, was that one of the allegations, okay, so like this hasn't been investigated fully. There hasn't been a verdict or anything like that. Like one of the allegations that Trump said, or one of Trump's people said after they had used and abused these people, these young people, young women, if you talk about this to anyone, you're going to end up as fertilizer for the back nine on Trump's golf course. And like they probably weren't even joking. And like this is the type of things that are being exposed in these files. So let's get a most critical commentary on this, because Indoctrination thinks it's relevant. So let's have a look, shall we? Dilemmas. Have you seen Luke Rudkowski's video on him going to Epstein Island from We Are Change? No, I haven't. If you can link us. We are just playthings for them. Yes. And then that just like denotes the fact that we're less than human. Or if we are human to them, they're another section above us. And that is a class thing. It's very different to the culture wars. Culture wars was where you disagree with someone on some issue and its interpretation. Whether you should believe that we are on stolen land and whether you should give your house away. Like those are interpretations about, how we sit on a cultural spectrum, how we interpret the world around us. And that's completely different to these people who honestly believe that it would be okay to use you as a sex slave and kill you if necessary, because they're entitled to do so because of their station in the social hierarchy. They're completely different things, if you ask me. If anyone else threatened to bury people in a golf course, the authorities would be hiring excavators and getting a warrant to search said golf course. I know, right? Just to know, right? Just to be sure. But no, there's a class system, and so they're protected. Isn't Trump's wife on the golf course too? What about that? Ooh, interesting. Right? Plot thickens. All right, let's get a little taste of this, shall we?
Wow. Actually, huge wow. A
Really
massive batch of Epstein files just dropped in hot, fresh off the battle bus here from the top turnbuckle out of nowhere. I didn't think we'd even see any more with the DOJ putting up that huge stink even recently about like how courts can't force them to release it, this and that. It seemed like this was never going to happen because getting them to comply with the law was like pulling teeth. So they were a month late, but they actually released like millions of Epstein files. And there are huge, disgusting, evil things that have been uncovered in this latest batch of Epstein files. This time around, it's a little different than their previous release.
For someone who's like a gamer and spends all their time looking at pretty fucked up shit in games, it's like, man, this stuff is evil. I don't even know if they put this in a game. This is crazy. First ever look at inside Epstein's private island. Interesting. Thank you. I'll check that out later.
Where there were hundreds of pages of blacked out redactions, and that was basically it. This is what you saw with the Epstein files, except I thought that was going to make the camera go black. You get the idea. It was basically just staring into the fucking void. It was just pitch black because everything was redacted. It was just a lot of nothing. But even amidst that nothing, they were so fucking incompetent that they left in the ability to unredact the files yourself, where people were able to catch them breaking the law, where a lot of the redacted names were not names of victims. They were various other things, and a lot of the redactions were clearly not victims. Sometimes it even seemed like the redactions were there to protect the names of potential clients and perpetrators, which again is a complete violation of the Epstein Files Transparency Act that they were supposed to be following. But again, even with them farting out completely blacked out pages to protect these pedophiles in power, there were still a lot of huge revelations that came from this, such as co-conspirators that for some reason they never pursued. We don't know who they were because their names have been redacted conveniently, but we learned that there were co-conspirators they were investigating, and I guess they just let the leads dry up and then just said, fiddlesticks, they're gone. Now time to pretend they don't exist. Like Kash Patel under oath lying about it. Perjury Patel, by the way, still not punished for it. And speaking of unpunished, you know who else has been unpunished? Every fucking Epstein client, all of these rapists and pedophiles, all of them still just getting away with these unthinkable crimes.
Well, he can say the word without bleaking it out, and he still gets 3.6 million views. He can say the R word and the P word. Hey, no filtering there from the YouTube algorithm. God damn. Are we lucky that the most evil people are also the most incompetent? Very interesting. Or like, you know, even with an army of 500 lawyers, like no one can do the job. No one can do that mammoth task. Or no one can do it properly. Like the people they hire to do this stuff is just gone. This whole Epstein situation is demonstrating a frightening truth. You can be named in these files and face little to no investigation or consequence. Meanwhile, we are worried about hypothetical trans people using bathrooms and Somali child care centers. Yes, that's interesting. It is, isn't it? Like we're all fearful of these manufactured others. And like there's real evil stuff in the world, and they get away with murder, like not even just like figuratively, like literally get away with murder, and there's no consequences at all. It's not even worth investigating, apparently, according to some. Absolutely amazing, isn't it?
No one being handcuffed and thrown in the slammer. Doesn't even seem like they're pursuing any investigations or anything into it. Across 2 administrations now, no fucking arrests outside of Maxwell, who Trump has done everything in his power to ensure she is treated like a queen at a new summer camp that she now resides at. Barely even a fucking prison. This is lunacy of the highest caliber. Now anyway, I know I'm getting kind of sidetracked here with like the previously on Dragon Ball Z with this whole saga. The most recent batch of Epstein files came out a couple hours ago. Millions of files, so people are still combing through them. But what they are finding is alarming. Trump's name, of course, is all over these files. His name appears more in these Epstein files than Green Eggs and Ham appeared in the fucking Green Eggs and Ham Dr. Seuss book. His name is everywhere with numerous allegations about terrible, awful things. Some things we had heard little bits and pieces about from previous Epstein releases, but this one has significantly more, including this FBI report that claims Trump has been compromised by Israel. Which anyone who's been paying attention to this administration shouldn't really be surprised at. I don't think anyone heard that and recoiled in their chair going, what? If anyone's followed everything that's been going on in regards to Trump and Israel, it should be no surprise that the FBI believed he was compromised, is compromised as well, most likely.
Like, wasn't it I don't know, just a couple of months ago, he had a meeting where he was like basically advocating for more funding from some massive Italian uncle, billionaire in the US. And they said that he has been the best friend of Israel, of any president. And they want to give him some type of honorary, oh no, he's getting, what is it? He's getting Israeli of the Year award. So it's funny that you have an FBI document that's come out of the Epstein files naming Trump as being compromised by Israel, and like they're openly talking about giving him Israeli of the Year award. President of the United States is going to be given Israeli of the Year award. I'm sure that was the case. Let me double check that for you before I fill your mind with the wrong propaganda. Because according to the Pauline Hanson defense, telling lies doesn't exempt you, doesn't allow you to enjoy freedom of speech protections. Is it true that Trump has been nominated for Israeli of the Year award or something of this nature? They are ready to form a lynching mob when Hillary Clinton was implicated on Pizzagate. The moment Trump was implicated in the same accusations, crickets. Yeah, that's a fair point, isn't it? Hey, the whole Pizzagate thing. Also funny how no evidence against Musk was released initially when he was Trump's right-hand man. Now they are no longer friends. The email would get leaked. Hey, Muskie, not protected anymore. And like so weaselly as well, the whole Musk situation. Do you reckon? Like how Musk got picked up, like or displayed in the files, him like begging Epstein to be able to party with the boys on Epstein Island. So gross, isn't it? Yes, there are real reports that Donald Trump has been publicly nominated and even scheduled to receive a major Israeli award, but it's not called the Israeli of the Year. It's Israel Prize, Israel's top civilian honor. Israeli officials have announced that Trump will be awarded the Israel Prize in 2026. It's one of the country's highest civilian honors. This would be the first time it's gone to a non-Israeli leader. So funny. The FBI have been investigating him. They're like, look, he's compromised, okay? He's absolutely... You can't take him seriously. You definitely shouldn't be the head of the country or commander-in-chief or anything like that. Oh, wait, he's president? Oh, shit. Crazy. Israel made a coin too with Cyrus the Great on one side and DJT on the other. BB publicly called Trump Israel's modern day Cyrus. Can we nominate at Mr. E for the Australia of the Year? Hey, for all the haters? Yeah, I might have to cut my man bun off first. Yeah, let's one thing at a time.
But this is, again, new information that is hitting the public here from official sources in these Epstein files. These are big. Another huge name appearing in here is Bill Gates. So Bill Gates had an exchange with Jeffrey Epstein, and I think it's been known for a long time Bill Gates was associated with...
This is the one. Remember how we were watching this yesterday and they kept on like redacting and stuff? Dear Bill, I cannot believe that you have chosen to disregard our friendship. So who's this? This is Jeffrey Epstein to himself on the 18th of July 2013. Disregard our friendship developed over the last 6 years. They were hanging out for 6 years. Hey, Bill Gates, the philanthropist. hanging out with fucking Epstein. I am aware that accidents happen. It is how each of us have chosen to deal with this unfortunate event that has made me dismayed beyond comprehension. You've decided to discharge me from my job and had Larry, your PR person, tell me that I engaged in morally inappropriate behavior, asked me to do the major actor, to be the major actor in a cover-up so that you can maintain the reputation that you have worked so hard to achieve, asked me to to recommit maybe to a confidentiality agreement and have categorically told me that we cannot have any direct ongoing business relationship in total disregard for its impact on the public perception of my reputation. I will have it diligently avoid the truth. I will have to diligently avoid the truth. Tell people that Bill will not invest with me and craft an answer that suits your needs. But you did agree to send you a letter. You did agree to send me a letter, maybe, of recommendation should a future employer ask for one. You have told me that Melinda insists on me not communicating with you unless Larry is copied or present. Isn't that crazy? Like, maybe Melinda is kind of more upstanding than potentially we've thought. It's Melinda, his wife, Bill's wife, who's like, you cannot associate with this man anymore, okay? I don't want you hanging around with him. He is evil. I've said it before. He is evil. Remember we watched that video yesterday of Melinda being like, he's evil. I'm telling you, Epstein's evil. And like, Bill Gates is sitting on a chair and he looks so depressed. He's like, oh man, the bitch won't shut up about Epstein. And now I'm sitting here in this interview. Oh man. God, if only she knew that I've given her an STD. Should I tell her? Ah, no, I'll just drug her when she's not looking. Though you have consistently maintained that I could not have done a better job and that I was underpaid compared to my contribution, you then, beyond all sense of fairness and frankly decency, said that as generous compensation for keeping the Gates reputation intact, you would let me keep what we agreed I had already owned, the investment pieces, and give me 2 years severance. So what, he was working for Bill Gates then? Is that what was going on here? Similar to Christine Turner, another casualty. If the shoe was on the other foot, I would have said, Boris, this is not your fault. I confessed to Melinda, you didn't. It was in a moment of weakness, and I will do anything within my power to make it right for you. I have more money than anyone needs. What an amazing admission from a member of the bourgeoisie here, of the billionaire class. Of the billionaire class. Let me just read that one again for you. I have more money than anyone needs. And I assure you that I will structure something so that you will not be penalized for my error. Lucky for me, I have enough money to provide to you, though it will not heal the inquiry. It will make you secure in your future. In addition, I will bend over backwards to make sure your next career is rewarding and on an upswing. I appreciate the fact that this drastically alters your plans, and I'm aware of your career path you gave up to join the foundation. So like Epstein at one point has moved to what, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, to work for them. And now Bill's cutting him off and saying, you can't work for us anymore because you're a despicable character. And basically the missus is telling me that, like, I got to cut you off. And like, you're going to write me a letter of recommendation, but like, what's that going to help with, huh? I traded everything to be on this, to be part of this foundation. Hey, this is mental. I'm sure Linda is bound under a non-disclosure agreement in divorce settlement. Linda got over half of Bill's fortune. Sounds like Linda's calling the shots here. So maybe it's not all Bill's fortune at the end of the day. Melinda has a lot of stuff to do with it. I am very sorry. But as I believe time heals all wounds, this will eventually pass. In that regard, I suggest I buy you the house that you so had your heart set on. And in addition, for 5 years of severance, we'll buy you out of the investment contract we had agreed, 30 to 40% of a $100 million partnership. For $30 million in today's dollars, terms and conditions to be agreed. That's what I would have done had I been in your shoes. What I did receive, however, was an unfriendly, strongly worded email telling me how employable I am and that I should not look up to you for any significant financial help in the future. To add insult to injury, you then implore me to please delete the emails regarding your STD. Your request that I provide you antibiotics that you can surreptitiously give to Melinda, and the description of your penis. You also made it clear to me that I am not to refer to something blanked out, as that is another topic that must remain between the two of us. Ooh, I wonder what that is. Between Bill Gates and Jeffrey Epstein. I wonder what they've been up to. That must remain between the two of them. Maybe they did some gardening on a golf course. Maybe. Maybe they did something with some underage persons. Maybe they traded some illegal weapons on a black market somewhere. Maybe they went and traded secrets, state secrets, to a foreign entity. Bit of treasonous activity. We'll never know. In return for all of these requests, which I would have done without a second thought, I am not to attend meetings with Melinda. I should continue to provide you the same level of service and dedication that I've done so diligently until you're ready to discard our friendship. Very interesting. Man, he sounds upset. Poor Epstein, hey? Bill broke his heart. Or did it even worse of the hostel sort? I don't know. Tell me about it. So I said they did some gardening on the golf course, if you know what I mean.
With Jeffrey Epstein, but this information here is new that talks about how he contracted an STD apparently and had asked Jeffrey Epstein to provide him with antibiotics that he could secretly dose Melinda with. He had contracted it from Russian girls apparently. Another massive name coming in is Elon Musk, who had an email chain with Jeffrey Epstein that was in these files about him trying to plan a visit to Jeffrey Epstein's island, and he seemed to want to find the wildest party, the best time to come through to the island, and he was trying to make plans to go visit the island. These new files also expose blatant trying to make plans.
How many people will you be for the heli to the island? That's what Jeffrey Epstein said to him. Look at these people, like talking about like ordering, like getting an Uber or ordering a taxi. So good. How many people you need for the helicopter? Sorry, I couldn't get the private jet this time. Can't land it at the island. Crazy.
Plans to go visit the island. These new files also expose blatant lies that a lot of really powerful people tried to peddle to get themselves out of hot water in regards to their close connection to Jeffrey Epstein, like Howard Lutnick. Howard Lutnick is Trump's commerce secretary, and he claimed he cut ties with Jeffrey Epstein in 2005, yet in these files we can clearly see he was emailing Epstein in 2012 planning a trip out there, saying, "Hi Jeff, we are landing in St. Thomas early Saturday afternoon and planning to head over to St. Bart on Monday at some point. Where are you located? Does Sunday evening for dinner sound good? I have another couple, Michael and Mary Lehrman, with me on my boat, and each of us has 4 children. 2 16s, 2 14s, a 13, a 12, an 11, and a 7-year-old. Thanks, Howard." What a disgusting freak. He's even listing out the ages of the children that are joining them on their planned trip to Epstein's Island. This is in 2012. That's quite a few years after 2005, Howard. Seems like you told a big-time fib. Howard said that he had visited Epstein's house in 2005, but it culminated with him getting the heebie-jeebies. He called him gross and said that was basically kaput. That was the end of his relationship with Epstein. He washed his hands of him back in 2005, but that clearly
So
was...
we saw the video that he's talking about here yesterday, and it's the Lutnick guy. He said Epstein bought a house next to his, and then like they went like good neighbors do. They baked a dish of some sort when Epstein moved in, and they went next door to say hi to Epstein. And like he was like, what did Lutnick say? He was like, oh, he opened the door, and right in the middle of like the main area, the main living area, there was a massage table, just there, right in the middle of the house. And he was just like, oh, that's a bit weird. And then Epstein, like his wife is standing next to him, and Epstein went close to him and said, I like to have massages, a very special type of massage, if you know what I mean. And he's like, my wife was standing right there. We just looked at each other and we were like, sorry, we can't hang out with you, like kind of thing. And they walked out in disgust. And so like what he's talking about and what we've seen other people speaking about as well is like Nick was like, oh, that was the last time I ever spoke to him, cut off all ties. He's an egregious human being. I could never be associated with something like that. And then like, you know, what is it? 7 years later, there's emails of him saying, hey man, we're coming with the kids and our family friends. Can you pick us up in the helicopter? We want to go for a party with Elon Musk on Epstein Island. Let's do this, baby. So like they all just lie. They're just liars. They just lie through their teeth to us plebs, and they don't give a shit. Like if they say something and someone picks up on it, they can just get their people in the media or whoever to just brush it off. Like eventually, like, we'll all talk about this for a few days and then everything goes back to normal. They're not worried about us at all because they control everything. They own the means of production.
Wasn't true now, was it, Howard? These emails are from 2012, planning a trip out there and making a very odd mention of a bunch of children and their ages that will be joining you to Epstein's Island. Howard Lutnick is your U.S. Secretary of Commerce under Trump right now. This is your Commerce Secretary. And he is one of many very powerful politicians whom you'll find in these new Epstein files and previous Epstein files as well. These are just a few of many names, new names as well, very powerful people who appear in these files with alleged horrible, horrible things that they have done in connection with Jeffrey Epstein and the island. It is a big, big deal. This is undoubtedly just the tip of the iceberg here. This latest batch was millions of files, so there is still a lot of information out there that hasn't been adequately combed through, and still what we are learning right now is heinous. And I feel like it should be pretty obvious that there needs to be investigations conducted here, and maybe a little bit of fucking justice. Maybe some of these evil fucking demons getting arrested, perhaps. Why are none of these people in these Epstein files even being looked into at all?
I wonder if that's why Tulsi has been quiet. She's been getting ready to drop this. I don't know, man. Does she have anything to do with this, though? I don't think she has anything to do with it, does she? Like, she's national security. She's on the other side of all this. This is like internal investigation stuff. I think she's been quiet because she was sidelined as well. Because she upset Trump last year after he struck Iran. And she said they hadn't taken out the targets properly. I reckon she's been put in the naughty corner. No, the internet is like Pepperidge Farms. It remembers. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Okay, well, look, if the internet remembers, that's fine. But, like, you know, the conversation moves on. I'm glad you have faith that people are going to remember what these people have said in the past. She's Director of National Intelligence. She would see everything. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Why does Kash Patel lie under oath about there not being an Epstein list or clients or like co-conspirators when we now have all this available evidence that confirms there definitely were co-conspirators, there definitely are clients, and there is nothing being done, not in this administration, not the previous administration, to hold any of them accountable or find them. This is a huge deal that nobody should be trying to like minimize the importance of. For some reason, people are trying to pretend as though this is something we should just like brush aside, move on from the whole Epstein fiasco. That is craziness. There are people in the most powerful positions of government right now that are rapists and pedophiles that have got away with unthinkable crimes, and they need to be held accountable. We have so much information here. We have so many names, and we need them to be investigated. We need justice. I don't know why so many people are so okay with being governed by these monsters.
But this must be the part that Indoctrination wanted us to have a look at, listening to this part. Like, why are people so comfortable with this? Why do we want to be governed by a bunch of R's, P's, and murderers? It's a fair question. It's a fair bloody question. And I think it's fatigue. I think people are tired. They are tired of the Epstein files. And this is the point. I think they've dragged it out on purpose. They're not idiots. And the longer you drag this out, like if this was all released when this was hot, so hot, then like it would have had so much more of an impact. But like you bleed this out over months, if not years, and people just get over it. I heard Zohran Mamdani's mother is also implicated as well, ? Jordan Hancock, how you going? Yes, I've heard that as well. Like I want to say she's like a director, maybe a producer of some sort, like films. And she was listed in there. Yes, so have all these people around the world. Like from ex-prime ministers in Australia to various persons. All across the world, right? The rich and the powerful, or people in prominent positions in bureaucracies, in administrations all around the world have been implicated. There's people in like Eastern Europe that have like been named in the files and recently been fired because of their mentions and stuff. There are rumors going around now that Mamdani is Epstein's son. Could you imagine? Neoliberals, man. They let this happen. I think you could definitely make that connection, right? Hey, the globalists, and like globalism is the child of neoliberalism. And so like these globalists like Epstein in their private jet setting around the world, doing whatever they want for the economy and with human life. Why not? Putin's possibly as well. There's so many possibilities. There's so many possibilities. Oh God. So good.
It's baffling to me. It actually boggles my fucking mind. This latest batch shows even more evidence, shines even more light on these terrible, terrible things that unfolded here, and the close connections a lot of powerful people had to Epstein and the island. I'll continue to look into the files and see what else turns up from all of this. I'll be, of course, keeping my finger on the pulse of it, and I highly encourage all of you to be paying very close attention to it and the people named in these Epstein files, and the people that try and defend it as well. That is unacceptable. This is indefensible. There's no excuse for it. So anyway, wanted to just give you an update here. That's really about it. See ya.
See ya.
Wow.
You around, bro.
Actually,
see you around. They don't think you're stupid. They know you're powerless. Well, that's a good one. That's a good point. Can't wait for nobody in the government to ever get punished for this. They'll release all the names once everyone on the list is dead anyway. The French started a revolution for less. Hey, who's this guy? Hey, that's a good one. I'll take that. They're all in the same club. I heard the bombshell Epstein may have had a secret child. Probably has a few. Let's be honest. I thought you said the bombshell was Epstein does have a secret child. And It's Zoran Mamdani. Eh? I thought that was the bombshell, Jordan. I thought you already released that. Detonated that bomb. If a person knowingly is hanging around and defending a PDF, it's safe to say they are PDFs too. Yeah, well, they're definitely comfortable with it. Eh? Very comfortable with it. Cleanse the palate. What is this? Is it a song? Am I going to get hit up with copyright, Ninja Nurse? Hope not. Dilemmas, it's all incestuous. That's how you get Obama being related to Bush. What's this? The Epstein Boys Golden Girls parody. End of novelty.
Thank you for being.
Am I getting hit up with copyright or not? Or am I fine with this? I hope I don't. Hopefully it's not a good song. You gone through the Bannon interview yet? I can't watch it again. It was too boring. Oh man, don't say that. No, we just watched your Moist Critical video. Actually, I haven't gotten through the Epstein stuff yet. That's like 2 hours, bro. Like even if I watched it and didn't interject, we'd still be going. It was boring. Oh man, that sucks. I was really hoping that you get some insights into his character. I'm not gonna give anything crazy away, right? It has a Golden Girls theme. I don't know copyrights. Okay, fair enough. I might leave it then. It looks funny though. Well, we'll leave this one for a Discord view. Too bad. I'm sorry. I'd love to watch these type of things. I really would. Dude, AI. This is what AI is for, bro. This is what AI is for. It's not for replacing the workforce. It's for like funny stuff like this. I wonder if this was Sora that they used for this. Bill Clinton. So good. Oh, Hillary. Hey, stop it. I admit I started to go 3 minutes in and then carried on living my life. Hey, yeah, fair enough. I watched the Epstein interview. He sounds like a brilliant person, but you can definitely tell he was a deviant. Fuck, and everyone's watched it. What the fuck? My God. All right, well, look, I'm going to watch a little bit of it. Because I want to know. I spent the whole time going, how the fuck does this answer anything? What the hell is he talking about? I heard the vulgar exchange between Epstein and Sarah Ferguson, Andrew's ex-wife. It's creepy. It's creepy, man. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, there's some interesting ones that have come out. Have you heard the audio that includes discussions between Epstein and an Israeli official about Palantir. I can't remember who the Israeli official is. Some interesting stuff there. Yeah, that really sucks. I'm gonna watch a bit of it anyway, because I do want to know. But like before we do that, let's have a look at this one. So yesterday we started investigating, and we didn't have much information really. But we started looking at Kevin Rudd v. Jeffrey Epstein, and so Kevin Rudd,
G'day, fugitive Australian,
has been named in the Epstein files, and so like it's Australia's claim to fame, I guess you would say, for lack of a better descriptor there. With all of these people being implicated around the world with the new release of the Epstein files, Australia was feeling left out. I don't know how the New Zealanders fared on that one. Voltaire, maybe you can explain. But yeah, Kevin Rudd got named and shamed, and like Kevin Rudd was pretty hardcore on the whole litigation thing. He was like, if anyone tries to say anything about me being implicated on files, like I'm gonna, sue for defamation kind of thing. And so like the media's been pretty light on with it. But this guy, I don't know if you've come across this channel before. There's Kangaroo Court of Australia. They reckon they've got all the dirt on Kevin Rudd. And so, like, yesterday, like, Kevin Rudd, like, as in that guy there, King Kev, the guy from the song, that one. Oh, so there are people in New Zealand that have been implicated. Oh, let us know. Is there something from stuff.co that we could watch about people being implicated? Jamaican weed take, yeah, man. It's a blur in the 90s. Yes, there is. Oh my God, can you hit me up, please? I want to know how this has hit up the New Zealanders, please. Didn't Jordan have a mad spat with Kangaroo Court of Oz? I don't know. I remember him talking about it once when I was talking to him. Like he was going after them for something. But like, yeah, this Kangaroo Court, this channel I reckon they've got dirt on K-Dogs. They've got Kev Dogs. They've got more information from the files themselves about Kevin Rudd. And it's not just like, can we go to dinner? Can I bring my family? Like, we're non-vegetarian. It's like more than that, apparently. So let's have a listen to what this guy says. I love this guy. He has pretend fights and pretend enemies with evidence he makes up. It's equivalent of the shower fight. That's so good. Indoctrinating Clive Palmer and Twiggy Forrest are implicated. Oh, there you go. Voltatella, you sent it. Thank you. Is this NZ Herald? Okay, we'll have a look at this then. We'll get into this. Yes, absolutely defamed Jordan over the legal fund. All right, so yeah, let's have a listen to this. Yeah, interesting. What's he got? 16K views on it. Let's have a listen. Kangaroo Court is an absolute loser. I wouldn't take anything he says seriously. He's a crackpot boomer. Savage. Well, look, let's see what he comes up with, because like if he's taking stuff from the files, then fair enough. But if he's just like loosely shower fighting himself, then like this will be lame. But let's have a look, because we were trying to figure it out yesterday, and we were like, all right, do we take Kevin off the shelf? You know, has he been smeared? Has he done something? Let's take Kevin off the shelf, or do we elevate him higher on the shelf because he's stood up in the face of defamatory comments? Let's find out.
Journalist Shane Dowling from the website and YouTube channel Kangaroo Court of Australia. Now, new Epstein files have dropped a day and a half ago, depending on where you are in the world. And there's new emails in there, new documents in relation to former Australian Prime Minister Kevin Rudd.
He's that weird uncle who started a YouTube channel during COVID. Not Italian uncle, right? He's not a Zio, is he? I like the analogy of shower fighting, LOL. Yeah, that's a good one.
Now, if you've been following the story, make sure you watch this video to the end, because there's certain information I'm going to shine a light on that no one else has, because I've been working on the story for over a year now, or roughly a year, in relation to Kevin Rudd and his connections to Jeffrey Epstein. And Kevin Rudd last year...
He's already on the top shelf. How's he getting higher? And no, like nail into the wall up higher or something like that. I'll figure it out. Also, why is Rupert top shelf? Oh, it's from the song. Those two fought each other in like the first song that we ever did. And those are the original masks from that song as well. And so like Rupert and K-Dogs were fighting it out in the backyard, and Kev Dogs knocked him out. Knocked him out. So like, yeah, that's nostalgia for me right there. No one invites him to Christmas anymore, and if they do, he sits in the corner waiting for someone to bring up trans kids or vaccines. I couldn't see shit as Rippy.
Lawyers trying to hide the information I was sharing by documents and videos, and he sent a legal letter to Google and YouTube, but he wouldn't send anything to me. But I cover that in the article, and I'll read the article out to you, and I'll also show you a short video of Kevin Rudd doing an interview with Channel 7 back in 2020, where he's caught lying, trying to blame Rupert Murdoch's News Corp. An article I just published is titled...
Jordan, what are you talking about? The Dalai Lama won the Grammy Award. What are we talking about here? If there are new people in here, I'm not sure. Make sure you subscribe, follow, and if you're on YouTube, hit the like button. And if you're that way inclined, make sure you come over and share your propaganda with us on Discord. That's how we learn about the world. Yeah, but if Ruddy knocked him out, would that knock old Rupert down a peg or two? Eh? Eh? Wait, ABC News Australia video? Really? Oh, you're not lying. So this is why. Go on Discord and give us your propaganda, please. I want to see what you're talking about. Yeah, I guess. But like I said, it's from the song. So it's just nostalgia for me. Those two masks. They remind me of old times. So he's using an article he wrote himself as evidence for his argument. Yeah. Well, like, let's see if he gets evidence. Let's have a look. I want to know, because when people start being like, well, Kevin Rudd was, named in the files kind of thing, you'll be like, yeah, okay, well, we've had a look at what we can see, and the files are just like him organizing whether or not he's going to have meat at dinner.
Kevin Rudd named in new Epstein files again and again, the smoking guns. And I published that on Sunday, the 1st of February 2026. And it starts off, former Prime Minister Kevin Rudd's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein has been exposed further after the US government released more Epstein files, and it again shows Kevin Rudd has lied about his relationship with Epstein. It must be remembered that Kevin Rudd sent defamation threats to Google and YouTube last year when I published articles and videos about him lying about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. But he never sent me any legal threats, which shows the threats were frivolous and vexatious. And I'll put some links to videos below this video on YouTube with the background information. My article goes on to say, Kevin Rudd is on video, as per below, in October 2020 saying he never met or spoke to Jeffrey Epstein, yet his name shows up on emails and documents that show he is lying. Latest Epstein files released by the US government Saturday morning Australian time, 31st of January 2026. Kevin Rudd was on Jeffrey Epstein's daily schedule, which I'll put up on screen now, for a meeting on the 8th of June 2014 at 4:30 p.m, as per the screenshot you can see now.
Yeah, I think that was what he was saying, wasn't it? That's his argumentation. He's like, if Kevin Rudd threatened Google and YouTube and sent them a letter telling them not to talk about it, but like he hasn't sent me one and I've been talking about it. So it just shows you that like he's just been trying to intimidate them. He's being vexatious, sending out those legal threats. But like someone like me who has the actual evidence, he's not threatening me. So what's this? So this is Turge, or Turge. I don't know how to say it properly. This is the one we were reading yesterday, actually. Let's see what he has to say about it.
Daily schedule, which I'll put up on screen now, for a meeting on the 8th of June 2014 at 4:30 p.m, as per the screenshot you can see now. A text message to Jeffrey Epstein on the 28th of September 2015, which I'll put up on the screen now, says, "Hi Jeff, Turge has been trying to reach you. He asked me to let you know that the Mongolian president will come at 8 p.m. Kevin Rudd has also asked if he can bring his wife and son. Would that be okay?
This is
Thanks,
what we've
Camilla."
seen, I'm pretty sure.
Epstein responds, okay, as per the screenshot now. Epstein's name does not show up next to his comments in the above screenshot, but Camilla says, "Hi Jeff," and also says later in the messages on the 21st of January 2017, "Happy birthday, Jeff. I hope you had a great day. Best, Camilla." An internet search shows Epstein's birthday is the 20th of January 1953, which matches the date of the happy birthday message, which is the 20th of January. And we've got a link to the full document so you can see that. My article goes on to say, how does Kevin Rudd explain the above when Kevin is on video saying he had never met Epstein, nor spoken to him to the best of his recollection? And here's a smoking gun. Thorjohn Jaglin sent Jeffrey Epstein an email on the 5th of February 2013, which says, "Yes, it's a shame. The island would be something for us in the European winter. When? Kevin Rudd, a friend of both of us, just left my house."
Sorry, slow down. So this is a guy called Thorjohn Jagland to Jeffrey Epstein. 5th of February 2016. Yes, it's a shame. Your island would be something for us in the European winter. I'm assuming he's talking about traveling to the Caribbean. When Kevin Rudd, a friend of both of us, just left my house. What the fuck is going on here? Who's this guy? Thorjohn Jagland. Anyone? Any takers on this guy? Yeah, here we go. Former Prime Minister of Norway. There we go. That's what he looks like. He's 75 years old. A Norwegian political from Labour Party. Serves as the Secretary General of the Council of Europe from 2009 to 2019. And talks apparently to Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, so this guy, ex-Prime Minister of Norway, is saying when Kevin Rudd, a friend of both of us, just left my house. And this is apparently from the files. Interesting. He probably didn't sue him because he thinks he's a crackpot. Yes, classic KK Oz argument. A lack of evidence only proves my point, not lawsuit, so I'm right. Maybe everyone knows you're a broke loser who they wouldn't be able to get anything out of, nor would it shut him up. Probably gonna be a loser connection than a 5 soldering. It's gonna be a looser connection than a 5-year soldering job. How is Rudd on there and not Dutton? LOL.
As you can see on the screenshot on screen now, the island referred to in the screenshot would have been Little St. James, or Epstein Island as it's known, where they rape children. How does Kevin Rudd explain that? Another email from Jeffrey Epstein to his assistant says, all non-vegetarian food, as now Kevin Rudd is also coming. The problem for Kevin Rudd is he lied by blaming Rupert Murdoch's News Corp for reporting on him and Epstein in 2020, as I originally wrote last year, and as per the video I'm about to show you, which ignited a frivolous defamation threat Rudd sent to Google and YouTube in September 2025. The Jeffrey Epstein donation scandal was reported by Channel 7 on the 29th of October 2020, as did most of Australian media. As per the video I'm about to show you, Rudd answered questions, then panicked at the end and tried to blame Rupert Murdoch and News Corp, but the journalist didn't buy it. And I'll show you that video now.
The Norwegian diplomat, the Mongolian millions, and notorious pedophile Jeffrey Epstein, all the makings of a spy thriller, and Kevin Rudd in an unwanted front-page role.
We do not believe that we should have anything to do with the funds from such an odious character, such an appalling character as Epstein.
We is the New York-based International Peace Institute, now chaired by Mr. Rudd, which did accept $650,000 from Epstein, money it's now redonated to victims of sexual abuse.
The IPI board is angry about this.
The revelations made by a Norwegian newspaper investigating the Institute's CEO, Turja Rod Larsen, who got a $150,000 personal loan from Epstein.
Last year, when we asked Mr. Rudd, he said that he had no knowledge of any link to Epstein.
And today, although conceding they were on a conference call together in 2014 and may have once attended the same New York social function.
To the best of my knowledge, I have never met Mr. Epstein.
Mr. Rudd turned down $100,000 from the Mongolian government for advice he gave on behalf of the Institute, money the Norwegian newspaper says Mr. Rod Larsen tried unsuccessfully to redirect to Epstein. The story ran prominently this morning, including on this network, but Kevin Rudd singled out News Corp's treatment, accusing it of payback for his petition for a royal commission into the Murdoch empire's influence, accusing News Corp of avoiding another story.
Rupert Murdoch's name and number are in Epstein's little black book. Go figure.
A News Corp spokesman
I
said
wonder
all
if he's
the questions...
actually in the little black book. That's mental. So, like, Epstein had a book, if you're not aware of, where he kept his important contacts and people on speed dials. And like some of them, and like, you know, given the time frame that we're talking about here, not everyone had like mobile phones back then. And like these people have multiple residents. These are the bourgeoisie, the global elite. And they have contacts, like, you know, they have places around the world that they reside. And like Epstein would keep all important people, I guess you would say, that he needed to have connection with whenever he needed to call in a favor or potentially get something going. And he had a little book of prominent persons and how to contact them. Sometimes it's not even through that person particularly. It's through, like, you know, contacting their assistant or their brother or their sister or whatever. It's funny that Rupee, hey? It's the battle. It's the battle between fucking K-Dog and Rupee. And Rupee over there made the black book. That's interesting. I think only the high flyers really make the little black book. That's for sure. K-Rudd taken on. Interesting.
Questions over the notorious pedophile's donations were for Mr. Rudd. Mark Riley, 7 News.
Rudd locked himself into the lie of never having met Epstein in 2020, as per the video I just showed you, because he would have been thinking, because Epstein died in August 2019, that there would be nobody to contradict whatever Rudd said. But Rudd didn't count on the Epstein files being released and exposing his lies. Kevin Rudd's defamation threat to Google and YouTube. I sent Kevin Rudd's lawyers an email on Friday, the 30th of January 2026, because I had started working on an article titled The Real Reason Kevin Rudd Resigned as Australia's Ambassador to the US. But then the latest Epstein files were released, which meant I changed direction and filtered through the 135 new files, many are duplicates, that named Kevin Rudd. The email I sent to Rudd's lawyers...
135 hits? Many duplicates, apparently. Here's the email that he sent. Oh, he's probably going to read it out.
Old George lawyers, as per on the screenshot now, still relevant as it is a key part of the story, because Kevin Rudd spent big dollars trying to cover up his lies about his connection to Jeffrey Epstein. But Rudd won't back up his legal threat. And the email I sent on Friday says, subject, Kevin Rudd's concerns notice sent to Google and YouTube.
Do we think ScoMo is in the files? I don't know. It's a good question. Like, Kevin Rudd seems to be quite the jet setter himself, right? He's ambassador. He's on multiple, like, think tanks. He's constantly doing things with Chinese persons, government officials. He does definitely seem to be of that ilk. As in, like, that jet-setting class of millionaires and billionaires that move around the world. So, is ScoMo of that ilk, though? ScoMo doesn't seem like he's that, what's the word? He's of that class, I guess you would say. It doesn't seem he's like Scotty from marketing. I just don't know if he'd have the same connections. I don't know. Maybe.
Dear Mr. Patrick George and Ms. Rebecca Giles, can you please send me a copy of Kevin Rudd's defamation concerns notice that you sent to Google and YouTube on or around the 22nd of September 2025 regarding my video and article? If you will not send me a copy of the concerns notice, please explain why. Please respond by 6 p.m. Friday, 30th of January 2026. Regards, Shane Delling, Kangaroo Court of Australia. My article goes on to say, you have to ask why Rudd wasted so much money trying to hide the truth, given it has now been proven to be futile, and in fact caused a Streisand effect with the videos when I posted them on X. I originally thought Rudd had just had his lawyers send a lawyer's letter to Google and YouTube, but as per the document on screen now, turns out Rudd had his lawyers send a defamation concerns notice, which would have cost a lot more. But as per the email I just showed you, they haven't given me a copy nor replied to my above email asking for a copy of the concerns notice. And the document on screen now is from the online
What's he talking about here? He created a video last year about Kevin Rudd. And so instead of Kevin Rudd's lawyers going after him personally, they went after Google and YouTube and sent them letters about taking it down, I guess. Is that what he's talking about, maybe? Let's have a look if we can find this video. Keating in the Epstein files 2 months ago. Anthony Albanese says, hold my beer, Scott Morrison. 3 months ago. Interesting. Search. Kevin Rudd, that's 1 day ago. Here we go. Here it talks about News Corp's hypocrisy. Oh, maybe it has been taken down. 12 years ago. Shit. 5 years ago. That's not the one. It's interesting. Kevin Rudd and his boy, Friendly Geordies, 5 months ago. Sugar Daddy. Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know. I know what he's referring to. Wait, wasn't Brian Houston implicated in some assault stuff? ScoMo is also in is not rail. Yeah. Interesting. Hillsong, ScoMo, and Brian Houston. The monarchy of Norway has recently been embroiled in scandals in relation to the stepson to the heir of the throne for domestic abuse against his girlfriend. Also, the heir to Norway throne, his first official girlfriend, 1994 to 1996, Selena Middelfart, later dated Donald Trump. Wow. Yeah. Incestuous, isn't it? So, like, what is the piece of evidence that he's had so far? He's found out of 135 hits in the Epstein files of Kevin Rudd, he's got one email that says from the ex-Norway Prime Minister saying, "My friend and yours, Kevin Rudd," and that's the smoking gun. Yeah, that's the thing he's got. He's like, "See, I knew they were buddies, my friend and yours. I wonder what type of friendship it is then."
Database, which collects and analyses legal complaints and requests for removal of online materials, helping internet users to know their rights and understand the law. And in the article, I've also got a link to a second letter they sent to Google 2 days after the first one, after I published an article and video about them blocking the first video on YouTube, with the second letter also referencing the original concerns notice. Under Australia's new defamation laws, before you institute a defamation case in court, you have to serve the other party with a concerns notice and wait 28 days. Kevin Rudd and his lawyers only sent a concerns notice to Google and YouTube to have the videos and articles blocked, but Rudd and his lawyers won't come anywhere near me. You only have to look at what I've written in the article in my previous reporting on the matter to know why. Rudd has too many questions for which he can't give a legitimate answer, and his lies are starting to pile up. There's still 3 million more Epstein files, photographs, and videos that have not been released because they say they are legally privileged.
This kangaroo guy talks out his ass, can't handle his mouth sounds. He's not he's definitely not radio quality, this guy. He's I guess that's not his expertise though, sounding good.
Show abuse or have private details on them, etc. But it's guaranteed at least some of the files have not been released to protect certain people. And I'm an independent journalist and I'm 100% crowdfunded from viewers like yourself, and I've been running a campaign to help me keep on doing the work I'm doing, and I'll read it out to you. 10 weeks ago, I launched a campaign with a simple goal.
All right, fine. That's it. So he's got like one pretty suspicious looking email. Let's be honest, right? Let's be fucking honest here. Yes, it's a shame. Your island would be something. They're talking about Epstein Island. That is just like when Kevin Rudd, a friend of both of us, just left my house. So like this guy is trying to tee up a visit to Epstein Island because, hey, look, Kevin Rudd's gone. You know Kev, hey? You've had non-vegetarian dinners with him before. Like, is there something else? Is this bad, like, miscommunication stuff here? Or is he saying, you know, Kevin Rudd, a friend of both of us, like, why would he even bring up Kevin Rudd? Like, if Epstein didn't know who the fuck he was, why are they talking about him in the first place? Very interesting. Hey, how are you? It's been too long, says Epstein to Thorbjörn. I don't know how to say that properly. Thorbjörn. We're talking about people that could use the term friend as someone we want something from. Yeah, bloody oath. But it's particular. Like, why, if you're teeing up teeing up a visit to Epstein Island, why'd you bring up Kevin Rudd for? A friend of both of us just left my house. You know Kev, right? Remember Kev? You had that non-vegetarian meal with him. Remember that guy? All right, Volto, let's check out your one. Let's figure out what's going on in New Zealand. Actually, do you reckon I can look at this? I'm going to hit up, is it behind a paywall? Let's find out. The New Zealand Herald. Full disclosure, I definitely have cognitive bias here. A lot of these emails sound like they were trying to bring Kev Rudd into the fold. However, none of the emails indicate that they have succeeded. Like, it's pretty loose. Like, there's nothing else to it. He said, I've found it 135 times in 3 million pages of documents. His name has come up 135 times, most of them doubles. But like that doesn't look great, though. That doesn't look great. It's like he's saying, yeah, you know Kevin Rudd, friend of mine, and they're talking about, or this guy's brought it up in the context of Epstein Island. What the fuck is he? Why is he talking about wanting to visit Epstein Island and then bringing up Kevin Rudd? Couldn't have he had that conversation without mentioning Kevin Rudd? It's a bit strange. But like it doesn't actually say anything though either. Like it does look weird, but it doesn't prove really anything. What it does prove though is that if this guy's name dropping Kevin Rudd, Epstein must know who he is. And so like there's a lot of people that have been implicated as meeting Epstein before. Heaps of people, I would say, all around the world. What's the point, though? That's the real question. What's the point of what this kangaroo court guy is getting at? I think that's what really matters. What is he trying to say? Is he trying to say that like, he's been up to no good, Kevin Rudd? But I don't think he has anything of that nature. That's the thing. They were trying to groom K. Rudd. Yeah, get him in. Because that's what they do. That is part of the whole situation is you get people in and then you can blackmail them. I think this shows how respected Rudd was in financial circles. Like chances are he saw Rudd and Ep talking about some fundraising dinner or diplomatic event. So he's trying to ride those coattails of a great man. Hobo Joe, as an independent journalist, he really has something against Rudd. Well, especially if this it seems personal, right? He spent a bit of time, actually more time in that video was about him and being like, look, Kevin Rudd shut down my videos by sending defamation documentation to Google and to YouTube, and he shut my videos down, the douchebag, but he won't do it to me. Why don't you send me the stuff straight away? Why don't I get it? It's not fair. Like he's obviously upset about that. Indonesian, I say investigate. If he's innocent, they will find no evidence. As long as it's a fair trial. What, not a kangaroo court? That's my dad joke for the day. All right, let's look at this. So, Voltaire, tell us, how have the New Zealanders fared in this? Because like so far in Australia, we've got Kevin Rudd, our former Prime Minister. He's going down now. Oh man, seriously? All right, fine. Fine. I will get another copy of it. Steve Irwin sent lawyers to deal with Pauline Hanson. I suppose it's kind of the same thing. Hey? Yeah, what did Pauline Hanson say? Harden up, Mr. Irwin. What's Steve Irwin's son's name? I can only ever think of Bindi for some reason. Yeah, he's the guy that Pauline Hanson told to harden up. All right, let's have a look at this one. Jeffrey Epstein files reveal New Zealand couple managed his infamous island. Oh, so that's New Zealand's claim to fame in all of this. That's interesting. Rob. Oh, it's Robert Irwin. Okay. Yeah. Facebook banned me. I'm being censored. All I did was defame multiple public figures. I'm sure that some people did meet Jeff and didn't partake in the parties. Yeah, of course. And like, look at all the people he would have rubbed shoulders with, right? Newly released US government files reveal a New Zealand couple managed properties for convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, including his infamous island. During the period, prosecutors say he sex trafficked women and girls. New Zealand couple Bryce and Karen Gordon are linked to the management of Epstein's Zorro Ranch more than 2 years ago in international media reports about the New Mexico property. So, like, did they do the island or the Zorro Ranch? Which one? Because the ranch is a bit different. Now, files released by the US Department of Justice in the past 48 hours relating to the deceased financier detail years of correspondence between the couple and Epstein. The files show the pair spent time managing his infamous island property. Okay. Documents cited in this story do not allege the couple was involved in any offending. A search of Bryce Gordon's name in the DOJ's Epstein document library turns up more than 11,000 mentions. A permanent application to the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency in 2011 listed the name Bryce Gordon as the island manager for Little St. James Island. The small private island in the United States Virgin Islands was owned by the convicted child sex offender from 1998 to his death in 2019. His death, eh? I saw this video the other day and someone's like, I found Epstein, and he's like sitting at a party somewhere. He never died. He just got like lifted out of prison somewhere and he's just living it up somewhere around the world. Too recognizable, that face, for that video to be plausible though. Ninja Notes, going to Epstein Island would be like catching the bus to your friend's place who lives out in the country. There's only 2 buses a day. If things get weird, you have to wait for the next bus to leave. So you're stuck whether you like it or not. Yeah. But like if you're at a point where you're going to the island though, it is questionable. Don't you reckon? It is questionable. Like what's the ye old ex-Prime Minister of Norway talking about? Oh, wow. It would be nice to be on the island and escape this European winter. Maybe I'll bring it up with my mate Epstein. Talking about the island. This is my island. I don't think Epstein is really dead. Oh, there it is. We're finally getting some conspiracy theories coming in. Nemesis. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I saw this video and they're just like, look at him. He's sitting here drinking mojitos, enjoying the sun. The most insidious part of his operation was how much he mixed him finances with legitimate charity and research organizations. Yeah, interesting. I reckon he is, but he's sure as shit didn't Epstein himself. Okay, there you go. Jordan, no. Norway monarchy into info dump again. The heir's wife was frequent contact to Epstein in 2012 to 2013 and talked about adultery, wife hunting, and girls being arranged for her then 15-year-old son. My God. So big right-wing creators were making videos about how Epstein is still alive. Nothing about Trump, though. LOL. 100% visiting the island is pretty damning. You could easily have that meeting anywhere else in the world. And like, that's the thing. And like, what was the thing that Kangaroo Court said about, like, he was in a meeting with Epstein and it was like a Zoom meeting or something like that. It was a virtual meeting. Yeah, it's like, in terms of degrees of separation, there's meeting in person and there's meeting someone online. Like in a business setting where you can have that internationally, anywhere in the world. It's an interesting one, isn't it? The small private island, blah, 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 blah. I read that. In 2016 email, Gordon describes Little St. James, assumed to mean Little St. James, or LSJ, as his and Karen's new home. Hi, Bryce, quick questions. When you and Karen go to New York, do you stay in an apartment or at J.E.'s house? I want to set aside an apartment if needs be. Also, when you come back from your New Zealand holiday on January 14th, where will you return to? The island? Thanks. An email from a redacted account sent to Gordon said, hi there, Gordon responded. In the past, we've stayed at the apartment regarding January 14th. We will be returning to LSJ, our new home. Have we forwarded updated contact info? Cheers, Bryce. Earlier emails from 2014 released by the Department of Justice details email communications directly between the employee and Epstein himself. Jeffrey, he wrote, Karen and I would like to take some time off in April to visit family in New Zealand. Do we have your approval to do so? Regards. Yes, of course, Epstein, who at the time was convicted for procuring a child for prostitution, replied. So this is it. We've got in New Zealand, the best we've got is like people that manage his property. Like, not that it's not, you know, insane to have that type of connection, right? Imagine being the property manager for Little St. James. Like, imagine that was your job. You got fucking helicopters of the most rich and powerful people in the world coming and going, like we suggested, 2 times a day. bank like coming in, and like what type of supplies would be coming into Little St. James as well. And I'm not talking about the cocktails they serve at the fucking wild sex parties that Elon Musk wants to be invited to. Hey, I'm talking about the other supplies of the human commodity variety, and they're managing this island. No, we just make sure the grass is cut. Yeah, sure. I'm sure you do. I'm sure you don't look after the fucking dungeon that they have there for their ritualistic ceremonies. I'll just call them ceremonies. I'm just going to leave it there. An email from 2012 signed off by a person named Kay reads, Bryce and I will be away in New Zealand for the month of March. The email sign off shows the job title Island Manager, a title that Karen Gordon used in many other unredacted communications. Other emails between Karen Gordon and Epstein show the pair organizing guests to visit the island. Okay? The two guests that will be arriving on the island tomorrow, they will be staying the night. Staying the night, activities, lunch and dinner, she asks. Lunch. They will leave after this. Interesting. A document from 2011 states Bryce M. Gordon as the island manager for Epstein's Little St. James Island. In another email to Gordon, Epstein asked for privacy at the flagpole until I leave, please. I wonder what's going down on the flagpole. Days after Epstein's death, in August 10, 2019, FBI agents and New York Police Department investigators raided Little St. James. Epstein once described the United States Virgin Island as his favorite place to be. The island acted as a hideaway for Epstein, where the late sex offender negotiated local tax breaks and faced federal investigations for sexual misconduct. The document dump includes more than 3 million pages of files related to the convicted sex offender. The Gordons have no confirmed address in the US or New Zealand and do not have any social media presence. Property records show a person named Bryce M. Gordon has historic property interests in Auckland, Dunedin, and Queenstown. That person also had interest in two businesses removed from the company's register in 2012 and 2013. The Sun reported numerous attempts to contact the couple with sources telling the outlet the pair appeared to have disappeared. The Herald has been unable to reach the pair through anyone linked to them. They are not the only New Zealanders mentioned in the files. Well. Auckland academic Brian Boyd, who was discussed in the documents, has spoken publicly, and he says he feels pretty icky to have his name connected to a PDF after the disgraced financer offered to fund a book he hoped to write. Wow. Send them all to jail. If you can find them, not only do these people not have actual residence in the US or New Zealand, they don't have any social media presence or any property in New Zealand. So you can't tie them to anything. What's going on there? Eh? What's going on there? There was an interview with Epstein and he referred to himself as the devil. Really? Well, apparently that comes up in the old Steve Bannon video as well. Like Steve Bannon directly asked him if he is the devil incarnate. And like he replies to that in some fashion. Let's say, in some small fashion. Interesting. Let's see if we can get it. This is the one, isn't it? Yeah. So it sounds like people have already watched this. They don't want to talk if they don't want to watch it again. I mean, STD in. For the ritual of Morlock to get rid of their conscience for another year. The doctor, he didn't answer the question. Really, he just avoids the topic. Okay, let's get it. Let's get this up. Maybe we'll just get highlights if people have already watched this and they don't want to watch it again. And if it's boring as well. Steve Bannon and Epstein interview. Let's see if there's highlights for it. Exposed. Look at these two taking selfies together. Hey, look at these guys. Hey, Bannon, you grub. Hey, absolute grub. So good. Chilling admission. I wonder if this is as good as we're gonna get. Real or fake? Unreleased Steve Bannon full interview with Epstein. Hey, I'm just asking the questions, man. Is it true or false? That's maybe highlights. But Jeff, in summary, Epstein should have been a medical professional. I didn't know you were here. How you going? Yeah, this is the one. Am I the devil? Let's have a listen. The Sun video? Yeah, okay, fine. Let's try that. I'll do the Sun video. I want to see if they've cut it here. Times of India.
I think if you told them, if I told them the devil, 100%. The devil himself said, "I'm going to exchange some dollars for your child's life."
Do you think you're the devil himself?
No, but I do have a good mirror.
It's a serious question.
Sorry.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
Hey, but I do have a good mirror. Is that a reference to something? Is that like a cultural reference, a literary reference? Hey, what was he just saying? That the mirror makes him look good? I wonder what the implication is there. To be honest, lots of AI stuff related to Mamdani and Epstein has come out, and it's all sorts of AI or misleading content is circulating. Hey, what a world we live in now, right? In a surveillance capitalist world, and everyone's so caught up and worried about misinformation and all that sort of stuff. And now on top of that and all the bots, we get to have like the pure AI content. It just adds to your echo chamber. Doesn't help at all. Just adds to your echo chamber. I think everyone lost interest in Bannon interview because Epstein didn't immediately come out and say Trump did it and it was hacked. No, I just wanted to see a window into this guy, what he's like as a person. Remember we watched that one that the FBI released, like from him and his original conviction in the early 2000s, and they're trying to throw him off, and they're asking him about his egg-shaped penis, and like you can see he's starting to lose it, and he just keeps pleading the fifth on everything. Mamdani's mother one is true though. Yeah, in the same one that it would seem that the Kevin Rudd one is true. They were organizing dinner together through his assistant, and the Norwegian Prime Minister has called him a friend of Kevin Rudd's. But what does it mean, though? I don't know what's going on, but I keep getting right-wing slop. Like, too much at the moment, and it's just annoying. Right-wing slop is so brain dead. What happened to your algorithm, eh?
I don't know. Why would you say that? Santa Fe Institute in the late 80s, early 90s. I was interested, I was on the board of Rockefeller. So that starts, Rockefeller, it's university formed by John D. Rockefeller to sort of give back to the community. It's east side of Manhattan.
Thank God, all of these exceptionally rich people forming societies that are supposed to give back to the community.
Except it was old. It was sort of old-fashioned. They were talking about medicine, and medicine by itself was again subject to the ideas of science. They were trying to use science to find cures for disease. And I said, no, we need to do something different. We need to start interdisciplinary work. List of people, and it was Bill Clinton, former president of the United States, Paul Volcker, every great leader in America, the Asians, the Japanese, and with a very long description of their history.
Okay, tier one, you're the lowest, but a criminal.
Yes.
That the money came from them. What percentage of people do you estimate? I understand you don't like probabilities. Do you estimate would say, I don't care, I want the money for my children?
I would say everyone said, I want the money for my children.
Did they know where the money came from?
I think if you told them,
if I told them
the devil,
100%.
the devil
himself
said, I'm going to exchange some dollars for your child's life.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
No, but I do have a good mirror.
Okay, so that's the context of the question. That like they're talking about like people want money and they don't care if it's dirty money. And then they're talking about like if the devil offered people money because it's going to help their children, they take it. And then so he's like, are you the devil? Are you this devil that gives out money so people can help their children? Is this you, Mr. Epstein? Hey, tell me more. That's the context. Okay. How's the pause with the question? Could he be, could be he was surprised by the question? Yeah. It's a bit confronting when someone asks you if you're the devil, I guess. Even if you literally are someone that practices actual satanic style rituals. Bro, watching a Bollywood film with Epstein in your ear going, that lady is fabulous. Her son will do well in New York City. What are you referencing, Jordan? What doesn't make sense is if there was a smoking gun on Trump, surely the Dems would have used it at the election. I'm sure it implicates them as well, but the presidency was on the line. Like, were you there for the stuff that we were reading yesterday? I think a lot of the problem with this stuff is there's so much to poke a stick at and they're choosing not to investigate it. And they've already come out and said, like Tom Blanche has already said, we're not fucking prosecuting anyone over this. Here, plebs, you can have your 3 million pages of documentation, 2,000 videos and 180,000 photos, but don't expect us to do anything with it. But you can read it if you want. Good luck. So like, I don't know if they're going to do anything anyway. Even if there was stuff that was a smoking gun, like the smoking gun they've got on Kevin Rudd. Bill and Hillary testifying in the Epstein files, just seeing that pop up on my feed, but haven't seen the article yet. Well, we touched on it a couple of weeks ago. They refused to testify. So like maybe they've been dragged in, kicking and screaming. Mamdani's mother being a film director for Bollywood. Oh, that's what you're talking about. Okay, so she was a Bollywood film director and Epstein was associated with her at that point. That lady is fabulous. Her son will do well in New York City. Is that like actually a thing that you've read or you've seen, Jordan? Or you're just like making connections there? The Devil's Mirror is a folkloric and literary motif representing a magical object created by an evil entity to distort reality, magnifying ugliness and vice while hiding beauty. Interesting. Magnifying ugliness and vice while hiding beauty. Often viewed as a portal for evil, it symbolizes deception, warped self-perception, and a tool for demonic influence. So I wonder if he's referencing this literary trope here. Okay? It's a literary motif representing a magical object created by an evil entity to distort reality, magnifying ugliness and vice while hiding beauty. Well, he said he's just got a good mirror. So I wonder what he means by that. The letter departments are meant to be operating independently. And when Epstein was first arrested before his death, it was under Trump, and they tried blowing it under the rug. This point to the Dems is such a red herring. All right.
It's a serious question. Do you think you're the devil himself?
I don't know. Why would you say that?
Because you have all the attributes. You're incredibly smart. You remember the devil is somebody knows.
Smart?
The devil's brilliant. You read Milton's Paradise Lost.
No, the devil scares me.
Satan is at the number 1 or 2 archangel, and the reason he goes to hell and leads the rebellion is because he can't be the top guy. And his thing is, I'd rather reign in hell than serve in heaven.
I saw that in a movie once called American Dharma. I don't remember who said it. Santa Fe Institute in the late 80s, early 90s. I was interested, I was on the board of Rockefeller. So that starts, Rockefeller, it's university formed by John D. Rockefeller to sort of give back to the community. It's east side of Manhattan, except it was old. It was sort of old-fashioned. They were talking about medicine, and medicine by itself was again subject to the ideas of science. They were trying to use science to find cures for disease. And I said, no, we need to do something different. We need to start interdisciplinary work. In most...
How did a schmuck like you get on the board of Rockefeller? What year was that?
I don't remember. Late, I think 89 and 91.
So that's one of the most prestigious research places in the world, correct?
Yes.
Okay, how did a guy like you get on the board of a blue blood, internationally known, hard research, Nobel Prize winners all over the place? How do they pick a guy like you, a trader from, or basically some guy from Bear Stearns?
Good question. So I was asked to be on the board of Rockefeller, and I think it was, I was on the board of Rockefeller, there was a money manager who said, Rockefeller needs someone with financial expertise because the university is growing and there's lots of new things. You have to, again, we go back to the original discussion the last time. Up until the mid-'80s or sort of mid-'70s, the most important thing was your name. If you were Rockefeller, you already were considered to be brilliant. If you were head of General Motors, it was your reputation. It was who you knew, who your family was, what was your character.
This is the bourgeoisie. Like, this is just blatant what he's describing here. Now, there's this misconception I think a lot of people have, and it stops them from believing the idea of class, that class is not fluid as well. And I think the hallmark of a good class society, like in a capitalistic sense, in the type of world that we have right now, is that the ruling class reproduces itself by allowing people admission into the bourgeoisie if they are brilliant. And if you are brilliant and you've done something monumental and you control some property and you get access to the upper classes, the 0.01% of people that really control everything and like live at the top of what he's describing, you can get access. But once you're in the club, you're in the club. You don't get out of the club. And that's what someone like Epstein was all about. He was there to make sure that the people that got into the halls of power stayed loyal to that group. And he would blackmail people, get dirt on people, have connections with certain people to ensure that people stayed in the boys' club, if you know what I mean. And if you try to get off or get out of the club, you know, look what happened to him. Like, he became a liability and like needed to be taken care of, if you know what I mean. But like, the hallmark of a good upper class is one that can reproduce its existence. I think a lot of the problems that the royals were having, or royal families were having at the end of kind of the feudal times, and as we were moving into free market societies and capitalism, is that they became too centralized and they became kind of basically incestuous, and they were self-defeating. Like, you had a king or a group of like royal families that were interbreeding with one another. They basically became kind of redundant in a way. But this ruling class in a capitalistic setting in modern times, here in the 20th and 21st century, like, these people allow admission for people that are good assets and have demonstrated themselves. And then they get admission into the group, into the club, and they can marry. But like, what he's talking about here is like, the name carries everything. If you know people, and if you're of the right family, if you're a Rockefeller, if you're from General Motors, the elite elements of Western society, if you were one of these people, like, you're just brilliant anyway. You were born brilliant, baby. If you're born brilliant because of your name and who you know, that's a class society. I don't know how else explicitly to say that we live in a class society. And people still don't believe it. But like, that's the most valuable thing that's come out of this whole situation. As fucked as it is, as disgusting as all of this stuff is, the complete disregard for human life and our social standards, is that at least now we know that how these people really live, how they exist or continue to exist, and the actual disdain they have for the rest of us, literally using us as commodities. I swear it's all going to come down to presidential pardons. If Trump lives long enough to see the end of his presidency, there's going to be a mass wave of pardons. Most of them are going to be related to Epstein Island. Well, they've already got some form of immunity in a sense at the federal level. But yeah, pardons would take it to the next level. Clarice, rumor is that they are striking reactions. Rumor is that they are striking reactions to this video. What do you mean by that? Let me know. Or yes, if that's the case, is there even going to be America at that point? What's the point of society if there's no accountability? He would sound less guilty if he said the same thing with less words. Fork tongue. The masked observer from the Squid Game. Was it art imitating life? Jag's in the house. Comrades. How you going? Hey. Looks like the libs and the nats might be making up. So that's the latest news. It's come in. Hey, that's what they were predicting the other day, right? After that guy wasn't able to pip Little Proud, Boyce, or whatever his name was, wasn't able to make the spiel on Little Proud. They're gonna make up. They're gonna kiss and make up. Interesting. It's not who you know or how you know them. It's how good is your camera resolution, bro. A cursed timeline. Imagine if One Nation has connections to Epstein. I mean, the Monopoly Man is based on JP Morgan. Yeah. Did you see the stuff about Peter Thiel and Epstein talking about fabricating the culture wars for their personal gain? No, I haven't seen that directly. I've seen other stuff involving Palantir and Epstein talking about using Palantir and Israel getting in on the cash cow. Not the cash cow, but the infrastructure that Palantir is providing. Do you actually have stuff from Peter Thiel and Epstein talking? That's very interesting. Because I've heard of stuff about Epstein and Bannon talking about the culture wars and using the culture wars and QAnon and like basically conspiracy theory culture on the right, I guess, to kind of get a whole incel movement going online to bring in the MAGA movement, to birth the MAGA movement. Clarice, people are just saying they're taking videos down that are talking about this. I think it's just if you use the DJ Vlad video. Oh, interesting. Wonder why they're taking them down. I wonder if there's some copyright breach or something. Ninja knows, oh my god, the libs and the nats. It's like that couple in the friend group who break up every time one of them wants to go overseas alone for a month. Right, what do they want to be alone for? Just want to be alone on the beach by themselves.
And then in the mid-70s, basically, if you remember, you probably had a calculator. It was very advanced in those days to have a Texas Instrument calculator, where it could, by putting in the numbers, it would multiply for you to do square roots. And that was the first, and everyone who had a calculator was already advanced on Wall Street. A simple calculator, almost like your accountant. The most important parts of business were really now going to calculations. So it's not only mathematics, but it's things that could be calculated. Reputation couldn't be calculated. I could give you, are you a 10 on a reputation scale, an 8? What does it mean to have a measurement of your reputation? We'll get to that later. But places like Rockefeller needed someone to say, look, we're entering a different world where numbers and the numbers of companies, portfolio management was going to be balanced. It was going to be statistical. Jeffrey, could you come on the board? Potentially sit on the finance committee. Nancy Kissinger and a bunch of other people. And David Rockefeller and I got along very well. He was this unbelievable human being. Respectful to everyone. He introduced his driver as his colleague, not his driver. He would never say, this is my driver. He said, it's my colleague. And David started to explain to me world politics. So David would say, Jeffrey, money is going to be sort of the most important things. People don't understand money. You seem to have this knack for money. I said to David, tell me about your life. What was the worst and the best part of your life? So David said, when I grew up, everyone knew I was a Rockefeller. They didn't know that my father told me he would not leave me a dime. No money. But every time we went out to eat, me and my 5 friends at school, they would leave me the bill. They would expect me to pick up the check because I was a Rockefeller. And he said, I was chairman of Chase Bank. And he said, I remember like it was yesterday, one of the headlines in Time magazine said, David, please fire yourself. So he thought that there was a world that existed that would be a combination of both politics and business and leadership. What do I mean? He formed something called the Trilateral Commission. The Trilateral Commission is some spooky stuff. People said it was the Illuminati, there's some mystery about it, people that ran the world. It was politicians, but David said most countries, the politicians get elected for 4 years or 8 years, separate from the royal families in England or in the Middle East. Someone's there for 4 years and then they're not there anymore. The most important people to have stability and consistency would be businessmen. So he formed this Trilateral Commission of businessmen and politicians from 3 major continents. So it was the North Americans, the Europeans, and the Asians. So he said to me, would you like to be on the Trilateral Commission? Now, I was 30 years old, 32 years old. I said, great. And he said, well, you have to fill out this application so they have your bio. And I looked at the list of people, and it was Bill Clinton, former president of the United States, Paul Volcker, every great leader in America, the Asians, the Japanese, and with a very long description of their history. And they asked me to fill in what I would like to have written. And I wrote Jeffrey Epstein, comma, just a good kid, which I thought was funny, nobody else did.
Wow. So like, there's a few things to talk about there. Okay. But like what he's describing is there's an understanding that, as Peter Thiel would say, democracy no longer is commensurate or no longer has any relation to freedom. And so there is an idea that's running out there that like democracy fails us. This idea that the people can elect representatives from themselves. If you take democracy at its like core ideal or its core objectives, that like the demos, the people themselves, should rule. Now, how you figure that out is one thing or another. That's like where the magic is. But like the idea that people should have a say in politics is the idea behind democracy, right? That people should be involved in politics to a certain extent. They should elect their rulers from a more cynical tone there. What he's talking about there is a Rockefeller, the literal top of the world's bourgeoisie, deciding amongst themselves that democracy is fucking lame because like it's too tumultuous having people come in every 4 years. You can't do anything with a 4-year turnaround time. Business doesn't work like that. It needs more secure place to invest. And so you just replace or usurp the idea of democracy with a commission of people that come from liberal democratic societies, places that have supposed democracy. But like the real decisions are made by high-level businessmen and political figures who have almost permanent say on a body, an overarching international body called a Trilateral Commission, a group of powerful, influential people that can control the economy. And so he was even talking about, he's like, there's other cultures out there that still have, an aristocracy. There's China. He didn't mention it, but there's China. They have a one-party system. They have a party that looks after itself, continually there in its political existence, and recycles itself internally. So there's none of this, open party warfare that you have, party versus party warfare that you have in a liberal democratic society, and it could just change every 4 years' time. No, the party itself decides what it wants to do and develops, but sticks to some type of a plan. And so basically what he's talking about is instead of having like a party system like the Chinese do, they just keep it internal. They still have their elections. They just do it internally and through a plan system. He's talking about business people doing it, because that's where we should be going. The business people and politicians that are associated with business people, though, they should control society. Like, let's be honest. They really control the economy anyway, and they know what it takes. And so we just need a global or an international, transnational group of the most prominent economic and political elites to decide or make all the policy decisions. And then we'll just make it look like each country has a bit of democracy, but we'll write their policies. We'll tell them what to do. We'll control their economies, basically. That's where the real power lies. Now, this is the objective fascism that we've been talking about before. Fascism, yeah, as kind of theorized by Mussolini, is corporatism, in the sense that like there's a merging together of the corporate sector and the state. There's no need for a demos there, or a rule of the people. If you have a business grouping that understand the economy better than anyone else because they can control it anyway, let them run the economy, and then they use and merge with the state, and the state does all the other admin stuff that a government needs to do. But the business stuff, the economy, it's ruled by a capitalist class or a group of business people, and the state just manages the people. If that's authoritarian, so be it. If they think they're free, or they have freedoms and all that sort of stuff, so be it. But like, it's the merging together of the business class and the state, and that's as fascistic as you get, because you don't need. They don't want to hide behind this pretext of people ruling over or having a say in politics. They don't want people, because people suck. Eh? The plebs don't know what's going on. And if they get too close to the halls of power, they'll just take the power for themselves. And what's going to happen to the Trilateral Commission? Hey, they'll literally start eating it. They'll eat the rich. It's absolutely, like, it's so crazy when it's so explicit what he talks about. This is how the world really works. It works with things like Trilateral Commissions. They usurp democracy, have us fighting culture wars against one another to keep us distracted, and they just make all the decisions at the top. It's mental. Oh my God, just answer the question, loser. Enough with the life stories. Ben Donk in the house. There you go. Democracy, or tyranny of the majority. Nemesis of the people, for the people, by the people, supposedly. LOL, if democracy let us make profit the way we want, we wouldn't have to keep undermining it. Claris. Fed said that Trump is compromised by is not real, and that Jared Kushner is the one actually making decisions in one file. Yeah, we saw the thing before about the Fed saying that Trump is compromised by is not real. Pretty crazy, if you think about it, isn't it? Like, Trump, like, you know, the US, he's now US president, has been compromised by Israel. And, you know, like, you just have to look at some of the material reality of these situations. And Trump has been named, what was it, Israeli of the Year? Is that what we had to look at before? It's not Israeli of the Year. It's the Israeli officials have announced that Trump will be awarded the Israel Prize in 2026. It's one of the country's highest civilian honors. It's never been given to a non-Israeli leader before. And they've mentioned many times that Trump is the best friend that Israel's ever had as a president. Pretty crazy, man. Pretty crazy. So the actual fascism, not just someone saying you don't like, LOL. Yeah, that's why I have to use the delineation. I use the term objective fascism. That's what I use. Like, a lot of people will just be like, oh, the Nazis did it, so it's fascist. And they're not wrong either. So like, if you're talking dilemmas about the fact that you don't like being called a fascist, or people throwing that around as an insult, usually what people are doing is like, this is what the Nazis did, so you're a fascist. But like, I think there's an objective form of fascism, and I think it is this idea of the merging of the corporate sector and the state to just do what the corporate sector and the state want to do, without any regard for the wishes of the demos, the people. It's a natural development of capitalism, I find. As the as everything becomes more and more capital intensive, you need more and more money to do like capitalistic endeavors, like more and more money just to build like new buildings, more and more money to build new industry, and more money to build new whatever energy, production and distribution infrastructure. The people get like, they get in the way, because if people are deciding politics every 4 years, you can't really invest in anything massive with a 4-year turnaround time or 4-year planning cycle. It just doesn't work. And so the natural development towards capitalism, they say, is towards something like fascism, because people, the plebs suck. Red party, blue party, purple rain, where we make doves cry. There, I fixed it for you. Jared Kushner is the son-in-law of Donald Trump. And the stupid Gaza plan. I'm waiting to see the footage of the End Foreign Lobbies casket being carried through the Oz Day rally in Queensland. No media coverage of that. Clarence, we all knew it, but the fact that they've let it be known and that he's compromised shows how bad it is. Yeah, it is funny, isn't it? It's like, well, your own Federal Investigations Bureau said that the President of the United States, who is the Commander-in-Chief, has been compromised by a foreign entity. Compromised by a foreign entity. Don't worry about it. He can still lead the country. It's fine. Like, we all knew it, but now it's so in our face. Did someone say Purple Rain, Prince, game, blouses? Yeah, Prince knew doves equals innocence when doves cry. I'm not really bothered by what people call me. Would just be nice for people to actually look up the term once in a while. But like, that's why I was saying, like, it is like, people want to use the word fascist because they're describing something that the Nazis did. That's fine. It makes sense as well. That's why I always delineate what I mean by objective forms of fascism, like the actual mechanics of politics and social organization, as opposed to historical corollaries or something of that nature. I wonder if there's the other one. The DJ Vlad, you can't watch that one. That's the full interview there. What were we going to look at? The Sun. I think the Sun had one as well. I wonder if that's any different. Probably not. Times of India, the Sun. It's probably the same stuff.
What are you, class 3 sexual predator?
Oh, it's not. It's different.
What are you, class 3 sexual predator?
Tier 1.
Was tier 1's the highest and worst?
No, I'm
the lowest.
I'm the lowest.
You're the lowest. Okay, tier 1, you're the lowest.
Bro, have you read these documents, man? Or any of the allegations around this guy? Tier 1, okay, the lowest. These guys redefined what it is to be a sexual predator. My God. He's redefined it.
But a criminal.
Yes.
Is your money dirty money?
If you live.
I just asked a question. Is your money dirty money?
No, it's not. So, in fact.
Why is it not dirty money?
Because I earned it.
But you earned it.
I earned it legally.
We went back to this before. You earned it. You earned it advising the worst people in the world, right? That do enormous bad things, and just to make more money.
So, instead of asking me the question, should you take the money? Because I think it's a legitimate question.
You think it's a legitimate question?
Yes, no question. Because I think about, ethics is always a complicated subject, but I can tell you that with the money I gave to help try to eradicate polio in Pakistan and India, instead of asking me whether that money should be given to these children for vaccines, I think you might want to ask their mothers who received the vaccine, who know their child now won't get polio, and ask them if Epstein should have helped these people
If we
with their
walked in,
money.
if we walked in, you're
is
a
that a fair
mathematician.
It's so interesting how like the rich and the powerful justify themselves as well. It's like, yeah, I've done some crazy shit, but do you remember when I donated to that charity? Go and ask those people that I donated to if they didn't want that money. You go out and ask them. I bet you they'll tell you that they wanted that. They wanted that assistance. They wanted that service. They wanted that money. Tell me that they didn't need it. Huh? Now tell me I'm evil. It's like it's the rich man's defense. It's so good. It's just like, I've donated to charity. I'm a philanthropist. Hey, you can't touch me because I'm a philanthropist. Say I've never done anything right. Say I haven't done one good thing. Yeah, but like, look at all the evil stuff you've done. No. If you're telling me that I'm evil, tell me right now. Say I've never done anything good. Go on, I bet you can't say it, can you? That's right. Because I used a small portion of my incredible influence and power and amassed wealth to help some people out. Made their lives better. If I didn't exist, those people's lives wouldn't be better. So are you going to deny them the opportunity to live a dignified existence? No. Who's the real evil one? You are. That's right. You asshole. How dare you ever question me? My God. That's some shady consequentialist reasoning. It's very interesting, isn't it? But this is how I guess they sleep at night, these type of people. This is how they sleep at night. On a bed of mental gymnastics. He ain't dead. He's living comfortably in Israel. Actually, you know what? If he was going to be living anywhere, like somewhere else, he's too recognizable, people would spot him. But like you could be covered well by the Israelis, that's for sure. Clarice, no, I'm the lowest form of sex offender. Oh, pack it up, guys. It's just the tier 1 sex offender. Nothing to see here. Yeah, I know. It was a bit like that, wasn't it? It's like, no. No, please. Come on. Pay me some respect. I'm only tier 1. Come on now. Don't be so harsh. You know, give me a chance here. His bank accounts were active after his death, and there was drone footage of someone that looked just like him on the island after his death. Sounds crazy, but they could pull it off. They can pull off some crazy shit. It looks like the chat is kind of all agreeing here. Have we got consensus on this one? Actually, no, I don't think so. Dilemma said he's not. He is dead. He's definitely dead. God gives and takes away. He thinks he is God. Yeah. If it wasn't for me, those kids would have lived a whole lifetime with trauma. I was helping them. That's the argument. It's like, are you going to deny these people? Hey? Are we going to deny them some of this? Hey? Hey? Some of Jeffrey? Hey? Maybe. If it means denying all those other people that you preyed upon a bit of Jeffrey. Hey?
You're a mathematician. We walked into that clinic where they're giving that money out to these people that are in the most dire straits of poverty and sickness, and told them that the money was coming from a, what are you, class 3 sexual predator?
Tier 1.
Was tier 1's the highest and worst?
No, I'm
the lowest.
I'm the lowest.
You're the lowest. Okay, tier 1, you're the lowest. But a criminal.
Yes.
That the money came from them. What percentage of people do you estimate? I understand you don't like probabilities. Do you estimate would say, I don't care, I want the money for my children?
I was.
Who am I supposed to if they all have polio? Oh man. So even when he does philanthropy, it's just so he's ensuring the world's population is secure, so he can prey on the other group of people that aren't affected by polio. Oh my god. Oh my god. And that is the lesson of how these people really see the world, isn't it? It's like, well, like if we don't do something, they're all going to die. And then who are we going to rule over? Who are we going to exploit, eh? My God. It's crazy.
Everyone said, I want the money for my children.
Did they know where the money came from?
I think if you told them...
Do you estimate would say, I don't care, I want the money for my children?
I would say everyone said, I want the money for my children.
Did they know where the money came from?
I think if you told them, if I told them the devil,
100%.
the devil
himself,
The devil himself said, I'm going to exchange some dollars for your child's life.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
I fucking can't stand Steve Bannon's interview style on this one. Like, just let him finish a sentence before, like, hit him up. Hit him up. But he's not even letting him finish a sentence. Jesus Christ.
No, but I do have a good mirror.
It's a serious question. Do you think you're the devil himself?
I don't know. Why would you say that?
Because you have all the attributes. You're incredibly smart. You remember, the devil is somebody knows
what?
The devil's brilliant. You read Milton's Paradise Lost.
No, the devil scares me.
Satan is at the number 1 or 2 archangel, and the reason he goes to hell and leads the rebellion is because he can't be the top guy. And his thing is, I'd rather reign in hell than serve in heaven.
I saw that in a movie.
Saw that in a movie. Dun dun dun. Pizza was the lawyer that represented Robert Maxwell and the father of Ghislaine Maxwell, lapdog of Epstein. Like I said, it's important to ask the right questions too. Epstein was just the middleman. Naturally, he's the first to take the fall. But it doesn't seem like they're going to be any more people taking the fall, if you know what I mean. This seems like it's open shut, case closed. Like, in the sense that they've already said, or the Department of Justice has said, here's your fucking Epstein files, you stupid plebs, you've been asking for this. Here it is. You're not getting any more releases. There's still 2 million more documents or something like that out there. You're not getting any more releases. And we're not prosecuting anyone else. So get over it. Get the fuck over it. I don't know if there's any other clips. I think we've seen this one.
How did a guy like you get on the...
How did a guy like you... Why are people only taking the same 2 clips and repeating it over and over again? There must be so much more from that interview. But like you guys have said, like people have already watched it, and it's boring, and he doesn't really say anything. Can't believe that though. It's that boring. I guess it probably would be. Nothing. FOMO hitting hard. Everyone in my group chat talking about Cadven non-stop. Feels like something is coming. Talks bullshit, uses right words. He was a Mossad agent. Interesting. Damn. Look at I can't get over these 2 taking selfies together. Eh? It's the boys. Eh? It's the hard interviewer over here, Steve Bannon. Eh? Look very friendly at the moment. No more highlights. Do you think you're the devil? No. Body language analysis. All these people that read body language coming out telling us how it is. Nemesis 10. Yeah, I agree. Maxwell is the kingpin. Epstein was just a figurehead, in my opinion. Which Maxwell? Like Robert? Well, Robert Maxwell is buried on the holiest cemetery of Israel. In the holiest cemetery of Israel. You must ask, why do they have such fondness for him? Eh? He did a lot. He did a lot for them. So much stuff in the background. Sorry, I meant to say the Secretary of State, not CIA director, the predecessor of Marco Rubio. Was the devil so bad, or was it that the God that created him and cast him out of heaven for a mistake? Asking the big questions today, dilemmas. Maxwell's prison is better than any hotel room I could ever afford. Ghislaine Maxwell we're talking about. Yeah, okay. Well, in regards to Ghislaine, like Ghislaine is way more implicated in all of this stuff than just being simply his offsider. Like, she had her own operation going. She's fully integrated into this global regime, this global bourgeoisie. Like, she's fully integrated in all of that to a massive extent. She does her own thing. She's independent, and that's why she needs to be looked at separately. She's not just, like I said, she's not just his secretary or something like that. And like, she has plausible deniability. She was heavily involved in this stuff. She's a case of her own, that's for sure. There's a battle for the third mound. Just need the red heifer. All right. We're going to have a quick break. And we're going to be back with some more. We're going to have a look at... Like, we were going to look at the whole interview, but again, if people reckon that it's crap, then we might leave it out. It's 2 hours long as well, which is pretty difficult. But yeah, we're going to have a quick break now. When we come back, we're going to be looking at some stuff involving Iran, because that's ramping up at the moment. And I know it was a bit of a nothing burger yesterday when we looked at it. But yeah, I wouldn't mind going through some more Iran stuff, because we might be finding ourselves in a new position very soon. What's this? Documents disclosed as part of large release investigate material. What's this? Wire News. Oh, is this some conspiracy theory stuff? Voltateur. Let's have a look. So Wire, that's an Indian news source, I'm pretty sure, isn't it? Because we watched that a little bit. Was a fake body used to mislead the media after Epstein's death? What newly released records reveal? The documents disclosed as part of the large release of... wait, should I move that? Yeah. Include memos and interviews notes described how jail officials allegedly staged a decoy operation to divert media attention while Epstein's body was removed. What's that about? Newly released official records have brought fresh scrutiny to the chaotic hours following the death of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein in New York jail in August 2019. The documents disclosed as part of a large release of investigative material include memos and interview notes describing how jail officials allegedly staged a decoy operation to divert media attention while Epstein's body was removed. The disclosure adds another layer of long-running controversy surrounding Epstein's death. Plan to divert media attention. According to internal memo dated 16 August 2019, a jail supervisor told the FBI agents that officials had devised a ruse to deal with large news media presence gathered outside the jail once Epstein's death became public. The aim, the memo states, was to draw reporters away from the actual movement of the body. Boxes, sheets, and a decoy van. The memo records that several jail employees used boxes and sheets to create what appeared to be a human body. This decoy was placed into a white van labeled as belonging to the office of the chief medical examiner. Media crews reportedly followed the vehicle as it left the jail, believing Epstein's body was inside. Isn't it crazy, like, when this type of stuff happens? And, like, you know, maybe they're just trying to move the body and like not have a media entourage there, and so they're just using it as a decoy. But like, this doesn't help at all, right? Because like, it just fuels conspiracy theories. Maybe they had a legitimate reason for not wanting media to follow the body, but like, now it's just fucking massive fuel for conspiracy theories. It's crazy. The real removal went unnoticed. While the media tracked the white van, Epstein's actual body was moved separately, according to the interview notes cited in the records. The body was loaded into a black vehicle that departed the jail unnoticed. The contrast between the two vehicles forms core of the alleged deception outlined in the memo. Anonymous officials and redacted names. As with many of the documents released, the identities of those involved remain unclear. Names of the jail employees referenced in the memo were blacked out, preventing public identification of the individuals allegedly participating in the operation. Other revelations. Why would you do that? It just fuels conspiracy stuff. Seriously, it's fucking mental. It's what the right wingers use. Are you talking about like this article here? about like, oh, they threw us off the trail, man. Just think of the most powerful men on the world and still being compromised by your desires. But a woman in a position could really go far without those urges. Are we talking? What are we talking about here? I missed something. KK Online. How you go? The real question to ask yourself is why is Jeffrey dead and Maxwell chilling in a nice prison? Who's the real middleman? Spandonk, yeah, I don't think any of the many authors of the Bible could see the end of slavery coming and understand how bad their rebel angel story would sound in 2,000 years. Jordan, depends on which Christian interpretation you subscribe to. Oh, there's a religious debate happening on in the chat here. Just look at the ex-cop's rap sheet who was his cellmate. Yeah, that bloke definitely had killed people before. Yeah, gee. Saying that he is alive. Yeah, because they snuck him out in the black vehicle, not the white one. Yeah, that's why he's still alive. Epstein's hyoid bone was broken, which is possible in hanging, but way more prevalent in manual strangulation. Interesting. There's some theories going on in the chat. All right, like I said, we're gonna have a quick break, and then we will be back with some more. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, hit the like button. Do yourself a favor. Do me a favor too. Smash that like button. All right, we'll be back. All right, we're back. And looks like there is a big philosophical discussion going on in the chat. Philosophical, theological, potentially, discussion going on in the chat today. Interesting. Very interesting. You will all surprise me. Always surprised. All right. We're switching gears. I don't think I'm going to find other cuts of this. I'm going to have to find it myself then. Yeah. We'll have to look for my own cuts. It's just the dirty money one. Are you the devil himself? They keep us playing the same parts over and over again. Jeffrey Epstein interviewed by Steve Bannon before his arrest. Yeah, you have to ask the question as well when it comes to Steve Bannon. Like, what's going on? Eh? Why is he interviewing Jeffrey Epstein? What does he know? Or who does he know, right? All right, let's do this. We're going to change gears. And we're going to go to Iran and have a look at what's happening there. Where was this thing? Someone put in Discord. Here it is. Someone put this in Discord, which I thought was very interesting. I think it was you, Jag, who's still watching. About what's actually going on now with the whole Iran situation. And there's been a bit of a development. Now, if you aren't aware of the situation, I think most people that watch this are probably across this. But the US is, like 2 weeks ago, it was non-stop. We were talking, figured you would find this clip interesting. It is fucking interesting, isn't it? But like, yeah, a couple of weeks ago, it was non-stop, like around protests going off. Protesting against the regime, the R word, the evil regime in Iran, and the entire Western world and Western media especially was manufacturing consent for some type of US military style intervention in Iran based on the fact that the Iranian regime was killing its own people indiscriminately. And like turning the armed forces kind of on innocent protesters who are just out in the street because of the economic situation in Iran. Now, I guess of note there is the economic situation in Iran is the currency has plummeted and the economy is absolutely screwed. It's absolutely screwed at the moment. And it's all because of, you guessed it, the mismanagement of the government. No, it's because of economic sanctions. It's because they've been under sanctions by the US and therefore the entire global community almost, which is run through kind of the petrodollar system, for lack of a better word, like trade works off US dollars. That means like the US have incredible facility to chop people off from the world economy. It's not like completely cut off. Like obviously they're still trading with Russia, they're still trading with China, they're still trading with Venezuela, it would have seemed, before Venezuela got the axe again by Western intervention. So yeah, Iran was protesting, and the protests themselves weren't just instigated by the Iranian people. There were many claims and reports from Israeli media itself that there were Mossad agents inside Iran stoking the flames of protest and involved in even violent protests and killing members of the security personnel that were claimed to be killing Iranians in the thousands. And so Trump was using that as a pretext, the deaths of Iranian people. All of a sudden, the US is really, really concerned about all of these members of the public in Iran and thinks that it is so concerning their safety that the US should be intervening in Iran's ability to enact its own sovereignty and dictate its own actions and its own internal political affairs. And so, yeah, the US are using, and the entire world media is backing up the US on this one, manufacturing consent hard for the fact that the evil regime must fall. And like them killing their own civilians is a justification for the Americans to come in and declare war on them, or like, you know, or some form of use some form of military aggression against them. If only everybody on the world stage, including especially the Western media, were able to see the hypocrisy of that, given the fact that America is actually killing its own civilians as well through force by the state. We've been watching it, and it's documented greatly, but I guess it's just how you interpret these things, isn't it? Which makes all the difference, whether you can justify an act of war or not. So we've been watching the Iran situation develop. Now, 2 weeks ago, like I said, it was all like, we're gonna come in there and we're gonna take over and we're gonna strike you. The guns are locked and ready, locked and loaded for the strike, but nothing really happened, and like it just kind of filtered into the background. Now, over the last 2 weeks, they've been moving an armada, as Trump says, into position in the Persian Gulf, I'm pretty sure, or around those areas, the Strait of Hormuz, I think it is, to get everyone into gear and moving troops around in various bases to get everyone into position to strike Iran if necessary. Whatever strike that may be, so it's just an aerial strike, a military strike, like actually moving troops in. Who knows? Nobody knows. That's the wonder of Trump. Everybody keeps guessing. And so they're ready, or it looks like they're in position to finally do whatever Trump orders in the end as commander-in-chief. This same commander-in-chief that has been listed by the FBI in the Epstein files as being completely compromised by Israel and in their back pocket. The official number is 30,000 deaths now. This reeks of 40 beheaded babies from Hamas and Saddam taking babies out of incubators. Yeah. Like, look, I'm sure there are deaths. Like, let's be honest. Like, I'm sure there are deaths. But, like, there's also, like we've said, actual documented and reported by Israeli media, like, agents inside Iran killing state officials. And so there's war on the streets of Iran from foreign agents. And so, like, yeah, it does, Clarice, it does reek a little bit, the numbers, like, because of the way that they're being reported. And you're just like, what are they trying to manufacture consent for? Are they trying to make sure the world's population doesn't ask any questions when the US commander-in-chief who reports to Israel finally decides it's time to strike and attack? Is that what they want us all to be happy about? That, the Americans can again decide the fate of an entire country as we've just witnessed, like, very overtly in Venezuela? Are we supposed to just be all comfortable with that? Is that what we're all being normalized here for? And so, like, the armadas are massed, and now that the chess pieces are in place, the question is, logistically, how does this happen? Because Iran is no Venezuela. Iran is a very different beast. It's not in America's backyard. It's an unforgiving terrain. It's hard to get a hold of properly, and it's armed and ready. So Venezuela, while it was, standing up for its own interests and flashing its military around, it doesn't have the same military capability as the Iranians. They have missiles that are able to evade any type of systems that the Israelis and the Americans might have to stop the effectiveness of those missiles. They are able to do damage, and they've said already that they are willing to drag the entire region into war if America wants to do this. If America throws down, we're all getting in on it, kind of thing. Now, an interesting development that has happened, I would say, in this whole situation is the idea that China is involved and in more ways than just, oh, by the way, we think that this is an incredible overreach of US power. They should leave the Iranians alone, which is usually the type of stuff that comes out of China. They put out harsh statements and tell the Americans to leave the world alone. Now, interestingly, China seems to be providing intel to Iran. They seem to have been using their own fleet or parts of their fleet to help gather information on the US movements, and they're also using their own satellite technology to help. And people are spewing about that. There are American commentators out there that are absolutely livid by this crazy interference by the Chinese. Trust the evil Chinese to send intel to Iranians and help Iranians. Don't they know we're trying to wipe out an entire country here? How inconvenient of them, the Chinese, stepping in, this authoritarian regime stepping in and getting involved with America's business on Iranian soil. So let's have a look at that, because I'd like to get a good understanding of what the Chinese are doing here. Because if the Chinese get overtly involved with this one, as opposed to probably the covert stuff that happens all the time, we're looking at a different type of proxy war here that is different to the Ukraine. Now, the Ukraine really, it like for the world stage, kind of looks like it's Russia versus Ukraine. And so like maybe the Ukrainians are supported by the Europeans. But like the real proxy war that is happening there, it's not the Europeans fighting a proxy war against Russia through the Ukraine. It's the US that are fighting a proxy war with Russia via the Ukraine. But that's all hush-hush. No one really talks about that. I don't see anyone in the mainstream media, unless you have seen something, anyone in the mainstream media saying that Ukraine is a proxy war and it's actually the US fighting against Russia. Because the picture that's always painted is, the US are trying to broker a ceasefire or a peace deal between Russia and the Ukraine. And like Trump is just that middleman that's trying to broker a peace deal. He's not the man, the commander-in-chief that is actually behind the war itself. And Ukraine is just a proxy. But like in this case here, it's US openly threatening to invade or to attack, to wage war on Iran, and China seem to be overtly getting involved on the fridges and are just like, whatever, we'll provide them tech and intel, and we don't care if people know about it. So this is a change in geopolitics, a big change in geopolitics. If the Chinese are like, look, if Iran goes down, we're fucked. As in, like, we've got less people here to rely on. Iran's a big and important player on the world stage, I would say. Massive population, good military capabilities, and a great thorn in the side of US imperialism. And so if they go down, like, she gets real for China, I would say. Klaus, I think there is an overt intervention in Iran. China and Russia will step in. Iran is too strong of an ally to lose. Yes, that's what I'm speculating on here. Iran is too important to go down for the Chinese, for the Russians maybe as well. And so like this is a different point. This is not a Venezuela 2.0. People are painting it up to be like that. But like I think this is sorry to any Venezuelans that are listening, but like I think this is actually more important than Venezuela on the world stage. So let's have a look at what's been happening there.
But Iran is in no mood to take Trump's bluff this time around. They have become wiser, and rightly so, since they were deceived so spectacularly in June last year when Trump helped Israeli terrorists to carry out illegal airstrikes on Iran while also scheduling to hold talks with the Iranian delegation 2 days later. As I said in many of my recent videos, Iranians have decided to show no mercy this time if they are attacked by America. They appear to be firm in their resolve to finish this conflict once and for all. According to local reports, the Iranian leadership would treat any future military aggression on their country by America and Israel as a war to eliminate Iran from the surface of the earth. So, in other words, this is an existential crisis for them. Therefore, the Islamic Republic has decided to go all out to teach America a lesson this time around. Listen to this Iranian analyst on Press TV.
The reality is that I believe the Iranian leaders have decided to make sure that this is not going to be the case. I think last time Iran was attacked, Iran was surprised. Iran was attacked in the middle of negotiations. No one is going to be surprised this time. I think the planning is to have at least 500 casualties under the side. So you're going to have many American soldiers in body bags.
This is interesting, right? This is tactics that we're talking about here that we haven't actually been kind of briefed on before. The Western media won't talk about this. The only stuff that you get from the Western media is like, what would it look like if the US actually decided to take military action? Like, what are the options kind of thing? We're hearing right here, ladies and gentlemen, what the options of response or retaliation is as planned by Iran. And it's very, very interesting how they are framing this from their own perspective. They're saying that when this happened, so there was a 12-day war in June last year between Israel and Iran, where they were firing basically at each other across a large expanse, where they were firing missiles at each other. And that was a result of the fact that, or that happened during a supposed negotiation period. So Israel and Iran and the US were all negotiating about the nuclear program. So if you remember, the reason that we're here in the first place, supposedly, is because for decades, the Americans have been painting the picture, or the Western media has been painting the picture that Iran is trying to develop a nuclear arsenal. They want nuclear weapons, and they're developing their nuclear capabilities in order to get access to nuclear weapons, and that is just an absolute no-go for the world, apparently, because again, the US as world police get to say who can have nuclear weapons and can't. Not that I'm advocating for people to have nuclear weapons, but if it's good for you, why is it not good for anyone else to have nuclear weapons? And I think the real answer behind that is actually they don't care about nuclear war. What they care about is they can't tell a country what to do if they have a nuclear weapon, because that makes them way more dangerous and harder to control. So anyway, last year in June, they were negotiating, and then they started getting attacked. And then they ultimately got bombed by the US, who came in and took out their nuclear facility. Do you remember that? Do you remember when they took out the nuclear facility? Took it out. And here they are. They've got enriched uranium or plutonium. I can never remember which one it is. They've got enriched material ready for apparently making nuclear weapons. And so there's another reason for them to go in, the US that is, to go in and take care of Iran or take them out. And so they're going to be negotiating again. And you'll hear a lot of stuff in the Western media that the US is, or Trump is negotiating at the moment with Iran to not only, they're not really worried about the protesters anymore, but like to stop the evil crackdown, the evil regime's crackdown on the protesters, but also to stop them from developing their nuclear weaponry again. So it's very, very interesting. This is the same situation we were in 6 months ago. And what the Iranians are saying is, we've been here before where they say they want to negotiate and then they end up just bombing us. If they do that again while we're negotiating and then they just start attacking us while we're negotiating, our situation is we are ready off the bat to kill 500 American soldiers. We are ready to send 500 Americans back home in body bags. We are not around on this. We are not around this time. We don't care what you say or what you do. We are taking this very, very seriously. and we will retaliate with making the Americans question whether they should be doing this and whether their leader, their commander-in-chief, is worthy of his station, because America will suffer a great loss. Very interesting point, because as I've been saying for weeks now, I think the only thing really that can save a country in the face of US sanctions, US pressure, let's say US pressure, is make sure you threaten them. Because that's the only thing they respond to. That's the only thing I guess a bully responds to is threats. You say, if you do this, it's not going to be worth your time, then they might back down. That's pretty much it. About to turn negotiating over their oil. LOL. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's what this is all about. We shall see.
And this is what Iranian soldiers in body bags, and this is what Iranian leaders have been telling the other side, and hopefully they don't think this is a bluff, because they're going to see those body bags arriving in the United States if they decide to attack Iran. If Americans attack Iranian infrastructure, I think the infrastructure of regional countries will be hit, because these countries have, some of them, not all of them, the countries that have provided bases for the United States, and U.S. uses these bases to attack Iran. So if you're a country that has provided a military base to the United States, if U.S. hits Iranian infrastructure, the infrastructure in these countries would be attacked. You cannot have a situation.
It's very interesting, isn't it? I wonder how many places in the Middle East have which countries that's interesting. In the Middle East have US bases in them. What are we saying here? We're going to say Syria would, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Bahrain, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Syria. So there's 8 over here. Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Iraq. This is pretty much the entire thing. It's crazy, isn't it? Oman. So like basically they're saying as well, we're going to keep you guessing too, because if you want to go around and find out and hit our infrastructure, you've got infrastructure all over the place, and good luck knowing where we're going to strike you. Hope your air defenses are good.
Well, Iran is only the victim. I think the whole region is going to be blown up.
This is precisely what I have been talking about in many of my recent videos. Iran has devised a strategy to inflict maximum loss by killing 500 US soldiers so that a chilling message is sent to Trump's support base in America. The same support base that voted Trump to power for the second term on the promise that he would not engage the US military on behalf of a rogue settler colony called Israel. Iran has found great help in a Chinese satellite company which has just released its latest photos on the movement of US military forces in the region. These
Elon Musk, Prince Andrew, Epstein.
Can I come too?
So good. Prince Andrew and Epstein. I was like, Prince Andrew was like the fool that they conned just to get like dirt on the royals and the English political establishment to use against them. And even Prince Andrew is cooler than Elon Musk. That's so good. Can I come here?
Can I come too? Oh.
So good. That is so Elon Musk. It's so good. Oh man, so good. Oh.
These images that you can see on your screen right now were taken on 25th and 26th of January. These images show how the US has deployed the Patriot system and possibly related radars and vehicles at US bases at Al.
Whoa. Why is this thing so screwed up? I feel like it's recording non-stop. The US Patriot is essentially a ground-based air and missile defense system, not a single missile, but a whole weapon system. What is the US Patriot system? Patriot, phased array tracking radar for intercept on target. It's designed to detect, track and shoot down aircraft, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles. What is the actual Patriot battery? Radar, powerful phased array radar that scans the sky continuously, command and control station, missile launchers, truck mounted launchers holding interceptor missiles, different variant depending on the threat. So yes, it launches missiles, but only defensive interceptors. So it's just a defensive thing. Interesting. What's it mainly used for? Defending cities, military bases, and critical infrastructure, protecting allies from ballistic missile threats, commonly deployed in places like Not Rail, Saudi Arabia, Ukraine, Japan, South Korea, US bases in the Middle East. The US bases in the Middle East. Okay. So that's what. So the Chinese are providing serious intel to the Iranians here. So like what we've just heard is the Iranians are like, we've got a plan and we're going to take out 500 American service personnel in response. And so the Chinese are like, here are the Patriot systems they have. Just thought you should know. Maybe you'd like the pictures.
Just show how the US has deployed the Patriot system and possibly related radars and vehicles at US bases at Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, which by the
No, Clarice, you guys can talk. Go for it. Sometimes I choose whether or not I get in on conversations or not. But if you actually speak here, I think YouTube thinks that people are commenting and more activity is more views. So you go for it. If you guys want to talk here, that's fine. I'm just not going to get involved in the conversation. All yours.
way is the largest US base in the Middle East and Ali Al Salem Air Base in Kuwait. How does this satellite data help Iran? Well, Iran already knows the precise location of the US military apparatus in these bases. What the latest satellite imagery provided by a Chinese company has done and will continue to do so is to help Iran in identifying the current deployment by the US military and define its offensive strategy accordingly. I said it before and I'm saying it again.
Oh, is this the same footage he's got here when Trump craps himself in front of that delegation in the White House and then he shoos them out? I think it's the same because I remember this lady being like, ooh, goddamn, no way, my God. As a mod, I agree with E. If you're having a robust debate or a separate convo, go for it. Yeah, I just, I have to choose which ones I get involved in, that's all. See you later, Jordan.
Trump would be a fool to engage in military adventurism against Iran. Iran is no Venezuela. Even if the US
You rushed them out so quickly, that was the best part for me.
skills or cap, and I'm saying it again, Trump would be a fool to engage in military adventurism against Iran. Iran is no Venezuela. Even if the US kills or captures members of the Iranian leadership, there are many who will quickly fill those positions. This wouldn't lead to the fall of the so-called regime. But the response from Iran in such a scenario would be unimaginable. If the US thinks it can hit precise targets to destroy the Iranian drone or ballistic missile programs, it should first find out what happened to those 400 kilos of highly enriched uranium that Iran managed to transport to a safe location in June last year. Most of the Iranian sensitive military installations are buried deep inside the ground. In some cases,
is it true that most of the Iranian sensitive military facilities are buried deep underground? RDFHDD something. Hello. Yes, that is true. Thank you. You should be my research assistant. Yes, Iran does invest heavily in burying or hardening many of its most sensitive military facilities deep underground. But it's not literally most of every facility everywhere. Instead, a significant portion of strategic assets, especially missile bases, storage sites, and elements of its nuclear infrastructure. I'm the same person as last time you sent a video that sent you a video about Isnot Rail. Okay. Welcome back. How you going? Bandok the Ayatollah loves his bunkers. Yeah. Hey, use what you got, right? Use what you got. Why not? Unknown are reported to be under substantial layers of rock in mountains or inside tunnels to protect them from airstrikes and surveillance. That's how you do it, right? Eh? Why underground Iran's military strategy is long emphasized hardening key assets by meaning burying them deep or placing them inside mountain networks to make them much harder to destroy from the air. This approach is similar to what other countries do when they expect advanced air attacks. Nuclear enrichment sites. Iran's Fordow uranium enrichment plant, a core part of its nuclear infrastructure, is built deep underground and inside a mountain to withstand airstrikes. Far out. Do you remember me? Yeah. You've sent a couple of videos, I thought, about Isnot Rail. Like ones that you developed yourself, right? Those are the ones you're talking about. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I do. Do you have a new video for us? Is that where you have returned? Missile bases and missile cities. Iran's ballistic missile infrastructure includes many underground components. There are multiple underground missile bases across the country, some called missile cities, intended to store and protect missiles and launch equipment. I'm very happy that the world is finally waking up to this after I've been saying this for years. It's taken a long time to wake up, that's for sure. Epstein choosing who to invite to his island. That's so good. Even Stephen Hawking gets a shot in, bro. I'll do it. Elon. Are you making these? Or are you finding them? That is so good, man. Oh, man. Did you see the new stuff that got exposed from Epstein? Yes, I did. We've actually been looking at it a lot today. It's crazy, isn't it? Jesus the Crutches, savage. It's so good. Oh my god. Yes, we have been watching it. That's why we're all laughing at Elon Musk, who tries to invite himself to Epstein Island. Yeah, very interesting. Okay.
Sensitive military installations are buried deep inside the ground. In some cases, thousands of feet under the earth, and large cave complexes with special hardening measures in place. In recent months, Iran has also actively worked towards purging Israelis and American spies who were present and very active in the Islamic Republic. Whichever way you look at it, Trump would be best advised to not embark on something so suicidal that he himself rightly opposed it in the past. That is, engaging US military in illegal wars. In another development, the Israeli terror outfit, the IDF, has finally said that it
I love when you don't have someone that's institutionalized into Western media and the manufacturing consent machine. When he talks about the IDF, he calls it
development. The Israeli terror outfit,
the Israeli terror outfit. It's so good. It's so good to hear. So it's like refreshing. You're just like, oh, whoa. He's not talking about like, the Israeli military here. It's not an official title. He's calling them out for what they fucking are. A group of terrorists.
IDF has finally said that it would accept the death toll announced by the Gaza Health Ministry. Remember, up until now, this terrorist group mocked the figure by calling it Bollywood numbers and whatnot.
That's an interesting point. So I don't know if you've heard about this. Like, look at the headline again for you. IDF accepts Gaza Health Ministry death toll over 71,000 Palestinians killed during the war. Now, if you remember, like throughout the last 2 years, the Gaza Health Ministry kept on putting out numbers on how many Gazans were being killed indiscriminately by Israel, and they kept denying it, calling it like propaganda or calling it misinformation or whatever they use these days. And so they finally come out and they're like, nah, it's true. It's true. We killed 71,000 people. We were just joking for 2 years when we said that it was bullshit. It's actually true. It's actually a lot more than that. So let's just go with the 71,000 because, hey, that's what everybody accepts anyway. Am I right? Hey, mainstream media, am I right? Everybody says the same thing. Hey, so let's just go with that one now. Let's just go with the story after we denied it for ages. And like now they've got their hostages out and they've gotten the last remains back too. They don't have any investment in this whole story about like painting the picture of like Hamas and all the atrocities in Gaza as not being real. They can just be like, yeah, we're finished with Gaza anyway. Kushner's coming with the peace board and they're going to turn it into Mar-a-Lago 2.0 anyway, so who cares? Who cares? And so they're just accepting the official stats from the Gaza Health Ministry. But remember though, to give real context, that health ministry data is so understated, it's not funny. Because we also had a look at an article a few months ago now that talked about, and this was an article written by people whose job it is to estimate numbers of deaths in conflicts around the world. They've been involved in conflicts and wars around the world. And so they use the same statistical analysis and prediction modeling that they would in any war zone around the world. And they came up with a number 10 times what the Gaza Health Ministry was saying at the time. 10 times. So at the time that we were listening or reading that article, the death toll in Gaza, according to the health ministry, was 68,000. And so they were reporting something like 600,000 to 700,000 people being eradicated thanks to the actions of Israel. And so like for the IDF to be like, yeah, 71,000, we'll accept that. We'll take it. Like that's potentially 1/10 of the actual damage that we're talking about here. 1/10. Clarice, even Israeli sources say that 83% of casualties are civilian. Anything crazier? Dilemmas, but BB Evil Yahoo told me IDF is the most moral army in the world. You calling him a liar? Pretty anti-Semitic. Jeez, yeah, you gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. It is how Kareem describes it. It's Davo. Deny, attack, reverse, victim, and offender. A reaction to accountability where the perpetrator claims to be the victim. I can finally say this without being called a conspiracy theorist. Yeah. Well, I never thought Pizzagate would be proven true, but it really wasn't how Q was selling it, though. Yeah. Yeah, they had a different intent behind it, didn't they? And potentially, Q was all just a big employ by Epstein and Bannon, apparently. Apparently the guy that started, I want to say QAnon. Was it? Or was it 4chan? Was at Epstein's residence, or was talking to Epstein the day that it was started. Or started up. So now there's this whole conspiracy that whole sphere of right-wing conspiracy theory stuff is just something that was like perpetuated or facilitated by members of the elite who wanted to stoke the culture wars as hard as they can. Oh, 4chan, okay. The guy that founded 4chan, okay. Yeah, pizza and grape soda. Did you hear about that? Hey, when they talk to each other about wanting to get pizza and grape soda. The pizza thing? Okay, what do you reckon grape soda really is? Grape soda? I don't know, that sounds worse to me than pizza. Sounds like something else.
Terrorist group mocked the figure by the health ministry. Remember, up until now, this terrorist group mocked the figure by calling it Bollywood numbers and whatnot. Israeli slaves in the Western media, or shall I say propaganda outlets such as the BBC, Sky News and others, parroted these lies by attributing the numbers to Gaza's Hamas-run health ministry. So my question is this, particularly to the BBC, which you and I fund with our hard-earned money called the license fee. What would this rogue propaganda organization do now? For more than 2 years, the BBC tried its best to dehumanize Palestinians by constantly casting doubt on their suffering. This was designed to protect Israeli war criminals at every single stage. But even the perpetrators of this Holocaust have now admitted to have killed more than 71,000 innocent Palestinians. What does it say? It shows that the real number of Palestinians brutally massacred by Israeli terrorists in the last 2 years is so high that even the IDF terrorists thought it's best to accept a significantly lower number to avoid any future consequences. I hope racist and genocidal maniacs within the BBC who constantly push this dreadful propaganda on behalf of Israeli war criminals are able to have a sound sleep tonight, as they cherish their contribution in the brutal massacre of hundreds of thousands of children and babies. That's it from me. Thank you very much for your support of this platform.
It's pretty heavy when you say it like that, isn't it? Just reminding everyone that this is the murder of... It's not just soldiers, or it's not adults here. It's the countless murder of children. And that the report that we looked at as well, that was talking about most of the deaths that come in when it was like as a result of conflict of this nature, where there are masses of civilians involved, and we're talking about strikes on civilian infrastructure and targets. It's like mostly children. It's mostly children. When you're in that vulnerable age group below 5 years old, basically, like might not even be the strikes that's killing them. It's just the fact that they're in a fucking war zone. They can't get access to things. It's cold or it's hot, or they don't have water. They don't have good sanitation. Kids just die. They're like I don't know how else to say this without it sounding disrespectful, but they're weak. Like they're not as attuned to living through harsh conditions like that than a full-grown adult is. A seasoned human, they are vulnerable. And so, like, you know, the 600 to 700,000 deaths that was coming out of the report that we were reading, you know, a lion's share of that, if not a good majority, were like, you know, we're just kids that we're talking about here. Talk about fucking terrorists and evil right there. Hobo Joe, I did see a list before, but it didn't have grape soda. I will put a pic in chat. Thanks. Yeah. Woozles in the house. How you going? Hundreds of thousands. I think they need more zeros on their numbers. Has to be. I sat through the live streams. Cheered Steve and Rooster. The buildings weren't all empty. What's this, Hobo Joe? Is this the thing? Hot dog. Hot dog equals boy. Pizza equals girl. Cheese, little girl. Pasta, little boy. Oh my god. Ice cream, male prostitute. Walnut, person of color. Map, semen. Sauce, orgy. What the fuck? What is this? And this came from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Hot dogs. So pizza's girls. Hot dogs. Oh man. They have different classifications. That's fucked, isn't it? It's so crazy. Man, fuck. Yeah, are you reading this, 4AS? Go on to Discord. Have a look at this. This is from the FBI as well. Yeah, I wonder what grape soda is. Man. Must be more to it, but that's the only image I could find. I wonder if ChatGPT knows that. We have just seen elements released about the Epstein files. We have heard that there is coded language used in email correspondences. For example, pizza equals girl and hot dog equals boy. Are you able to verify what grape soda means? Oh yeah, I'll post the link. Yeah, got it. Yeah, if anyone's watching this and they want to come and join Discord, hit us up. Come join. An infinite loop of bot verify? That sucks. There's no verified or authoritative source from law enforcement disclosures. Here's what actually goes on based on what we can verify. Epstein, some people online are observing certain emails in Epstein documents include food-related words like pizza and grape soda, Chinese cookie, yeah, I've heard that one too, etc. I'm not speculating that they might be part of coded language system. Sorry, and are speculating. About grape soda specifically, there is zero authoritative confirmation about grape soda means anything particular in the Epstein files. People online have guessed or joked about its meaning. Grape equals, the word minus the G. Racial categories. But these are just speculation and internet memes. Imagine like that as well. Like because you can't imagine what it's like to be these people, but imagine for a second that like when you talk about getting pizza, so like, a girl, then you've got different variations, like grape might be like a racial, like let's go get some girl tonight. And I want it of this category and of this age group, like a fucking buffet. Reddit threads discussing this are community guesses, not evidence. Interesting. Crazy. It's gross. All right, I want to move to to stick on the Iran train. I want to have a look at this guy. So there's this guy. I don't know what he is. Like one of those US style military channels. Hardcore lovers of the empire, I would say. And this guy, what's his name? David Hookstead. Like I was trying to find some more information about like what people know about what the Chinese are doing by getting involved with the Iranian conflict at the moment. And this guy has come across, I've come across him anyway, talking about China. So, like, let's have a look at this. Pretty sure chicken means little boy. Isaac Cappy talked about this before he killed himself. 3 days after saying he wasn't suicidal. DuckDuckGo gave me the bridge tournament code to bridge tournaments in slang outside of the card game context can refer to secretive or under the radar activities. Secret meetings. Well, what's his name? Bill Gates was talking about bridge tournaments. He wanted some, what was it, Adderall or something for his bridge tournament session with the bridge tournament master. All right, let's have a listen to this.
War. Well, now we have a wild situation. I'm going to put this up on the screen for you. Let me throw it up here for you. So what you are looking at here, this comes from an Ozin account, Mensch Oznit. What you are seeing here is a pattern. It says China's Da Yang Yiho scientific research ship is located in the Arabian Sea near the USS Abraham Lincoln for scientific research purposes. That's obviously being sarcastic. So this is the pattern you can see that the ship took into the Arabian Sea, where it is now watching the USS Abraham Lincoln, where it is watching all of our ships. This right here is what these.
It's so good. I love the audacity of these American style content creators when they talk about like military stuff. It's just like, here are the Chinese openly watching our ships in the Middle East. It's just like, you're in international waters, bro. You're in the Middle East, and you're upset that the Chinese are also, not with an armada, but with a single ship that potentially might be there to intercept and spy on your operations. You're upset that they're there doing it, but it's completely acceptable for you to be there with an entire, with a fleet of ships that are designed for military action. And you're pissed off because the Chinese are following the armada around, getting information about them. Like, he must understand the hypocrisy of this. And like, he's so matter of fact, he's just like, I can't believe they're here. Chinese following us around. We're just trying to strike a sovereign nation. And they got their ships there following us. So audacious. Do as I say, not as I do. But he must be aware of like the hypocrisy of what he's saying. How dare they?
Chinese spy ship looks like, again, it is technically, I believe, they call it a research vessel, but it is believed to be a spy ship. Any ship tied to the Chinese government, you can bet your bottom dollar that it is doing much more than what it appears. So
what a wild and sweeping statement that is. Any Chinese ship tied to the evil Communist Party, you can bet they aren't really doing what they say they're supposed to be doing. Research vessel, my ass. Hey, there's evil communists. They're up to no good. Us, though, we are trying to protect the people of Iran by attacking them and putting them under sanctions. Those damn Chinese put one of their ships near 50 of our military bases. Hey? I know, right? Just like all those suspicious fishing boats out of Venezuela. Yeah, how dare they put those boats out in waters where our Marines are trying to sit in the ocean and enjoy the nice weather. Eh? Something smells fishy. Eh? Eh?
Why would it be there? Why would it be in the vicinity of the USS Abraham Lincoln? It is likely conducting signals intelligence. It is trying to pick up on radio intercepts, signals intercepts, anything it can get its hands on that it could learn from and then pass that information back to the Chinese government, who would then pass it on to the Iranians. We also have this. So this right here is a broader area where you can see where it is in the Arabian Sea. So that dot that is circled and highlighted, that was the known location. So this is near.
Like, that's how you would justify it. Like, I think it's more that China doesn't enforce international law. We do, so we go where we want. Being American, I doubt he sees the hypocrisy. But, like, we are the world police, so we can go wherever we want. But the Chinese following us, how dare they tailgate us, follow us around and intercept our information and hand it over to the Iranians. The Chinese should inform Iran. I mean, they should, in my opinion. Good move. What's fair enough? Like, they're in international waters. If they don't like being followed, then, like, get out of international waters then. Like, if you're worried about it, maybe don't send an armada over there. Don't threaten to strike a sovereign nation on the pretext that you're bringing down a regime. The same language you use about if the Chinese regime has anything to do with it, blah, 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 blah.
Off the coast of Oman. You can see Oman on the left of the screen. The carrier strike group is known to be somewhere in this region, although as of this, we do not know the exact time, exact location. So right here is another look at where the ship's last known tracking was as the spy ship entered into the Arabian Sea. Now, it's important to note the open source tracking of this Chinese spy ship has been dead for over 2 days. So it has gone dark. It has turned off its ability to be publicly tracked after it moved into the Arabian Sea. It is searching and hunting for our aircraft carrier group. It is trying to find out where the aircraft carrier is. This is a critical moment. This is incredibly important. The stakes could not be higher. It looks like China is now potentially getting ready to get directly involved with a spy asset in the region. Now,
I think that's the most crucial thing that this guy has said. Like, we have direct reason to believe that the Chinese are openly involved in this situation now. Like, it's not just the usual, like I said, the usual Chinese foreign secretary or something like that standing up and being like, damn it, I thought we lived in the free world. Why the fuck is America doing this again? Shouldn't they just leave countries to their own devices? Sure, you might not agree with their politics, but don't they have the right to self-determination? God damn it. And now it's kind of like, well, we're gonna follow you. That's pissing off the Americans. Now, will the US do anything? Seize a Chinese research vessel? Hey, man, we're just out on a fishing trip. Hey, how did we get to the Arabian Sea? God, we took a wrong turn in Sri Lanka. How the fuck did we end up here? I'm like, yeah, if the Chinese are overtly getting involved with this one, it's different to the reporting we've had in other situations. I'm not saying that they haven't been involved in other situations, but it's a little bit more blatant now. What channel should I put it in? What are you looking to share with us? 4S, we don't respect the rules-based order, but how dare they not respect the rules-based order? Respect my authority. Depends on what you're sharing. Put in the stream chat if it's relevant. Oh, Epstein stuff. Oh, okay. It's images. Oh, up to you then. If it's relevant to this, what we're talking about now, then yeah, you can put in the stream chat. Censor, you can put it in general chat if you want. Clips and riffs. Stuff for us to have a look at. I like the common one of, if it wasn't for America, China would have taken Australia by now. How? Make those logistics make sense. That's a fair point. Look at the image I sent. Look at his bank account. Look at what his bank account is called. He's a Fed trying to infiltrate us. Eh? What bank account? Where did you put it? to William Doty at JP Morgan. Please wire $11,438 and account to Bal name Wachovia Bank NA. Yeah, General Tank. Bal Wachovia Bank. What's your grand theory on this one? I would like to know more. I would like to know more. Bal is in the name. Do you know what Bal is? It mentions Bal. No, I don't. Tell me what Bal is. Bal is a pagan deity where they are kids and then sacrifice the kid after they get them pregnant. My God. The account name is Bal. Yeah, somebody mentioned Bal before, talking about satanic rituals and stuff like that. One of the chaotic gods in D&D. It's part of the evil side of D&D. Interesting. And so, like, they've actually got an account named that. Bal name. Interesting. So I think this is what happened on Epstein Island. Yeah, fair enough. That's why Musk is clawing to get in there. Yeah, that's wild. They're open about how evil they are. Well, they didn't have anything to hide, did they? You don't think you have anything to hide. That's why this is just an indiscretion for them. The silly plebs getting involved in this. Little do they know.
I'm going to put this up on the screen because this also happened on February 2nd. We covered this in a previous video. What you are seeing here on your screen is an Iranian drone that was also hunting for the aircraft carrier. It circled repeatedly. It went south. It went south past the mountains of Oman, further south, then took a sharp turn north where it stayed in a flying pattern for some time. Now, I don't know if that means it found the aircraft carrier. I don't know if it means it's looking at something else it found interesting. But now we have a Chinese spy vessel that is right there in the region off the coast of Iran, hunting and spying on our aircraft carrier. We have an Iranian drone that is in the air hunting and spying for our aircraft carrier. So what they are trying to do is, as fast as they can, figure out where all of our ships are so they can pass that information to anyone that would be running the missiles that could be targeting us. And I'll tell you this, if the Chinese are giving our ship locations to the Iranians.
Is this guy serious? Like, he can't be fair dinkum. He's like, would you believe it? The Iranians, in their own part of the world, would have the audacity to have a drone trying to get intel on a foreign adversary that is threatening to attack them. What is going on? Are we all living in the same reality right now? This is absolutely outrageous. How could the Iranians do this? What do they think they're doing? Defending themselves? This is outrageous. I think that the picture of so-called chicken that is censored is not chicken, but a human child dismemberer. Man. That's some crazy shit, man. So wait. Sorry, wait. I think that picture of a so-called chicken that is censored is not a chicken, but a human child dismembered. Oh my God. Okay. Damn. My God. Dilemma is weird how the Mayans sacrifice children for a good harvest, and women today. Not that I want to open that can of worms. LOL. Oh my God. Seriously. Fuck.
Which I'm sure they are. And those ships are fired at by Iranian missiles. then we should hold China responsible for helping pass that information so the Iranians could target our ships. We cannot turn a blind eye to what the Chinese are doing. They are a nasty foreign actor. They cannot be trusted. And now they have spy ships. Iranian drones are in there. This situation is heating up incredibly fast. Now, on that note, we have this. I'm going to put this on the screen for you. Give me 1 second. All right. This comes from Faytux Network. It says Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu told the Knesset that Israel is on high alert and prepared for any development, saying it is monitoring the situation and ready for all scenarios, warning that anyone who...
I know, right? Hello, pot, meet kettle. Like, why is he so outraged about this? It's mental. In the leaked Hillary Clinton email, she said she sacrificed a chicken to Moloch in her backyard. I know that sounds schizo, but it's available. Hello, you're acting like you haven't heard American political commentary before. I'd be more shocked if he didn't say that, but like, this is fucking nuts. Like, he's got to be joking. I haven't, man. I haven't come into this style of American military kind of content creation before, where he's like actually outraged that China would, or even Iran would, in its own backyard, in its own region, send out drones to try and figure out intel on a foreign adversary that is literally threatening violence against them. This is mental. I'm sorry. I'm not desensitized to how crazy this is. Can't deny the similarities, though.
Attacks Israel will face unbearable consequences. So right now, the Israelis are on high alert, believing an attack can happen. Their jets, I'm sure, are armed. They're on what could be called a hot cock status. What that means is you can get planes within the air in a matter of minutes. A matter of minutes. We keep planes here in the U.S. in strategic areas that are on that alert status as well, where the fighter pilots are with them at all times. The bombs are ready to go. The missiles are ready to go. Now we are learning that the Israelis have officially gone on high alert, and they are ready for whatever comes next. On that note, the Iranian president has ordered Iran to immediately enter into nuclear talks and further negotiations with the United States in order to reduce tensions in the Middle East. Now, there is some reporting here that the Iranians will not meet with...
Some say I stay on hot cock status. Hey, I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do.
The U.S. for any negotiations until we remove all of our military assets. That is never going to happen. We are not pulling back our military, which means these talks likely are going to fail. And then what happens when the talking ends? What do I always say?
Iranian president has ordered that Iran immediately enter into nuclear talks and further negotiations with the United States in order to reduce tensions in the Middle East, according to reports from the Iranian state-run Fars news agency.
What comes after the talking is over? The bullets start flying, the bombs start getting dropped. I don't expect these talks to go absolutely anywhere. They didn't go anywhere over the summer before the 12-day war and Operation Midnight Hammer. So let me pull this down off the screen now. So as of me filming this on February 2nd, we have Chinese spy ships in the region. They are spying on our aircraft carrier. We have armed Iranian drones flying over our aircraft carrier positions.
No way. Again, the Iranians flying drones over our aircraft carriers in their part of the world. It really is outrageous. I can completely relate to this. It's completely outrageous.
And searching for our Navy ships. This situation is getting incredibly hot. It is getting incredibly dangerous. And the Iranians are now saying, well, we want to talk. Well, to be quite honest with you, I'm gathering my thoughts. To be quite honest with you, feels like the time for talk has long come to an end, and you don't send this much military firepower into a region unless you intend on using it. So the Chinese can send their spy ships if they want. I don't think it's going to make a difference of any kind at the end of the day. We are ready to rock and roll. That is what I expect to happen, but it is rapidly developing. We will be here with the latest updates as we have them, but I want to know what you guys think. Let me know in the comments below. How does this play out? What comes next? What will the Chinese do with whatever information they're trying to gather? Let me know in the
I'm going to give it to Iran. It's really not that fucking cryptic, is it? Man, that's some crazy stuff that you're talking about. Can I say I can't read some of the stuff that you're talking about, and I can't like show the Discord stuff. Like if people want to know what RD, FHD, THJ, all the rest of it is talking about, you're gonna have to go to Discord. Who is paying this slobbering gob? I don't know. His dedicated supporter base on Patreon, maybe. You know what's funny? Now you say that, Woozle. He doesn't have anything like buy me a coffee or his Patreon or support me this, buy my merch. That's really funny. Comment with your thoughts. Make sure to link and subscribe to join the memberships for exclusive perks and access here. Yeah, you're right. Usually they have some like, I need support. Help me. I'm a struggling content creator. Oh, this guy. Who's paying this slobbering gob? That's a really good question, Woozle. I'm just asking the questions. That's why if all these things being equal, comparing Aussie gun violence with Yankee gun violence doesn't work, you have to take into account the biggest variable. Americans. Americans. Who would have thought? Interesting. So there you go. The fucking evil Chinese are at it again. Following the American fleet around. Chasing them around. They're just trying to be a fleet. They're chasing them around the Arabian Sea. It's so inconsiderate of the Chinese. And the Iranians, not much better, evil regime, using a drone to gather intelligence on the American armada that is amassing on their doorstep because it's going to potentially take military action against them. And they have the audacity to send a drone out to get some information. It's outrageous. It is absolutely outrageous. Why the conspiracies? They're just taking a cruise in their backyard ocean. Eh? The one thing I don't have a theory on is grape soda. I have no clue what this means. Maybe it's random. Maybe. I don't know though. It's too convenient for it to be random, right?
A senior Iranian official has told Al Jazeera that Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is expected to hold talks with U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff in the coming days. The source has told Al Jazeera that those talks will be hosted by Turkey.
Him outkick Fox. So he's somehow related to Fox manufacturing consent machine. Is that what you're saying, Woozle? Interesting. Crazy. Where do I get me some of this support, man? Yeah, grape soda sounds like it could be race related. Or am I just being racist? Nah, that's what ChatGPT said as well. It said it's like there's speculation on it being a racial indicator. So like ChatGPT can't be racist, right? It's just a machine. Ownership of Fox Corporation. Outkick was sold to Fox in 2021. Interesting. That's why he doesn't have a Patreon right now. Get my money from Fox.
Both Tehran and Washington have signaled that they are willing to revive talks and address the tense standoff over Iran's nuclear program. A U.S. strike group remains in the region after Donald Trump threatened military action over Iran's crackdown on anti-government protests.
I heard a school of tuna was tracking them and reporting intel back to Aquaman, allegedly. It's time to take out that tuna. Right? Outkick, Hookstead, primary affiliation is with Outkick, a digital media company known for sports coverage. Eh? And those things seem to go hand in hand as well, don't you reckon? Yeah, we'll look at this one from someone to Jeffrey Epstein. This is better than a Chinese cookie. See attached. Let's go for pizza and grape soda again. No one else can understand. Pizza and grape soda again. What's going on there? I mean, Grok's just a machine, but it can be a mecha Hitler. I think is a matter of who creates it, as to its capabilities. Yeah, mecha Hitler. But like, can a machine be racist? What you're saying is, like, this is a philosophical question. What you're saying, because of Grok's creators, they've created something that's racist, or something that has the capability to produce or generate, which is what an LLM does. It generates something that wasn't there before, like text or whatever, or imagery, blah, blah, blah. Is the machine itself racist? Or the people that are setting the dials inside, putting on the settings on the machine? Just kiss the ring, E. Say the IDF are the most moral army to get your 7K. You have to maybe be more than 7K to sell myself out. Grape soda apparently either means grape or a black girl. There you go. And so it could actually mean grape. Get on those Chatterhouse rules meetings with BB. Indoctrinating the system is just a machine, but it can be racist. That's a very interesting perspective, I must say. Thinking that a machine can be racist. It really is like trying to, I guess, delineate if a large language model has like consciousness then, and thus free will, because in order to have free will, then it can make decisions about morality, I guess. The machine is a reflection of the information that it is given. Racist clanker. Can it be racist or just say racist things? That's what I'm saying. Like, it's generating stuff with settings and inputs that are directed by humans, and so those things that it generates can be turned on and off at their discretion. Technically, you're thinking of racism as an individual thing. It's more of a systematic. It's more often systematic than individual. Yeah, like a legal system designed in a way that prejudices certain people. I understand that. But again, like, is it the system that's racist or the people that have put the system together? It's an interesting question. It's a very interesting question. There is a difference between saying racist things and being racist. Pizza and grape soda sounds like two different subjects, unless it's an adjective. Well, apparently it is, according to Clarence. Systematic racism is different than racism. Both. All right. Back to our friends here.
Well, our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett, is in Washington, D.C. Meanwhile, Ali Hashem is in the Iranian capital, Tehran. So, Ali, Kimberly, tell us both what you're learning about the possible format of these talks, and then we'll look at the content. Ali, you start.
Well, the fact that this is a breakthrough in diplomacy, the race between war and diplomacy was very close till the visit by Qatar's Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani to Tehran, a 2-hour visit that resulted in this breakthrough. Now, what we know is that there's going to be direct negotiations between Iran and the United States of America, the first of its kind since 2015 nuclear accords in Vienna. Also, there is going to be a discussion of several issues, mainly roots of this current standoff between the two countries. There's going to be also regional participation in these talks. Now, this is what we understood. And of course, in the past few days, we heard from Iran's the Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, Mr. Ali Larijani, who said that the framework for this regional dialogue is being built. So now we understand that this dialogue or this negotiations is going to happen. Most probably it's happening in...
Look at that graffiti. Eh? Star of David, United States of America, Eagle, US. Is that like bullet casings, I guess? Are those syringes? LSD, weed, pharmaceuticals, and bullets everywhere. Wow. The US is underneath the Star of David. The graffiti from Tehran. That's some pretty crazy street art, let's call it. Hey, get in there. Check that out. United States of America. Pax Judaica. Oh, and the circle is barbed wire as well. That's crazy. That's cool, man.
Turkey. However, regarding timing, there's nothing clear yet.
Okay, Kimberly, on your end, what are you hearing on the format? In other words, who's talking to who, where?
I found my new profile pic. Yeah, I know, it's hardcore, isn't it? Far out.
When, and any other, protocol-related issues?
Yeah, what the White House has been saying has mostly been coming from the U.S. president. But what we've been hearing behind the scenes and what is being reported.
The boy lover, the little boy lover, the girl lover, the child lover online media activism logo. Jesus. If you're wondering what we're looking at, you're gonna have to go to Discord and check it out. We've got a Discord chat there. I don't know if I can share all of this stuff live during a stream so openly. It's a bit contentious, all of this stuff. This is some QAnon type shit, lol. Yeah.
Is that in terms of the format, it is being orchestrated and worked out right now by outside regional partners of the United States, including Turkey, Egypt, and Qatar. Now, what we also know is that the U.S. president has said that any deal that ultimately is finalized will mean that Iran can have zero nuclear weapons. No nuclear weapons is what he said over the weekend. And to that end, the U.S. president also leaving the prospect of military action still hanging in response to the comments made by the Ayatollah on Sunday about if the United States starts a war, that it would be a regional war. The U.S. president very calmly once again mentioned that the U.S. has a very strong military presence in the Gulf region. And if there's no deal, well, then Iran will find out whether or not that is truly the case.
Ali, the content of these talks is supposed to be what? I mean, what are they supposed to actually be negotiating, if this is even a negotiation?
Yeah, what are they supposed to be negotiating? Like, I thought the Americans took out their nuclear capability. Remember when Trump was so proud of himself? He's just like, in one strike, midnight hammer, we took out the entire nuclear facility of Iran. It's done. And then Tulsi came out and said the opposite. I was like, oh, we're not too sure, actually, if we've actually taken out their nuclear capabilities. Sup, woke losers? Tagard in the house. You don't get a chance to come to many streams these days. You were hanging out heaps at the end of last year. Hope you're well, woke losers. It's good to have you. Yeah, I remember, like, if we were talking about this 6 months ago, the Trump administration had said that they'd finish off Iran's nuclear program. What are they negotiating about now? This is some crazy stuff. Iran literally just moved the nukes before they hit them. So they have nukes then. Busy boy, good to be back. That's good to be back. busy boy. It's good to hear. Keep yourself busy. What do they say? The idle hands are the devil's plaything. And there's been a lot of devil talk today, can I just say, in the stream chat, in relation to Epstein. So, like, keep your hands busy. Stay away from Epstein. Midnight Hammer was Midnight Climax. Eh?
Well, given the latest developments, given what was almost a war, and the military buildup in the region, it's clear that both Iran and the United States and their allies and partners in the region, mainly the regional order now, is in threat. And that's why regional players were trying as much as they can to kind of uproot the reasons of this standoff or this crisis. This is a conflict that's been going on for the past 47 years.
They keep edging this war, USA Gooners. That's the best description we've had of this situation. They've been edging this war for weeks now. Weeks. Are you going to do it or not? Edging. So good. Pause.
Between the United States and Iran. And it was developing all the time. Now, President Trump came up with several points that he is asking the Iranians to achieve. At the same time, there are many grievances the Iranians are putting on the table. So what we can analyze here, and it's not based on information, more analysis, is that both countries and the regional players want to see all these points diffused, whereas there is no possibility for another standoff in the near future. That would mean talking the nuclear issue, talking the regional issue, talking the ballistic issue. Will Iran accept all these? It seems for the moment that the Iranians are open to the discussion, to have this discussion. Now, whether this is going to reach a result, it doesn't seem right now that there is a lot of luxury for the Iranians or the Americans not to reach a deal.
I don't know, man. Like that last guy that we were listening to from Outkick or whatever, he was just like, look, the Americans didn't send the aircraft carrier all the way from, the South China Sea to the Arabian Sea for no reason. There's definitely going to be some action. Action. That's a based edit on the Iranian nukes. Yeah, it's an interesting point. I wonder if they have them. Because if they have them, then like the Americans have got another thing coming. This is a trap for sure. Witkoff is not real. Hope Iranians understand this. They want Iran completely defenseless for is not real. Iran, be careful not to be bummed in the middle of negotiations. Yeah, like last time. You can never trust the US. Iran made this deal with the USA before and Trump came and broke it. It's a fair point. They had nuclear deals already. When the Americans they did break it. It's a fair point. I mean like the thing in your Discord. What's this? Is this safe for work stuff? For God's sake.
Thank you very much.
Oh, it is.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the three key nuclear facilities. A spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Satellite imagery shows.
Yeah, there you go. Completely obliterated. Not the Chad edit. So good. The Chad edit. It's got its own name. You missed the end? Oh, sorry.
Iran moved everything from its nuclear sites 2 days before.
Oh, it's Iranian Chad stuff. Zay edits, so good. What did he say? They've moved everything.
Completely and totally obliterated.
Satellite imagery shows Iran moved everything from its nuclear sites 2 days before.
everything from its nuclear sites 2 days before. And maybe the Americans knew that. It was just all for show, right? What is the is not rail thing? Is there a deeper meaning I'm missing, or are you just saying it shouldn't exist? Little confused. Ah, that's funny. I think there's multiple meanings, but like, first of all, I'll tell you this much. We were in streams like, whoa, like, I don't know, people might be able to clarify that for this. Maybe Jag, maybe Indoctrinate, and maybe 4AS. We were in a stream on YouTube exclusively last year before I started like streaming to multiple platforms. 1.5 years ago. And like we all got kicked off a stream. And it was because I think we were saying the word is not rail or the word is rail too many times. It was about the start of 2025. Yeah, we were getting censored. People couldn't say it. And then we started talking about it, and then like the chat was like kept stopping, and like people weren't able to type in the word, and then all of a sudden the stream just ended, just like that, just stopped. And so like we, as a joke, we started saying is not rail because it's like is or is not, like it's just a play on words. And then like, you know, there are deeper meanings to that is in terms of like, should it even exist in the first place? Because there was already a country there and a people before they muscled their way in. So yeah, it's like a long joke that's been going for a while. The new TikTok moderation is done by ex-IDF agent. Yep, I'm sure it is. For the US, that is. That's for sure. It was sussy as hell. It was weird. That was a weird situation. And that was exclusively something that happened on YouTube. Yeah, Jizz Rail. That's a good one. And we just started, yeah, after that, we just started saying is not rail. Right? So like, yeah, I guess it's a joke now. It's a thing. But like, yeah, it's got multiple meanings. But like, I just not comfortable to say it like 100 times in a stream. So like, I mix it up a little bit. Confuse the algorithm. Couldn't even type ice the other day. Yeah, interesting. Was that how we got censored comments for Discord too? Yeah, because there was a series of incidents like that. And so we just got... So there's another channel in here, Spandonk, if you're on it. There's a channel called Censored Comments. And every now and again, people will be like, I got censored too many times. I'm just going to put this here. And you could read it out at your leisure. Like, okay. No, like all of TikTok, not just America. Oh, really? Except Chinese TikTok called Douyin. Really? It's like everyone? Are you sure on that? Do you have a source for this? I'm just going to call you RDF. RDF, do you have a source for this? That's pretty crazy. Yoshi Airhead. I hope everyone who scoffed at old conspiracy theories I brought up and called me crazy feel really and stupid now. What are we talking about, Yoshi? There's so many conspiracies going on today. You have to be more specific. That's why I don't talk in YouTube often. Yeah, Volta too. Yeah, I wonder, because sometimes you move between them. I've barely been modded in Twitch like YouTube. There you go. YouTube is full of righties anyway. I like it. I like it. Yeah, okay, fair. Good one though. Multiple layers and avoids the censorship. That's it. So you can start using that one if you want. I'll let you. And join on the game, man. Yeah, Pizzagate. Yeah, tell us what's going on, Yoshi. We want to know more. I don't do theories. I do hypotheses. Thank you very much. Pizzagate and what? Adrenochrome? I don't know that one. But Pizzagate specifically? Do you feel vindicated, bro? Do you feel vindicated? So I knew it. I knew it. But like, didn't you feel vindicated ages ago though, Yoshi Airhead? Because like, this is not the first time we've seen a files drop and everyone be like, whoa. No, not really. Well, okay. Well, I hope one day you feel vindicated. Your life's not a lie. Because I already knew. LOL. There it is. Have you seen Fear and Loathing, Em? No. No, I have not. Take out hate speech law is going to give me free housing and food before governmental programs. What's that in relation to? This is why I mentioned QAnon. Those I don't talk about adrenochrome on stream. They would definitely strike you. Oh, okay. I don't know anything about it. Strike. Blasphemy. Prison. Free housing and free food. Oh, right. Okay. It's a mythical drug that hippies made up. The myth goes you eat the adrenaline creating part of the brain. Oh, interesting. Right. Okay. Okay. Radio. Got it. Interesting. All right. I think we're getting more value out of this. Everybody wants peace talks and negotiations. It's not happening, man. I don't think they care about the peace talks and the negotiations. Let's be honest. All right, I wanted to move to Australian politics, so I do apologize for the international audience. But like so far we've heard, I have to go to Sky News again, seriously.
G'day, Australia.
G'day, Australia. Yeah. So what's happened? We've had a defection, is that right? Pauline Hanson announces Corey Bernardi defection.
First of all, to the people of South Australia and to the One Nation supporters here today, candidates, members of the party, thank you
Pauline
very
Hanson
much.
announces Corey Bernardi's defection and launches South Australian campaign. One Nation's fight for South Australia on 21st of March state election will be led by former Senator Corey Bernardi. So he's defected. Is that what we're hearing? Is it a real defection though? Legitimate defection. Read this, okay. 5 fish cocktails. My bay is glowing in that sun. 5 times potato scallop. Thanks, Pauline. Hey, I'm in SA and she's talking right. She's talking right to me. Yeah, from the Liberals. Okay. Bernardi defected like nearly 10 years ago was the news. Interesting. So there's no real news on this one.
G'day, Australia.
G'day.
Corey Bernardi is about to join One Nation. A statement has just been released by the One Nation leader, Pauline Hanson, that the former Liberal and then Australian Conservatives senator is about to rejoin politics. He will be the South Australian leader of One Nation at the upcoming state election. The announcement will be made formally tomorrow in Adelaide, and Corey Bernardi will join us on Paul Murray Live tomorrow night.
That's so good. G'day. It's so funny. Maybe I should start my streams like that. G'day. This is not really news. I thought something big happened. I thought there were actual defections from existing One Nation nationals personnel, let's say. Apparently not.
Let's have a look at that coalition chaos now with the Nationals leader, David Littleproud, as he joins me live from Canberra. Firstly, David, the Treasurer's thoughts, are they echoed by the rest of the country?
Look, the reality is we made a principled position. We were sacked for voting against hate speech laws that took away your freedom of speech, that we didn't have the time nor the forum in which...
But you voted for them. I don't get why they keep saying like they voted against them. There were 3 people that didn't, but the rest of them agreed to do it. And now they're trumping that up as a win on the board. They're like, we didn't do it. We didn't vote for it. Apart from all of us who did. One Nation is trawling political graves for the mankiest corpses it can find. It's funny. That's pretty funny.
within the coalition to be able to...
Yeah, her new policy banned my TikTok account. Are you talking about this person that you said here in the link? Read this. Erica Mindel. Where are you coming from, though? That you've been caught up in this dragnet? Yeah. Screw it. Just give me the old sup can. Yeah, could you imagine?
To actually argue or to get to a position. We couldn't support it, and we haven't broken any rules, and the reality was that we were sacked, and my party room got to a position that if those three were sacked, then we all would remove ourselves from the front bench. I think what Australians want, they want their politicians to come to Canberra and stand for what they believe in, to have the courage in that moment, in their moment, to stand up for them, to make sure that they do the right thing. Now, this wasn't easy. It wasn't something
from, like,
that we
what country?
enjoyed,
Yeah, what
but
country,
it's
what
something that
region
my
is being
room got
affected by, you're talking about being censored by IDF personnel? I'm surprised the Chinese would let that happen, to be honest. But, like, you know, money talks. Iraq. Okay. I hear people are moving to upscrolled over TikTok. Yes, I've heard about that. I think Dr. Nathan might have mentioned that like last week. Yeah. Getting away from the IDF censor. Did Little Proud, the Nationals leader, vote in support of the very recent hate speech legislation that went through federal parliament? Huh. Stormed the Capitol. That sentence was banned, LOL. Couldn't type that. Did not vote in support of the recent federal hate speech legislation that passed through the... Here's what happened, how the vote unfolded. The federal government hate speech laws were pushed through Parliament. SBS. National Party broke ranks with the Liberals and did not support the bill. No, but not all of them. What are you talking about? The Nationals did not support the recent... Okay, I need to refine that question. I don't think it understands. Did Little Proud specifically cross the floor with against the coalition and vote against the new hate speech legislation in Parliament? Him specifically, not his party, the Nationals. The National Party collectively opposed the hate speech laws and voted against them in the Senate. No, only 3 of them defected, from what I understand, right? Several National Party senators and shadow ministers did cross the floor. Well, Little Proud did. David Little Proud did not himself personally cross the floor to vote against the bill in Parliament. Reports don't list him as one of the individual MPs who defied the coalition. I thought there was only 3 of them, from what I understood. Little Proud led and endorsed the Nationals' decision to oppose. That's interesting. That's not what he's making it sound like. He said he's making it sound like they've always opposed it and did oppose it. Can you ask ChatGPT why China let Erica Mindel control hate speech policy? I'm going to ask that direct question if you don't mind. I will get an answer on that one. Effectively, it's a lie by omission. So he's technically correct. He didn't vote for them. He abstained. No, but I don't think he even abstained. He didn't cross the floor. He did not himself personally cross the floor. He was afterwards. He led and endorsed the Nationals' decision to oppose the legislation, and as a result of the National senators in the shadow ministry voting against it. He then resigned his shadow portfolio in solidarity. Nationals as a party opposed and voted against the hate speech laws in the Senate. A few MPs did individually cross the floor and say no. David Littleproud himself did not personally cross the floor and vote against the bill. He's full of shit, this guy. 3 Nat ministers resigned over the motion and they were accepted, which sparked the breakup. Yeah, it wasn't all of them. He's making it sound like it was the entire Nationals Party that were rebelling against everyone. Yeah. Sounds like they might not have all voted against it, while still partnered with the Libs, but had plans to leave. Check and verify. Is this what you've got here for us? Have you checked it? Is that what you're showing?
That was very passionate about in their moment
so
to stand up for them, to make sure that they do the right thing. Now, this wasn't easy. It wasn't something that we enjoyed. Bench, I think we all would remove ourselves from the front bench. I think what Australians want, they want their politicians to come to Canberra and stand for what they believe in, to have the courage in that moment, in their moment, to stand up for them, to make sure that they do the right thing. Now, this wasn't easy. It wasn't something that we enjoyed, but it's something that my room got to that was very passionate about, because they believe that we weren't afforded proper process to be able to debate a very serious bill. This is your freedom of speech, and as a journalist, it's something that goes to impinge your rights. And there wasn't enough time. It was handed to us at 6:13 a.m. on the morning. We were expected to vote for it by lunchtime. You just can't expect politicians to come down here and to vote for something blindly. That's not how you should do things.
He was absent. So this is what you've seen for us. I've posted in the stream chat. Ah, cool. Thanks. Thanks. I can't do the research on this one. Why isn't it expanding? You bastard. Recent votes in Parliament that this representative could have attended. David Littleproud was absent. Interesting. What a squirmy little prick, eh? That's very interesting. Okay, now he's claiming he didn't even have enough time to go over the bill properly before the vote after getting it that morning and voting at lunch. Interesting. Wouldn't trust this guy with my oxygen. Savage. Little Prud. Little Pud has been bad on water management in the past as well, I've heard. What a liar. Yeah. Interesting. I don't know what I'm trying to prove there. I was just wondering because that wasn't the recollection I had about him standing up in the face of unjust legislation.
Bitter about it, David. I thought you may have moved on a little bit. I mean, we're talking about an RBA hike that's coming up, likely today, and it must, I guess, annoy you to some degree that you aren't able to really prosecute an argument against a government that's highly to blame for this rate cut that we're likely to see because of the infighting that's happening. I mean, you still haven't got your house in order.
We'll continue to prosecute the failures of this government. I'm disappointed. I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed that it got to this juncture. The reality is that Jim Chalmers and Anthony Albanese has brought down your standard of living, and energy's the economy. If you want to get back to the core root of how we're going to fix this, we've got to fix our energy.
Oh, it's such nonsense, isn't it? Fuck. American politics is so much more entertaining than Australian politics. They can't even, like, Barnaby promised us yesterday. You all heard it. He said that we're going to have nationals defecting to One Nation, and it sounds like the coalition are getting back together. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. All right, I'm done with this. Fuck this shit. I'm sorry if you like Australian politics. But I'm moving on to something else. Something that I find, this is in my wheelhouse, this one, right? I'm going to make you all get down with it. There's nothing you can do about it either. Now, this is really interesting, okay? We're changing completely. We're changing gears here. Is the US moving towards, you're reading this right, and this is from Bloomberg, all right? Is the US moving towards state capitalism? What the actual... Now, if you remember our conversation before about objective fascism, when we were talking about how Epstein was quite clinically dissecting how the bourgeoisie actually works, and you have a trilateral commission, a group of like rich, powerful political and economic elites who want to control global policy and economic decision making outside of the democratic reach of the individual nations involved. What we're talking about here is state capitalism is the merger of kind of the operations that the business class take in a free market society, controlling the economy, and the merger of that with the state. Now, what I would describe China as is I would describe them as state capitalist. And that's not a pejorative kind of description. Like, I'm not slighting China by calling them state capitalist and not calling them socialist. I just don't think they're at a level of socialism yet, where the means of production are actually controlled by the people. You could argue that they're controlled on behalf of the people by the party, but it's the party, the state, the one party that rules over what is effectively a capitalistic economy. Now, it's planned, so you could argue it's socialistic. And like I said, the Communist Party of China is supposed to represent the working people of China. And so you could argue from that angle, hey, they're definitely socialist. But I see them as state capitalists because they work in a capitalistic economy, world economy, and they do it really well. It's just that the state tells the capitalist class what to do, and more importantly than that, though, controls labor. The state, on behalf of capital, controls the working class. It does their deals. It does the negotiations with the unions. It sets the minimum wages, the minimum working conditions, what type of benefits, controls, lifestyles the working class has. It's the state working with capitalism that controls the working class. Now, in like a traditional capitalistic environment, like a free market society like the US, you have the American capitalist class, the people that control industry and the economy largely. They control what the working class does. They relate to the working person. They, make sure policies are set. Like, look at how bad the American minimum wage is. That's because the American capitalist class has gotten together and they've decided we don't want a living minimum wage for American workers. We want them to struggle in the free market kind of thing. And if they have to have multiple jobs or they just have to die, then so be it. But they control the policies of the working class, the American private interest, the American business owners, the American capitalists. So that is a capitalistic system. Now, we have Bloomberg, of all people. Like, Bloomberg is like the mouthpiece of American financial and business interests, their media outlet of choice, asking the question if, they're moving towards state capitalism, being effectively capitalism without the democracy that liberal or Western societies enjoy, without that liberal style of democracy, not the communism stuff that the Chinese do, but the liberal democracy stuff. And like, there's just like the state is starting to take over control from that business class. And so you have someone like a Trump administration, like, dark enlightenment theory, all that sort of stuff, bring back the return of the king stuff. The state is actually going to take over and start dictating what the capitalists do. So the business and classes do, the billionaires, they tell them what to do, and they also control labor for the interests of capital. I wonder if that's how they're going to break it down. I'm really interested to see where this goes from old Bloomberg. It's just fascism masked as communism, spandonk. Are you talking in relation to China? Because I have heard people describe China's situation as fascism. It's actually fascism because it's the state and controls the corporate sector, and controls labor, which is very much what happened. What happened in like Nazi Germany kind of thing. Like the state controlled, and the state controlled things, but it was also controlled to a large extent by the capitalist classes there. I don't think the Chinese capitalist class has the same power actually as they did in Nazi Germany, to be honest. I don't think so. It's an interesting description. I have heard people describe it like that. Like China is objectively fascist, as I would say. Blatant fascism. Fascism is also heavily nationalistic values. Yes, the nationalism is a big thing. So this is why I was saying before, like you can describe fascism in two ways, I think. You can describe it as objective fascism, as I've talked about, it's just like corporatism. Or you can say, like, this is what the Nazis did. And so, like, if you tick all the boxes of the things the Nazis did, like, extreme nationalism, then maybe you're a fascist too then. So it's complete fascism. Spandok is sold. It's just outright fascism. You don't believe capitalists control the CCP. I didn't say that. I said capitalists controlled the Nazi party or had significant weight over the Nazi party. I don't believe capitalists control or have more power. More power. They have a lot of power, but do they have more power than the Communist Party of China? I don't know about that. I would say no. Not from the evidence that we've seen. Their market strangles their government as much as the US, if not more. Well, slow down. I'm not with you here. Their market strangles their government as much as, if not more. I don't know about that, man. I don't agree. But their market strangles their government. I think their government has pretty much got their hand on the wheel on that one. Mystery movement. That was Peter Zeihan, right? He called the CCP a corporate fascist state. He did. He called them fascists. Yeah. Not sure about the Nazi party though. LOL. The same way the US market influences elections. Yeah, but I don't think that's the thing. I don't think the market is as influential in the US. I think there is a difference there. The market influences government decisions, making the laws, making and laws heavily. I think economic decisions definitely factor, but like I'll give you an example that you just can't say that the US would do. When US billionaires do the wrong thing, do they get sent to jail or step out of line? Let's say, let's not even say do the wrong thing, like they break the law or something like that, step out of line. Do they get sent to jail? No. In China though, if their billionaire class gets too much for the CCP, like for the Communist Party, do they get detained? Do they get thrown in jail? 100% they do. So like there's a level of power there that the party has, the state has over the capitalist class, which you don't see in free market societies. I would argue that's a massive sign. America is already state capitalist. If you have two parties that give you options to vote for rich people, and whatever you do, system is the same, satanic, ours, still rule you. Yes, but like the question is, who sits really on top of that? The state or that capitalist class that you're talking about? I would argue the capitalist class, the economic elites still have more influence over the state than the other way around. I'm arguing in the reverse for China. But that's not what Bloomberg is saying here. This is why I want to bring this up, because Bloomberg is saying, is the US moving towards state capitalism where the actual state actually has more control over the business interests. So this is really interesting stuff coming from fucking Bloomberg. They must be scared. They must be scared about something. I don't know. I haven't heard of a lot of billionaires being jailed in China, at least not more than the US, but I might be wrong. Well, I haven't heard of any billionaires being jailed in the US, but I have heard of billionaires crossing the CCP and losing in China. But at the end of the day, the state always has this power and choose not to use it. Is that correct? If we go to war, doesn't the state control everything then? Again, depending on, like you said, whether they use it. They might have power, but like, do they use it? Probably not. Like the capitalist class or the business, the economic elites, let's say, will still have incredible control. Like, look at this guy right here. He's a draft dodger. Like, he's gotten out of war. Like, America has been in war and he's just been able to get away. That's because of his class. Like, they control the state, not the other way around. I also know a lot of laws regarding pollution, market control, etc. are all heavily influenced by profit. The Alibaba billionaire just disappeared a couple of years, came back really pro-government. LOL. China and Vietnam definitely knock off their billionaires if they go AWOL. There you go. It's a different system. That doesn't mean it's not capitalist, but like I'm just talking about like who sits on top of who. It's $1 million question, $1 trillion question. Let's see how Bloomberg deals with this.
The Trump administration has not been shy about taking ownership interests and otherwise participating directly in businesses that we otherwise thought were in the private sector. Our colleague Michael McKee brings us up to...
This is the state overreach in the private sector. So like when they take a share of, I don't know, Nvidia's profits or something like that, or a stake in what Intel does. See, they're nationalizing stuff. It's crazy state capitalism.
To speed on what's been done so far.
My administration will offer GM and Chrysler a limited additional period of time.
It isn't a new practice. The government took stakes in auto and insurance companies during the great financial crisis. But it is a shift. At that time, the idea was to provide funding backstop to keep the companies alive. Both General Motors and Chrysler were effective.
So basically, they're doing socialism for the rich. They're talking about bailouts. They're just like, look, you're too big to fail, so we will support you if anything bad happens to you because you suck. Because you suck, we have to fucking bail you out. Comment got censored, but just said I haven't heard of how many billionaires have been jailed in either country, if one is more than the other. KK, China has stated that it's a multi-economic system which holds core values and beliefs of communism, but pulls all sorts of theory to create their different cities generally. I think it's more than that the state can take everything if they want. Run on a separate forms of economic systems, different taxes, etc., etc. Yes, I know what they state, and they definitely state that they are socialists, but they say they are with Chinese characteristics. But I would argue on that fundamentally. But it's just a classification thing. It changes like the wind.
Effectively insolvent, facing collapsing sales, frozen credit markets, and imminent bankruptcy. The U.S. ended up owning about 61% of GM and 10% of Chrysler. When they returned to health, the government sold its shares. In both cases,
it's socialism for the rich. Oh, you guys are doing better now. You can take over. Oh, thanks. Here, you want your company back? Hey, subs for the peeps. Yeah, are you talking about like generalized? If there's anyone new here, you're watching this for the first time, follow for more on Twitch, sub for more on YouTube. And if you're on YouTube and you haven't already, make sure you hit the like button or I'll break your legs.
At a loss. Today, the Trump administration is taking significant equity stakes in a number of American companies, 10% in chipmaker Intel, a 15% stake in rare earths firm MP Materials that came with a government guarantee on product prices and sales, shares in companies such as Lithium Americas and Trilogy Metals, a so-called golden share in Nippon Steel. This time, the goal isn't to prevent bankruptcies, but to make a profit and theoretically strengthen supply chain.
Theoretically, what do we see on that list of companies just there? Rare earths and microchips. They need chips and they need the architecture of the surveillance capitalist world, and they need the mineral inputs that help provide the infrastructure for the surveillance capitalist world. And the market is not delivering on those things. The market is failing. And for the US to remain relevant in this world, in this day and age, they need a system of economy that's actually going to ensure they have chips and rare earth minerals. So like, hey, if the private sector isn't going to do it, then let's make sure we invest in it. And then when it's profitable, we'll let the private industry buy it back again. That's why I don't think they're state capitalists at all, especially if what they're talking about. Don't you think that America is already state capitalist before the ruling? Because the ruling class is rich and ruled by lobbying groups. Well, that, to be honest, in my opinion, that makes them capitalists. That's traditionally what capitalist is. It's a system of governance for the bourgeoisie. They control the political game through their lobby groups and their influence. They sit on top of the state and tell the state what to do, not the other way around. I see E woke up today and chose violence. How American of you. I hate bailouts and subsidies. Socialism for the rich. Let's call it what it is.
For American manufacturers. Administration officials insist national security is at stake. China, Russia, and other malevolent competitors cannot be allowed to get a strategic advantage in energy, defense production, and AI. The government backing can certainly help. MP Materials shares rose 224% last year. Critics say the government should not be picking winners and losers or influencing outcomes in the private sector. The government's goals may not align with the companies and lead
so
to...
good, the neoliberals out there, but no, you can't do this, right? What would Hayek say? What would Milton Friedman say? You must leave it to the free market. And so like all this neoliberal free market bullshit works when the US is global power #1 in the wake of World War II, and they control the entire world economy and no one can ever do anything against them, when they're absolute supremacy, they have absolute primacy over the world, and they're just like, yeah, let the free market reign, no one's going to challenge us. But now there are companies, ooh, what a slip that is. Now there are countries that can actually challenge US primacy. Oh, now all of a sudden it's state capitalism because they need to get in there and they need to actually help out and invest where the market won't invest. They need to invest money because the market isn't delivering on strategic interests for the American state. And so they construe state capitalism as when the state decides that the market isn't doing its job, so it's going to do things that the market should be doing and take stakes in companies and get them to invest properly and do their job, because it's a national security issue now. LMFAO, they always have influenced the markets. LOL, I know.
Misallocation of capital. Ownership may reduce competition and innovation. State capitalism is a slippery slope away from free markets.
It's not as if the U.S. government has never taken ownership interests in private companies before, but this time is different.
I think a number of things are different. First of all is simply the number of situations. He's done everything from a golden share in U.S. Steel to stock in Intel to what you might call an export tax.
We need the monopolies too much. We can't let the market die. We can't let the market fail.
Tax on chips to China, it's just all over the place. There doesn't seem to be any particular rhyme or reason to it.
Steve Ratner is chairman and CEO of Willett Advisors, which invests the personal and philanthropic assets of Bloomberg founder and majority shareholder Michael Bloomberg. Ratner served as the point person for President Obama for restructuring the U.S. auto industry during the great financial crisis.
When I was in the government and we thought about taking stock in Chrysler and General Motors, we went through a whole process of what we called the USG, the U.S. government as shareholder, and how would this work and what would we do and what were the guardrails, and a lot of thought went into it. This just seems to be the opposite. And so it's a hodgepodge of things, and it feels as much the president is just doing this because he can. He kind of keeps forgetting he's not in the private sector anymore, and he sees money on the table and he just goes and tries to get it. We took the interest in the auto companies not because we wanted to, but because we had to. I'll never forget when we went to the White House and basically said, the only way we can save General Motors is to, in effect, nationalize it, take 60% of the...
The only way to save a market failure in an industry that is important, car manufacturing, you want to keep that for your own national strategic interests. The only way to save a important element of our national economy is to nationalize it. These people must have been so uncomfortable knowing that they're dirty communists. Hey, these neoliberal stooges must have been so uncomfortable. Are we doing communism? No, we're just saving a part of our economy that's definitely necessary to maintain our nation's interests. So we're going to nationalize it. We're going to take it off the market. But we still believe in the free market, right? Yes. It's just that it failed, and now we need to put it in national hands. We're definitely not socialists. No, of course not. Oh, individual markets, sorry. Much better to keep the monopolies dominating them, right? They keep everything turning smoothly. We need them. Yeah, we can't let that thing crack into a few thousand pieces and then get decentralized. And so the market can reconstitute itself and then go back to actually providing goods and services and products to people. No. We need to maintain the monopoly. That's basically what they're saying. We need to maintain that monopoly.
Equity. There was a lot of pushback, as you would imagine, and eventually everyone realized it was the only choice.
It was the only choice. Evil communism was the only choice for these neoliberals. It's so delicious, this stuff. It's so good.
It was a last resort, not a first resort.
Adding to the ad hoc nature of the administration's intervention is its targeting individual companies rather than entire sectors. Sarah Bowerly-Dansman is Associate Professor of International Studies at Indiana and a Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Council's Geoeconomics Center.
We're a market-based economy, and the idea is that we want markets to pick winners, not governments. And what we're seeing in the current administration is much more willingness to pick particular winners.
And the Trump administration has used the device of taking interest in order to overcome political resistance to deals that it believes will be good for the economy overall, like when it took a so-called golden share in U.S. Steel.
I do think the case of U.S. Steel is a little bit different. It was a very controversial merger. I personally thought it was perfectly fine. Steel is not a national security commodity these days. You can buy steel anywhere in the world. People would love to sell it to you.
It is.
But it was politically a very tough one.
It is a national security. Are you in retard? Like, come on. If you go down, if world order goes down tomorrow, China starts fighting with you and Russia and et cetera, you don't think you need steel? Come on, bro. Of course it is. And you get a bailout. And you get a bailout. Of course it's strategic. Oh, you can buy steel anywhere. Everybody makes steel. Do these guys have any integrity? Seriously. Such a bad take. How important is steel? What is he talking about? Steel is so important in the modern world. Such a knob.
And that one I would actually give the White House some credit, that it was a clever way to get past the political opposition.
We don't need steel. He's the craziest cope.
Does not involve any ownership. I doubt they will ever exercise it. So yeah, I'd put that in a different bucket than saying that NVIDIA has to pay, in effect, a tax on sending chips to China.
Whatever the justification, when the government becomes an owner, even a partial owner, in private business, it necessarily changes market dynamics, injecting factors beyond simply supply and demand and economic performance.
The concern is that the more that the U.S. kind of pushes in this direction of picking specific winners and therefore losers in industries, is that it distorts markets, right? We, as a market-based economy, we have a long track record of seeing that when market actors are the ones that are generating and evaluating information and then making capital allocation decisions on the basis of commercial preferences and commercial interests, that we tend to see over the long run that leads to more innovation, more wealth, more economic development as a whole. And the concern is that the more that the government gets involved in individual business decisions, the more we
I am well. How are you?
are kind of breaking that kind of market-based understanding of how information is generated in an economy and how companies and how investors make decisions. And that is an important distinction because when the government is taking direct stakes in companies, the concern is that now that company is going to be pressured to not always make the best business decisions on the basis of kind of commercial concerns, but now also political concerns.
The free market.
It's such bullshit, isn't it? It's just like, oh, if the government gets involved, then like we're not going to be able to do business anymore. We're going to have to think about things politically. Hello, business is politics. Economics is politics. All these people think about is politics, getting political decisions made in their favor. That's why they have lobby groups. It's all they think about, these people, is politics, because they don't want to pay taxes. They don't want to be too heavily regulated. And if there is going to be policy decisions made, it better be made in my favor. And so like when there's going to be money that's going to be handed out, hey, some of that that sweet free money, that better be my subsidy, not somebody else that I'm competing against. My stream is going well so far. Are you selling me something, or do you want to offer me a service? Is that why you are asking? I'm sorry, I'm very skeptical. We don't need cows. We can just get the meat from the supermarket. Yeah, the world supermarket. Somebody else does the cow thing, right? So good.
Purists would say that the government should never get involved as an owner in American business. But does the performance of China in advancing rapidly in important sectors argue for some move away from purely private ownership?
If you talk to anybody in China, they would tell you that the state-owned enterprises are almost universally less well run than the purely private companies. On the other hand, when Xi Jinping says our strategic priority is to develop a chips business, everybody marches toward developing a chips business, and lo and behold, they make enormous progress. And so it's a very tough balancing act. I think on balance, my view would be better to do less than more. Or
hot single chatbots offering services in your area. Ravy baby, still here. Hope your gardening's doing well. Hype train in Twitch. Oh, really? Yeah, I didn't get the notifications in this. Only visible to you. You've earned a hype chest. Open to see your reward. Oh, 4IS. Gifting the subs. You legend. Thank you very much, 4S. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Legend. Thank you so much. All right. Back to our mate here from Bloomberg. Absolute critical insight here.
None, rather.
I'm back from mowing the lawns. Welcome back.
Than some, because I think the chances of getting it right for a government are relatively low.
Does the experience with China so far actually almost require the United States to revisit the balance between the government and the private sector?
I think that China is a very different country with a different political culture.
Yeah, hot single chatbots. His comment of the day. Yeah, see, Rosie FN, Finn has gone now. Royce Finn is gone now.
It's organized in different ways. When you have so many workers who are integrating into a formal economy and through formal work and factory work with very long hours, it's very hard to see how that translates into the type of economy that would work in the U.S. and that citizens in the U.S. would actually feel good about. So I think that we want to be careful to not become China in our kind of quest to ensure that we're able to compete in the global economy in which China is doing very well right now. That said, there are specific areas of the economy that the Chinese model, and in particular concerns over Chinese oversupply, need more than just an uncoordinated market response to that.
Whether it's semiconductors
I know,
or
right? Like, where do they get these people from? I think China is a different country with a different political culture. Wow, dude, that's so deep. I know, right? Like, wow. And this is Bloomberg. This is as deep as they get. there's a whole bunch of people that are in finance somewhere, managerial class type people that are just like, yes, implications of becoming China. No, we don't want to become China. No.
Or steel or rare earth minerals, the Trump administration has justified its actions most often on the ground of national security needs.
Did you know water is
What
red?
role, if any, does national security play in this? Does that make it a more persuasive, if not compelling, case for a government to have an ownership interest?
Well, of course, it first of all makes the politics of taking stakes like this more tenable because national security concerns have bipartisan support. Congress should be part of the discussion around, how much are we going to allocate in terms of funding to support these kinds of interventions into specific companies? How are we going to decide what are the strategic priorities? How are we going to ensure that the process through which companies are determined to be eligible for these kinds of programs is done in a way that is not about corruption and graft?
We've looked around the world over the years and said a lot of countries are corrupt because of what the relationships are between private interests and government interests in various industries. What are the risks here, even of the appearance of corruption, as these investments are made in companies that often have some connection to the Trump family?
I think we're past the point of appearance of corruption. I think we're fully in corruption. I think this administration, and I don't mean to sound like a partisan, but I've never seen anything like it in my entire life. People have said, for example, that Lyndon Johnson sort of tilted the board in favor of getting a bunch of television licenses in Texas that made him wealthy. Okay, maybe he did, maybe he didn't. But that was then, this is now, that was one thing, this is like everything. Whether you want to talk about meme coins, whether you want to talk about rare earth minerals, whether you want to talk about real estate developments in the Middle East, whether you want to talk about Jared Kushner raising $5 billion, of which virtually all of it, 99% of it, came from the Middle East. This administration knows no bounds.
Setting aside the potential morality of it, what does it do to the economy? I mean, we've thought for a long time that actually a free market economy served us well in terms of growth, in terms of jobs, in terms of standards of living. What are the threats, potentially, to the very foundations of our economy?
Well, let's put it in a few different buckets. First of all, I think the corruption that we just talked about, as distasteful as it is, and I find it reprehensible, it's small potatoes in the great scheme of an economy that's $20+ trillion. I mean, right? Let's be serious. I think the government taking some of these equity interests or putting these like taxes, if you want to call them that, on things, also relatively small potatoes in the great scheme of things. I think the most worrisome thing, which may not fall exactly into the corruption bucket, is the fact that companies feel like this is an administration that will reward its friends and punish its enemies. The CEO of Exxon said the other day, for example, that Venezuela was uninvestable. Seems like an obvious statement to me. The president immediately said, well, I'm not going to pick Exxon to be my partner of choice in Venezuela if we actually get hold of any of this oil. And so companies, and I hear this from CEOs all the time, are terrified about what they say, what they do, and trying to figure out how to avoid antagonizing a president who has made retribution a fulcrum part of this administration. So I think that's the real danger here.
So that's the real scary thing. So basically you said, look, all this stuff, when they take, 10% cut or nationalize this part of the industry, don't worry about it. Small potatoes. We're a $20 trillion economy. It means nothing. Even all the corruption, like the way that he's used his station as president of the United States to get his family into all these positions where they can basically get people to fund their own private businesses, their own trusts, and reap money out of their business ventures from the Oval Office, basically. That's all small fry. But what's really concerning, though, to be honest, is when the private sector
retribution and try
gets slammed by Mr. Trump. So when you have a CEO that says something that Trumpy boy doesn't like, and they get absolutely reamed for it, or they don't get the next contract because Trumpy didn't like it, That's the real atrocity here. That's the state capitalism that he's talking about. So it's not the state capitalism like China does, where the state sits on top and regulates the business sector and like has the final say. It's just the state capitalism he's worried about is like, we have a king here who, like, if you don't say the right thing, Mr. CEO, I don't care if you are Exxon CEO or not. If you don't lick his asshole when you go and do a meeting with him, you're not getting any more business. That's the state capitalism that they're really worried about over at Bloomberg here, is that you could have such an egregious person at the head who has a tantrum when you don't suck him off just right. That's the state capitalism they're worried about. We finally got to the end of it. We finally understand what state capitalism is when the commander-in-chief indiscriminately or arbitrarily doesn't like you. That's what it is. All right, we have come to the end of the stream. I'm going to leave it there. Thank you, everybody who's been hanging out today. It's been quite the stream. We covered a lot of territory. My God. There's some crazy stuff with the Epstein stuff, too. Very, very crazy stuff. Indoctrination, RDF, coming to you. Clarice, Spandonk, Jag, Taygard, back in the house for a little bit of torture, dilemmas, 4AS, thank you very much for the gift subs. I really appreciate that. Ravy Baby in the house too. Hope your gardening went well. Who else have I missed? Spandonk. I know I've missed others. Larp Jeff was in the house earlier. Who else I got here? Woozle hanging out. Voltateur. Who else I got here? Yeah, thank you everybody for your interactions. If I missed you, I'm sorry. I just can't go all the way back with my chats these days. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. I definitely appreciate it. And if you're watching this after the fact as well, thank you so much. If you're watching on YouTube and you haven't already, make sure you've hit the like button. You know the score. And if you have watched this and you're new here, follow or subscribe. Salute to a good show, and salute to all of you too. Thank you. And we will be back tomorrow with some more. It's hump day tomorrow. We're there already. So I will see you all then. Until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. See you on the morrow.